Irene covered her mouth and lowered her voice. Have you heard? The young lady of the Medini family returned to her house after her divorce. Nori Shuchklet. Her child is still so small. How unfortunate to have to raise him without a father. This is why naive young ladies. Sophia walked down the corridor, holding Adam's hand. With a stern expression and a cold gaze, she stared at them. Nori turned around in a panic. Is there something you need? Sophia pressed her palm against her chest. You must be such a noble lady to worry even about my son. But there is no need to trouble yourself over it. Adam opened his arms and lunged forward. Sophia leaned down to pick him up. Because I am this child's mother. A few months ago, standing before a magnificent mansion, that was the moment I realized everything. Sophia raised her hand, her fingertips touching the mirror. I had transmigrated into the world of my favorite fantasy novel. I had become the Duchess in the execution of the villainous arc. She was what they call a villain. She used her son's power to start a rebellion, only to be eventually executed by the hero who possessed the power of the saintess. Sophia's nails dug into her hair, her eyes filled with terror. Does this mean I'm going to be executed too? A maid stood by the bed and bowed. Good morning, Lady Sophia. Sophia sat on the edge of the bed. Besides transmigrating, I had suddenly become a mother. His name was Adam. Adam tugged at his collar, his cheeks flushed and his eyes bright. Mother. Sophia clutched her chest and fell backward. Sophia's son was actually this cute. She suddenly reached out and pulled Adam into her arms. She held him tight. The maid looked confused. Lady Sophia, Lady Catherine is calling for you. The door was pushed open heavily. Catherine stood at the doorway, her brow furrowed with anger. Sophia, how long do you plan on sleeping? Adam huddled in his mother's arms, his body trembling slightly. This uninvited, rude woman was her husband's mother, her mother-in-law. Sophia had married into the Grandcourt family 5 years ago. It was a prestigious and illustrious house. She had once been madly in love with the heir, Tristan. Sophia, wearing a white wedding dress, had exchanged vows with him before a sacred altar. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes full of happiness. Tristan. He leaned down to kiss the bride, but this happiness did not last long. Sophia held the young Adam, her eyes becoming hollow. Tristan turned his back on her and walked toward the door without stopping. After the marriage, her husband's attitude changed completely. The harsh mother-in-law followed closely. Sophia knelt on the ground, her back looking helpless. Catherine bit her fingertip, her eyes full of loathing. Her love for her husband turned into an obsession. Sophia killed her own heart and succumbed to her mother-in-law's control. That was how she became a true villain. If things continued like this, even Adam would. I don't want that. Tristan raised his fork and ate expressionlessly. Catherine elegantly cut her food, her brow showing cold indifference. The clatter of cutlery echoed in the silence. Sophia sat at the dining table. Adam reached for a water glass, but his fingers slipped. The glass shattered on the floor, shards flying everywhere. Catherine put down her utensils, her eyes full of disgust. Just how many things are you going to break? Are you satisfied now? Adam is already 3 years old, yet he can't even eat properly. She let out a long sigh, her brow showing exhaustion. You've been far too negligent in teaching the child, Sophia. Sophia turned and pulled the trembling Adam into her arms. Tristan had a mocking smile on his face. You should watch the child more carefully. Is something wrong with Adam? Someone like this isn't fit to be the heir. Sophia lowered her eyes, her pupils trembling slightly. The old Sophia would have remained silent, but that ends today. Sophia slammed her hand on the table. With all due respect, Mother, your 28-year-old son seems to have quite a few problems as well. Catherine's expression froze. Tristan stopped his wine glass, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Sophia propped her cheek on her hand, a mocking smile on her lips. Oh my, did you really think I didn't know? Catherine gritted her teeth, her eyes cold. What nonsense are you talking about? Sophia spread her hands. You know very well in your heart, Mother. Your son neglects his duties as a duke, spends extravagantly, and indulges in alcohol all day long. Tristan was laughing loudly amidst the smell of alcohol, holding 2 women with his wine glass held high. Sophia stared at Tristan, a cold light reflecting in her eyes. Most importantly, he is having an affair with a woman of low status. The maid covered her mouth in horror. Tristan stood up abruptly, his chair scraping harshly against the floor. Cold sweat slid down his temples. Calm down. Don't get angry. Sophia lowered her eyes. A man who uses his status to toy with women. I despise people like that the most. Tristan's face turned bright red, his hands shaking, and a muffled sound came from his throat. Sophia held Adam's shoulder. A child grows up watching their parents' backs. Besides, what have you ever done for this child? Have you fulfilled even a shred of your responsibility as a father? Catherine slammed the table. Are you prepared for the consequences? Sophia's lips curled up. Of course. She reached her hand back, and the butler handed her a stack of papers. Sophia's finger slid across the page. Divorce papers. As of today, I am divorcing you. Tristan looked dazed. Sophia, are you serious? Sophia took Adam's hand. She walked straight toward the main door, her skirt fluttering in the air. Catherine screamed behind her, wait. What do you plan to do about Adam? That child is the heir to the Grandcourt family. Sophia's gaze was icy. If that's the case, you should have shown him a little more love from the start. Catherine took a step forward. Where do you think you're going? Sophia pushed open the heavy doors. Isn't it obvious? I'm going back to my parents' house. Catherine and Tristan stood frozen in place, their pupils shaking with shock. The carriage sped down the tree-lined path, wheels crunching over gravel. Sophia leaned back against the velvet seat. Adam curled up by her side. If they stayed with those people, anyone would rot. Leaving the Grandcourt family wasn't a problem because Sophia's family, the Medini family, possessed incredible wealth. She had to use every advantage. The carriage stopped before a magnificent iron gate. Sophia took Adam's hand and stepped down, her leather shoes making a crisp sound on the stone path. Sophia looked toward the windows, glowing with warm light. It seemed a banquet was being held inside. Melodious music floated out. The butler bowed. Shall we enter through the back door? Sophia turned her head. Why? This is the perfect opportunity to greet everyone. The doors were thrown open. Sophia spread her arms and stepped into the brilliant lights. The guests turned their heads one after another, wine glasses stopping at their lips. Whispers spread through the hall. Isn't that Lady Sophia? Sophia took a deep breath and stood tall. Her father wouldn't ignore her in front of so many guests. He couldn't ignore me. She held Adam's hand with a bright smile. I'm back. Sophia and Adam stopped in the center of the ballroom. Her gaze locked onto the tall figure ahead. It was a man, Olivier Medini, Sophia's father. As the head of the Medini family, he had risen to the rank of duke through his wealth and was the absolute ruler of this territory. Olivier looked down at his daughter with coldness in his eyes. Sophia, why are you here? Before transmigrating to this world, I was a salesperson for a food company. Back then, I was always running between clients. No matter how unreasonable their demands, I would smile and accept them all. Sari and I sat alone, exhausted from overwork. Her juniors always pushed their work onto her, and her boss turned a blind eye, even scolding her for being too subservient to clients. A manga about a villainous young lady was her only escape from reality. If only she could be rich like the protagonist. Student loans were suffocating her, and her poor family couldn't provide any support. She could only cling to this stable job. Sari and I slumped over her keyboard, fingers in her hair. If only I had more money. If only I could escape all of this. Her phone vibrated violently. Sari and I answered, her pupils shrinking in fear. Her junior had messed up an important client, causing heavy losses. She stood in the hallway, looking frail. Her boss's roar came through the door. She was the one being made the scapegoat. The boss stood with arms crossed. Do you even understand what supervisory responsibility means? Sari and I stood with her head down. I've endured long enough. Does this life really have to continue? Why was she the only one being demoted? She gritted her teeth. It wasn't fair, but she was used to swallowing her anger. Sari and I stepped onto the stairs and suddenly lost her footing. Losing her balance, she fell backward. If only I could live a little more freely. Her consciousness fell into endless darkness. Starlight scattered in her eyes. Perhaps that was why I transmigrated into this world. Olivier looked down at his daughter, whom he hadn't seen in years. You suddenly appear now. What exactly happened? Adam clung tightly to Sophia's skirt, his eyes full of unease. Sophia's expression was calm. I got a divorce, for my sake and for Adam's. A commotion broke out among the guests. Whispers rose one after another. Sophia's lips curved into an arc, her hand gently touching her chest. And I want to live here again as part of the family. Olivier raised his hand. You selfish girl. How can you say such things now? Sophia tilted her head, looking confused. Olivier's pupils trembled as he stared at his young grandson. Adam looked up, his cheeks flushing. Olivier suddenly opened his arms, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Welcome back. It's so good that you're back. Sophia froze in place, her lips slightly parted. Adam blinked his big eyes. Grandpa? Olivier scooped Adam up and rubbed his cheek against the child's small face. That's right, I'm Grandpa. Sophia watched this. Father. Olivier cleared his throat to hide his loss of composure. You two must be tired from the journey. Go and have a good rest. Welcome home. Sophia stood there, her finger touching her chest, her eyes shimmering. Sophia soaked in a huge bathtub, the steam rising. I knew they were rich, but this is an exaggeration. A maid stood by the pool and bowed slightly. Lady Sophia, the meal is ready. Sophia splashed the water and replied softly, thank you. The long table was filled with exquisite desserts. Strawberry tarts were piled like a mountain, and roast chicken gave off an inviting aroma. Every dish was as delicate as a work of art. Sophia stood dazed before the table, her pupils shaking. The Medini family's wealth was beyond imagination. She sat at the table. Do we eat this much every day? An elegant woman sat at the head of the table, sipping tea. Good morning, Sophia. Sophia gave a slight bow. Good morning, Mother. I wasn't able to greet you properly yesterday. Her mother put down the teacup. Indeed, you returned so suddenly and went straight to rest. Sophia looked around. Where is Adam? The mother had a smile on her face. He's with your father. Olivier lifted Adam and swung him gently in the air. Adam opened his arms and let out a cheerful laugh, his short golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. Sophia watched from his side. Adam could actually laugh that happily. Olivier cleared his throat, hiding the smile at the corner of his mouth. You must be exhausted. Make sure to eat plenty. Sophia nodded in response. Yes. She picked up her teacup. I'm truly grateful to you both. The mother froze, her pupils dilating slightly. Sophia actually said thank you? She pressed the back of her hand to her cheek, her eyes turning red. You must have suffered a lot. Sophia gave a brilliant smile. Yes, that's right. Her mother looked relieved. It's all right. It's good that you're back. Your father has been saving money for you, just for a moment like this. Sophia was stunned. Her mother's eyes were tender. Parents always want to lend a hand when their child is in trouble. That is the heart of a parent. Sophia's eyes welled up, her fingers tightly clutching the ribbon at her chest. Her mother held her shoulder. We were always worried about you. After you married, you cut off all contact with home. Sophia lowered her eyes. I'm sorry. In the original novel, Sophia never managed to ask for help until the very end. Her mother seemed to remember something. Oh, there's something else I need to tell you. A maid walked in quickly and whispered in her mother's ear. Madam, excuse the interruption. Her mother gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, we'll talk later. Sophia sat alone at the dining table, watching her mother's departing back. Sunlight filled the conservatory garden where flowers were in full bloom. Adam lay in Sophia's arms, breathing evenly. A peaceful smile played on Sophia's lips. Before transmigrating, I was distant from my parents. If I had married and had a child then, would things have been different? Since I've transmigrated, I might as well relax completely. Speaking of which, what did Mother want to say? What was it? At that moment, I was too excited and forgot that this paradise was about to face a crisis. Swords clashed, sparks flying. Leo stepped aside to avoid the blade, his own long sword sweeping across an encounter. Lucas gritted his teeth to block, his arm muscles bulging. The blades ground against each other with a piercing screech. Leo suddenly exerted force, breaking the other's defense. The longsword flew from Lucas's hand high into the air, spinning under the blazing sun. Lucas spread his hands and sighed helplessly. Give me a break. Take it easy once in a while. Leo sheathed his sword, his expression cold. Be serious. Lucas, the tournament is coming up. Lucas shouldered his sword with a smile. Well, the winner will definitely be you anyway, Leo Lauren. Lucas waved a hand clad in a black glove. You're going home today, right? Speaking of which, the daughter of the house you're staying at has returned to her parents' home, hasn't she? Leo stroked his white horse's mane. It has nothing to do with me. Adam woke up in the conservatory and murmured softly, Mother. Sophia rubbed her eyes and sat up. How long did I sleep? No need to worry about time. It feels so good to sleep during the day. She stretched, and Adam followed suit, raising his small arms. Their movements were in sync. Sophia took Adam's hand. It's getting chilly. Let's go inside. The two walked through the long corridor. This place was like a maze. It felt like one could get lost at any moment. Adam let go of her hand and ran toward a vase, reaching out to touch a fallen red flower. A harsh scolding exploded in his mind. Don't touch things recklessly. Adam's pupils shrank, his whole body trembling violently as his breathing became rapid. "I'm sorry." He suddenly pulled his hand back, burying his head deep as his body curled into a ball. Sophia knelt down and softly called his name. Adam. He was still afraid. The things from the Grand Core family, those memories wouldn't go away. Sophia reached out, her fingertips touching his cheek. "From now on, you could do anything you want. Anytime, anywhere." Adam looked up, tears in his eyes. "Is it really okay?" Sophia gave a gentle smile. "Yes. Since we're here, why don't we explore together? This room." She took Adam's small hand again and walked toward the light. The two looked up at the towering bookshelves. This was the library. She opened a heavy ancient book, her finger sliding over the yellowed pages. Adam leaned his head in, staring curiously at the complex text. A maid brought tea and snacks to the side. Sophia pushed open the next door. In the display room, there was a giant stone sculpture. Adam stopped before the statue, looking up at the pair of stone wings. Sophia changed into a magnificent blue gown and a sparkling crown, twirling lightly in the dressing room. Her skirt billowed like waves as the maids surrounding her let out surprised gasps of admiration. Sophia marveled at how they really had everything here. But there aren't many things suitable for a child to play with here, are there? Adam leaned on the windowsill, chin on his hand, his eyes reflecting loneliness. Sophia suddenly clapped her hands. "I've got it." The Duke sat at his desk, finger to his chin, brow furrowed. Even if Sophia accepted that child, could she really raise Adam well? In his memory, Sophia was always selfishly pushing away her books, shouting that she hated studying, and even stealing young Clarissa's dolls, making the girl cry. The Duke leaned over his desk and let out a heavy sigh. The door was pushed open softly. Sophia poked half her body in, a brilliant smile on her face. "Father, I have a favor to ask of you." The Duke looked up, his eyes filled with doubt. At the manor gates, carriages lined up in a long row. Porters carried heavy wooden crates, bustling through the courtyard. Sophia stood with her hands on her hips before a mountain of gift boxes, looking proud. Behind her followed the butler, drenched in sweat. Adam held the Duke's hand and looked up to ask, "Where's Mother?" The Duke looked down at his grandson. "She's receiving guests. Shall we play for a bit while we wait?" Sophia waved the blueprints in her hand, pointing at the porters. "Hurry up and move these. Got all of them inside." Adam tilted his head, his eyes full of confusion. Sophia held a giant rabbit plushie, directing the servants to set up a slide. She opened her arms, looking excited. "All right, mission accomplished." The Duke and Duchess took Adam's hands. "Come on, Adam, let's go." Adam held his breath and pushed open the heavy door. Sophia stood before a toy castle, smiling brightly. "Adam, all of this is for you." Adam fidgeted with his fingers, his voice barely audible. "Really? Can I really have all of this?" Sophia's gaze was tender. "Of course." Adam reached out his small hand and gripped a wooden sword, raising it high above his head. He hugged the wooden sword tight, his eyes bright. "Mother, thank you." Sophia watched him, her brow full of gentleness. From now on, a child should act like a child. It's almost time for snacks. I wonder what delicious treats they prepare today. Adam held his wooden sword and followed Sophia with small steps, walking through the corridor bathed in the evening glow. He suddenly quickened his pace and ran alone into the depths of the garden. The startled maid shouted behind him. Adam ran through the lush flower beds and stopped under the shade of a tree, staring ahead. A cold voice rang out. "Who are you?" Adam gasped in terror. The wooden sword slipped from his hand and fell heavily onto the stone floor. Leo was shirtless, a long sword gripped firmly in his hand. Sophia rushed forward and pulled Adam into her arms. Leo was expressionless, his gaze cold. This is no place for a child to be. Sophia gritted her teeth, anger burning in her pupils as she glared at the man before her. What right did he have to shout at a child? Just who is this guy? Sophia held Adam tight, her gaze sharp as a blade. How can you point a sword at a child? Who exactly are you? Leo remained silent, his expression stern. The butler came running from afar. "Lord Lauren." Sophia's pupils trembled slightly. "Lord Lauren?" Leo returned the wooden sword to Adam, who took it tremblingly. Sophia recalled. Could it really be this person? The hero recorded in the novel. Knight Commander Leo Lauren, heir to a ducal house and the strongest swordsman of the North. To restore order, he had personally imprisoned the maddened Sophia. Adam was exiled as an accomplice, Sophia was confused. Why would such a hero be here? Wasn't his territory in the north? The Duke sat on the sofa, palms spread. He came to the capital on official business last month. His father is an old friend of mine. Leo said, I'm staying here by the grace of Lord Medini. Sophia lowered her head slightly, apologizing for her previous rudeness. I didn't know. Leo looked at Adam. Sorry for scaring you. Adam hid by Sophia's side, timidly poking his head out to look at the man. Leo's gaze was cold. However, I must reiterate, this is a dangerous place that a child should not approach. As a mother, shouldn't you keep a better eye on him? The butler and maid bowed their heads, looking terrified. We are very sorry. It was our oversight. Sophia looked up and looked Leo in the eye. It is my responsibility, but I didn't expect anyone to be holding a meeting in the garden. Since we'll be living under the same roof from now on, I hope you could be a bit more understanding. Adam lowered his head, hands tightly gripping the wooden sword, his voice trembling. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful from now on. Leo looked at him. I see. One more thing. No matter what happens, never drop your sword. On the battlefield, that is a matter of life and death. As a man, you must protect those that who need you. Adam held the wooden sword tight, his knuckles turning white. Yes. Leo withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. Then, I'll take my leave. Sophia's brow furrowed. What was that? This is a home, not a battlefield. The Duke pressed his hand to his forehead, looking embarrassed. I didn't think you'd be coming back. Should I have him move out? Sophia picked up her teacup with elegant movements. Please don't, father. I don't mind. She sipped her tea, eyes lowered. Providing lodging for public officials is the duty of capital nobles, isn't it? Her mother chuckled behind her hand. You would never have agreed to such a thing before. Since it's for official business, he probably won't stay long. We'll be able to attend the May festival together next year. That sounds wonderful. Sophia suddenly froze, her pupils shaking. Are you saying we're going to be together for a whole year? She leaned on the windowsill, watching Leo's figure below. So this is what he looked like when he was young. Handsome, but completely lacking in charm. The maids in the distance were screaming and cheering with flushed faces, but he remained expressionless and didn't even turn his head. Sophia puffed out her cheeks. He's staying at the Medini house, yet he's going to punish the daughter of this house? What a rigid fellow. Though Sophia had brought that on herself. She withdrew her gaze and stretched. Whatever. None of that matters now. I just want to enjoy the present. Staying at home all the time. That is too boring. A maid approached, looking excited. Would you like to go for a walk in town? Sophia took the maid's hand, her eyes sparkling. That sounds like a good idea. I want a change of pace, and I want Adam to see more of the outside world. Sunlight fell on the streets, and colorful flags fluttered in the wind. The mother and son took to the streets. Sophia held Adam's hand as they moved through the bustling market. Tell me whatever you want. Adam stopped in front of a shop window, staring at the neatly arranged toy soldiers. I've already received so much. Sophia's gaze was tender. As long as you like it, it's fine. Doesn't this room look cool? A red-haired woman turned around, her expression one of shock. Sophia? Sophia, turn around. What? The red-haired woman suddenly grabbed Sophia's wrist with uncontrolled force. Is it really Sophia? Sophia froze, her eyes trembling. Yes. The red-haired woman lunged forward and hugged Sophia tightly with incredible strength. She buried her head in Sophia's shoulder, tears streaming down. I was so worried about you. Sophia looked up. Wait a second. Who are you exactly? The red-haired woman, face covered in tears, looked hurt. After all this time, you don't recognize me? It's me, Mariana, your best friend. Sophia froze, her pupils shaking. The maid held up a parasol and reminded them softly, My lady, why don't we find a place to sit and talk? Mariana wiped her tears and agreed immediately. Yes, let's do that. Sophia and Adam stood side by side, looking dazed, falling into silence. Adam held his juice and tilted his head to look at Mariana. Are you my mother's friend? Mariana gave a brilliant smile. That's right. It's nice to meet you. Sophia picked up her teacup, her fingers tracing the rim. Mariana, that eccentric person who always followed Sophia no matter how she was treated. After the Civil War ended, she had tried to help Sophia, only to completely enrage that madwoman by acting on her own. Sophia stared at her reflection in the tea. This was a character I killed with my own hands. Mariana sat by the window, her profile bathed in light. I'm so relieved to see you're doing well. We haven't seen each other since your wedding, have we? Sophia sat at the table. Has it really been that long? Mariana clasped her hands, fingers twisting together. That's right. I could never see you, and my letters went unanswered. I thought I'd never see you again. Sophia watched her. What was this? It turned out Sophia had been loved like this. She spoke up. Sorry, a lot of things happened, but I'm back now. Mariana laughed through her tears. That's wonderful. So, everything's fine now, right? You'll keep our promise, won't you? Sophia sat at the table, her fingers sliding across the stationery. Regarding the thing they talked about that day, she invited me to a gathering of friends. She wanted me to go with her and even told me to dress up well. Sophia propped her chin on her hand, her gaze lingering. Is this the so-called promise? Back in the Grandcourt family, she was never allowed to go out and attend gatherings. She could only watch others talking under the lights. Sophia stepped into the courtyard, propping up her lace parasol. Her layered skirts spread out around her. It had been a long time since she had appeared in public. Sophia looked down at Adam and softly asked if he was ready. Adam nodded in response. Yes, he said, stepping onto the stairs and reaching out his hand. I want to go with Mother. A smile played on the corners of Sophia's lips. That's very reassuring. Sunlight flooded the courtyard. A white pavilion stood amidst the flowers, and a long table was laden with tea and refreshments. The guests gathered together, their gazes crossing. Is that Sophia? When was the last time she appeared in public? Who on earth invited her? Sophia led Adam into the venue, listening to the whispers around her. It seems I'm quite popular. Mariana waved her hands and ran forward. Sophia, you really came? I'm so happy. Sophia nodded slightly, her eyes tender. Thank you for giving me the chance to fulfill our promise, Mariana. Mariana gazed at her, sensing the atmosphere had changed. Sophia said, it's because various things happened after I got married. Mariana bent down and took Adam's hand. You even brought Adam. What a good boy. Adam waved his small hand with a bright smile. Hello. Sophia tilted her head, her eyes showing confusion. So about that promise, what exactly did I do wrong? Mariana's smile faded, and her gaze became meaningful. Do you really not remember it all? Sophia gave a dry laugh, avoiding the other's gaze. The novel didn't mention this part at all. Mariana leaned closer and lowered her voice. Remember that ball? You stained Lady Annette's dress, but pushed the blame onto me, then went straight home. You promised me, then, that as an apology, you'd grant me one request. Remember? Sophia lowered her head, her long hair obscuring her face. Even if she wasn't a villainess, she certainly would have done something like that. Her gaze swept over the surroundings. The guests were still whispering. A voice called out, you finally showed up. A strange woman dressed in a purple gown fluttered her feather fan, a sneer on her lips. Mariana responded, hello, Deborah. The brunette woman pressed closer. I haven't seen you at a tea party lately. After all, it seems you don't have any other friends. The companions behind her covered their mouths and snickered with contemptuous eyes. But today, it seems you didn't come alone. Sophia walked over, holding Adam's hand. Her expression was calm. Deborah's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth. How rare to see someone from the Grandcourt family, or should I say, Lady Sophia of the Medina family. She burst into a shrill laugh, bending over from the force of it. Her companions followed suit, laughing loudly. Mariana leaned toward Sophia and whispered, that's Deborah of the Montauban family. Ever since you stopped appearing, she started becoming insufferable. Deborah stopped laughing, her gaze sharp. Long time no see. You seem to be doing well. Sophia's lips curled slightly, her eyes calm. It has indeed been a long time. The brunette woman said, I'm surprised you have the face to show up again. Is it because you're single now and in a hurry to find a new man? Mariana took a sudden step forward, fuming. How dare you be so rude? This is too much. Deborah's lips held a sneer. The atmosphere is always so good when Mariana is around. Where did your usual elegance go? Mariana clenched her hands. Her face flushed red, but she said nothing. Deborah glanced sideways at Adam. I heard you even brought the child back to your parents' house. News travels fast. After all, you've always been quite the center of attention. Adam gripped Sophia's skirt tightly, his eyes showing unease. Sophia stroked Adam's head with a composed expression. You're quite well informed. Deborah let out a cold laugh. Who doesn't know? Back then, you made such a scene just to have Tristan all to yourself, even driving away all the young ladies. And yet, a few years later, you leave Tristan with a child. How pathetic. Giggles broke out around them. Guests whispered behind their hands, their eyes scanning Sophia. Sophia straightened her back, her expression serene. I apologize for my behavior back then. Rest assured, such things won't happen again. Since this is a special gathering, why don't we have some constructive conversation for the sake of the future? Deborah froze in place, broken syllables catching in her throat. Mariana took Sophia's hand. You've changed a lot, haven't you? After having a child, you've become more settled, more like a true, noble lady. Sophia turned her head and shared a smile with Mariana. Adam stood obediently by her side. Deborah's face twisted, her eyes full of malice. What is this? I thought she would fly into a rage like before. I have to get rid of her more thoroughly. Don't act so magnanimous. If your dress gets ruined, can you still stay silent? She reached out and snatched a wine glass from a servant's tray. Red liquid sloshed in the glass. Sophia seemed to sense something and slightly turned her head. Deborah swung her arm violently. Show your true colors. Adam's eyes widened, and he fearfully reached out his hand, letting out a scream. Sophia turned her head, her eyes icy. She reached back and caught Deborah's wrist. Deborah's eyes widened as the wine glass shook violently in her fingers. Sophia took the opportunity to grab her waist and used her strength to spin Deborah around. The guests all looked over as they spun in place. Sophia steadied herself, a mocking smile on her lips. Oh dear, you should be more careful when you walk. She let go, leaving Deborah staggering to find her footing. This isn't a ballroom, after all. We can save this dance for next time. Deborah gasped for breath. What? Sophia leaned close to her ear, her eyes devoid of mirth. How about we end this here for today? You wouldn't want to embarrass yourself further, would you? The guests whispered among themselves, the murmurs rising and falling. Deborah stood frozen, cold sweat sliding down her cheek. Her companions pulled at her arm. Let's go. Deborah pointed at Sophia and shouted, no matter how much you pretend to be a good person, it doesn't change the fact that you brought shame to Lord Tristan. Sophia stood quietly, her gaze calm. So that's how it is. Deborah stepped forward. You're a madwoman who stole the Grand Court bloodline. You will pay the price one day. Sophia brushed her hair by her ear, a mocking smile on her lips. What harsh words. Adam hugit Sophia tightly. Mother, are you okay? Sophia knelt down and gently stroked his cheek. I'm fine. Thank you for warning me of the danger. You were very observant. Adam lowered his head, his fingers tugging at his collar. She said your dress was dirty. Sophia's expression shifted as she gazed at Adam. Did she really say that? Adam opened his arms. Mother, the way you spun just now was so cool. It was amazing. Mariana hugged Adam from behind, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That's right. Teach me that move too. Sophia sighed helplessly. I told you, this isn't a ballroom. In the distance, Leo held a wine glass, watching the noisy crowd. Feeling something, Sophia turned her head toward the other side of the flower bushes. Leo stood in the shadow of the trees, his gaze cold and majestic. Night fell, and the Duke's mansion was brightly lit. Sophia collapsed on her bed, exhausted. During dinner, Adam had almost fallen asleep on his plate. Sophia sat at the table. Adam, hold on just a bit longer. We're almost done eating. Sophia leaned down to look at Adam's youthful face, her gaze softening. Even if it was for Adam's sake, the fact that I separated him from his father remains true. I don't think I made the wrong choice. But no matter what I say, my feelings will never reach him. It's always been this way. Adam slowly opened his eyes. His pupils reflected the faint light. He reached out a small hand and gently stroked his mother's forehead. I understand. Everything Mother has done for me. He leaned closer to Sophia and whispered softly, Mother, I love you. Sophia lay on her side on the bed, a tear sliding down her face and onto the pillow. So warm. Adam's pure love was slowly melting away the pain of the past. Adam leaned close to her face, his eyes full of concern. Is Mother hurt? Sophia shook her head. She covered her face, tears pouring out uncontrollably. It's for another reason. Adam reached out his arms and hugged Sophia tightly. Sophia suddenly rolled over and pulled Adam into her embrace. Thank you. This makes me very happy. You are truly very considerate and kind. Just like that time. It's as if you can see into people's hearts. Has this ability already begun to awaken at such a young age? The hereditary power of the Grand Court family was flowing through his body. A green gemstone lay in a box, reflecting a piercing light. Sophia stared at the ring in disbelief. Stolen goods? The Duchess lowered her eyes, her expression grave. It appears so. Adam leaned toward the mirror, looking confused. What does stolen goods mean? Sophia patiently explained. It refers to things stolen from other people or shops. Leo's gaze was cold. A jewelry store in a neighboring country was robbed recently. The knights shared the list of stolen items, and that's how we found this. Sophia turned to him. Then the merchant who brought this is the culprit? Leo shook his head. No, he's also a victim. He bought the stolen goods without knowing. The Duchess stroked her face, worry etched between her brows. He's a familiar face, so I didn't suspect him at all. He kept apologizing. Leo said, since stolen goods have begun to circulate in the capital, we must act quickly. Please do not reveal this news to anyone to avoid causing a panic. Sophia rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. How did you find these items on the list? Leo picked up the box. This kind of gemstone with a color-changing effect is very rare. Moreover, this piece is much more expensive than the others, so it stands out. Sophia gave an awkward smile. As expected of the Medina family, Leo closed the box. I will keep this for the time being. The Duchess bowed slightly. I'll leave it to you. She let out a long sigh, her eyes full of regret. I really like that piece of jewelry. Adam reached out his small hand and gently patted the Duchess's shoulder, trying to comfort her. Sophia rested her cheek on one hand, deep in thought. Sunlight fell on the white walls of the mansion. Sophia stood in the middle of the street with her hands on her hips. Adam stood beside her, chest puffed out. Sophia shouted, So, Adam, what is today's mission? Adam raised his right hand and responded loudly, We're going to buy a new brooch for Grandma. Sophia pointed her index finger forward. Exactly. Then let's head out. Leo suddenly appeared behind her. What are you doing? Sophia shrieked in surprise. She jerked her shoulders back. Don't just pop up and talk to me. Leo rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, his gaze cold. Did you forget what I said earlier? Now is not the time to be wandering around. Lucas strolled over with a smile. All right. There's no need to be so worked up. Sophia tilted her head, her eyes confused. And you are? Lucas placed a hand over his chest and bowed slightly. This is the first time I've officially greeted you. Lady Sophia, my name is Lucas Dees. Sophia blinked. It's a pleasure to meet you, but I don't think I mentioned my name. Lucas pointed at Leo with a bright smile. He only initiates conversation with specific ladies. Sophia recalled the contents of the novel. He was Leo's mischievous friend. Lucas leaned closer to Sophia. What brings you out today? Sophia giggled behind her hand. Due to some circumstances, I want to buy some new jewelry for my mother. Leo stood to the side, his brow furrowed and his expression growing darker. Lucas pointed toward a stone building in the distance. In that case, that stone shop is famous for its high quality. I recommend it. Sophia turned her head, a smile on her lips. You seem very knowledgeable. Thank you. Lucas blinked and said lightheartedly, If you need anything, just call me. I'll appear instantly. Leo, turn around. We will stay nearby, but please don't draw attention to yourselves. Sophia looked helpless. He always has to add one more unnecessary comment. Sophia walked into the luxuriously decorated shop and looked at the clerk behind the counter. Could you show me some larger brooches? I want to give one to a family member as a gift. The clerk bowed slightly and led her to a display case. Of course. Please come this way. Four brooches were laid out on a tray, the gems sparkling under the lights. Sophia stared at the jewelry, lost in thought. Each piece is sparkling, but none of these have the same impact as the one I saw at home. The clerk said, These are the current popular styles. Do you have a preferred style? Sophia pondered. Perhaps they have that kind of stone here, though the chances are slim. She spoke up. Do you have any more unique styles? For example, gems that change color in the light? The clerk froze, surprise showing in her eyes. Pardon me, I just feel like this is fate. Her expression became excited. We actually just received some color-changing gemstone jewelry. Sophia's eyes widened, and she leaned forward slightly. What? The clerk's smile was bright. It's not uncommon for gems to choose their owners. Would you like to see them? Sophia and Adam exchange a glance. If they're authentic, that's fine, but they could also be the stolen goods. She looked at the clerk. Please show them to me. Several pieces of jewelry were placed on the tray, the green gems shimmering in the light. The clerk was all smiles. It's very rare to be able to display so many pieces at once. These raw stones are from very few sources. Sophia leaned down to look at the brooch. This piece is very similar to the one I saw before, but I haven't seen the stolen goods list, so I can't be sure. She narrowed her eyes. What if the shop is connected to the thieves? Adam tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Mother. Sophia snapped out of it and looked down at the child beside her. Adam's eyes were clear. That clerk isn't suspicious. Sophia was stunned, her expression bewildered. Adam, you can really tell? The clerk leaned down, looking a bit uneasy. Is there no style that catches your eye? Sophia set aside her doubts, a gentle smile on her lips. These are all very beautiful. May I ask which merchant group you purchased them from? The clerk pulled back a heavy curtain. Would you like to meet them? They've just returned from restocking. One man carried a heavy wooden box on his shoulder, a scar running across his face. The other wore a polite but oily smile. The clerk introduced them to Sophia. These two are Rick and Barney from the East Ditch Chamber of Commerce. Sophia peeked over, her pupils trembling with shock. These two look incredibly suspicious. Rick sat across from Sophia and introduced himself. I am Rick of the East Ditch Chamber of Commerce. He spread his black-gloved hand toward his burly companion. This is Barney. We are gemstone wholesalers. Sophia maintained a polite smile, but a trace of unease flickered in her eyes. I shouldn't judge by appearances, but these two don't look like honest businessmen at all. Barney's eyes crinkled into slits as he smiled smoothly. It is truly an honor to meet someone from a ducal family. Sophia covered her mouth and let out a soft laugh. Oh, how lucky. Barney took a document from his coat and pushed it across the table. These are rare items not found on the market. The East Ditch Chamber of Commerce insists on offering them to you. Sophia picked up the document. As she scrutinized it, her pupils contracted slightly. They say these are rare raw stones, but the price is ridiculously low. 7 brooches were neatly arranged in the display box, the gems reflecting a dim light. Each piece had intricate craftsmanship. Barney rubbed his gloved hands together, his smile becoming even more fawning. This is a fated encounter. We are offering a very special price. He thought to himself, the Medina family is a top-tier noble house. This is a perfect opportunity. Adam's eyes suddenly widened. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Barney's forehead. This guy Barney is overacting. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Barney's eyes, and his lips curled into a twisted arc. The Holy Knights have already started moving. I have to turn these stolen goods into cash quickly and get out of here. Adam's pupils trembled with unease. Sophia tapped her chin with her finger, lost in thought. This shop passed inspection, so the items aren't fakes. But the reason for intentionally lowering the price. She looked up, her gaze sharp as a blade. They want to get rid of them as quickly as possible. Adam suddenly grabbed her arm, his body shaking violently. He let out a short gasp. No. Sophia took Adam's hand. You know what I'm thinking, don't you? She turned her head, a polite smile on her lips. I would very much like to buy these, but may I consult with my family first? Rick and Barney looked panicked. We are leaving the capital tonight. If you don't decide now, I will take the goods with us. The clerk gasped. That's absurd. Sophia's brow furrowed. Letting these people escape with the goods is the worst possible outcome. What should I do? Leo would definitely recognize items from the stolen list. I have to stall for time. She spoke up. My brother is nearby. May I call him over? Sophia turned to Adam and whispered instructions. Go find Lord Leo. Adam nodded heavily. Okay, I'll be right back. Sophia closed her eyes and gripped her skirt tightly. Being outside is safer for him than facing these thieves. I must not let the villains who deceive my mother escape. Barney said, so you have a brother too. Sophia looked up, an elegant smile on her lips. He's not very friendly, but he's very rigorous and has a great eye for beautiful things. Adam ran through the streets. His footsteps hurried. 2 holy knights blocked his path. It's dangerous for a little boy to be alone in a place like this. Adam looked up. Is Lord Leo here? A knight bent down to ask, Your Lady Sophia's son, aren't you? What happened? Leo and Lucas walked up together, their capes fluttering in the wind. Lucas asked what happened. The moment Adam saw Leo, tears welled up in his eyes. He lunged into the man's arms. Lord Leo. He gripped Leo's uniform tightly, his voice trembling. The stolen goods mother mentioned. Leo picked Adam up and began striding forward. Is it that jewelry store from before? Adam nodded vigorously. Yes. Lucas followed close behind. You two come with me. The holy knights responded in unison. Yes, sir. Sophia leaned back on the sofa, her gaze sweeping over the dazzling array of jewelry on the table. Is this all? Don't underestimate the Medina family's wealth. Bring out all your stock. Barney and Rick were sweating profusely, constantly pulling jewelry from the box. Sophia had an arrogant smile on her lips. That one looks decent too. My acting as a villainess has finally come in handy today. Leo suddenly appeared in the doorway, his expression cold as ice. Sophia raised her face to look at the man standing in the shadows. Barney's face turned pale with fear, his legs shaking. The Holy Knights. Rick let out a beast-like roar, veins bulging on his forehead. "You woman, you dare to play me?" He swung a massive fist with a whistle of air toward Sophia. Sophia instinctively squeezed her eyes shut and curled her body back. Leo's figure blurred as he moved instantly. His hand firmly gripped Barney's collar. He lifted the hulking Barney with one hand and exerted a sudden force. He slammed him heavily onto the ground. His long sword cleared its scabbard, the tip resting against Barney's nose. "Consider yourself lucky. If you had touched her just now, you'd be a corpse by now." Two Holy Knights quickly stepped forward, crossing their swords at Barney's neck. Barney was stunned. He had been tossed aside like nothing. Adam came running in, crying, "Mother!" Sophia gently stroked Adam's cheek. "Thank you for getting help. You're not hurt, are you?" Adam shook his head, sobbing. "I was more worried about Mother." Sophia hugit Adam tightly. "You must have been terrified going for help alone. You saved me again, my little knight." Leo stood with his arms crossed, looking down at them. "Didn't I tell you not to draw attention? This is the second time you've let the child be alone." Sophia looked back, her gaze defiant. "I only had him leave first. That was safer than staying with the thieves." Leo's gaze was deep. "From your tone, it sounds like you knew they were thieves all along." Sophia looked him straight in the eye, her voice certain. "Yes." Leo was silent for a moment before slowly kneeling down. His gaze was level with hers. "I see." Sophia was stunned, her pupils dilating slightly. Leo said, "We'll talk about this later. First, we need to understand what happened in the shop. Please cooperate with the investigation." Sophia responded softly. "I understand." She took Adam's hand and stood up, doubts rising in her heart. Could it be that Leo knows something too? Leo sat on the sofa, holding a letter, his eyes scanning the lines with a grave expression. A knock sounded at the door. He turned his head. "Come in." Sophia pushed the door open, her long hair falling over her shoulders. Leo sighed. Even within the mansion, visiting a member of the opposite sex's room late at night is still inappropriate. Sophia laughed softly. "I wanted to tell you before the day ended, so please forgive my boldness." She bowed slightly. "Thank you for helping me earlier." Leo's tone was flat. "I only did what a holy knight is supposed to do." Sophia looked up, a hand over her heart. "I knew you would say that, but thanks to Lord Leo, I came out unscathed." Leo said, "It has been confirmed that those two were indeed members of the Thieves' Guild." He stood up. "How did you know? Does that have something to do with Adam?" Sophia took a deep breath, her hands tightly clasped, her expression serious. "Adam can read people's hearts. He possesses that power." Olivier sat on the sofa, his eyes full of shock. "Does Adam really have such an ability?" He frowned. "That's hard to believe." "Adam, try to guess what I'm thinking right now." Adam gave a bright smile, his eyes clear. He accurately captured the other's thoughts, and then lunged into his grandfather's arms. "I can read what you're thinking." Sophia watched this scene. "Don't tease Adam like that." The Duchess said, "He looks fierce when he's silent, but he's actually a gentle person." Olivier looked at the newspaper. "In any case, it's great that those thieves were caught." Leo bowed slightly. "Thank you for your cooperation in resolving this matter so quickly." Sophia waved her hand. "It was no trouble at all." She softly reminded Adam, "It's time to give it to her." Adam nodded, his eyes bright. He held up an exquisite jewelry box with both hands and presented it to the Duchess. The Duchess gasped in surprise. "What is this?" Adam gave a bright smile, his eyes crinkling like crescent moons. "It's a new brooch for Grandma. I'll pick it out too." The Duchess covered her mouth, her expression full of emotion. She took the jewelry box. "Thank you both." Olivier sat with his arms crossed, his expression serious. "Since you were involved, I should let you know that resolving this incident has added quite a bit to my workload." Sophia tilted her head and smiled. "Isn't that a good thing?" Olivier's expression was grave. "This involved the Imperial family. It's no small matter." Sophia let out a cry of surprise. "The Imperial family?" The Duchess hugged Adam. "It seems that jewelry store was a supplier to the Imperial family. So, indirectly, we've done the country a great favor." The Duke laughed loudly, his brow full of pride. "I am proud of my daughter and grandson." Adam sat beside his grandparents, and the three of them laughed brightly. Sophia watched this scene, her eyes full of tenderness. "I'm glad they can view Adam's ability in a positive light. If word gets out, people might try to exploit him. We must be even more cautious." Just like the Sophia in the novel, I must think of how to protect Adam. Leo watched her profile, his expression cold. You look like you have a lot on your mind. Sophia snapped out of it, her shoulders trembling slightly. I was just thinking about some things. Leo said, you shouldn't try to bear everything alone. That's also why I'm here. The corners of Sophia's mouth turned up slightly. Thank you. You've guessed my thoughts again. Leo said, I can usually anticipate these things. Sophia gazed at him, her heart fluttering. Does Lord Leo also have the ability to read minds? Leo lowered his eyes, avoiding her gaze. His lips curved slightly upward in a rare, soft expression. Who knows? What do you think? Sophia was stunned, her pupils dilating. She rubbed her eyes and leaned in to look at Leo's face. Did he just smile? Perhaps things would go more smoothly than expected. A servant ran over looking panicked, cold sweat on his brow. My lady, something has happened. Sophia's brow furrowed. What is it? The servant lowered his voice, his tone urgent. A person claiming to be a messenger from the Grandcourt family has just arrived at the manor. Sophia froze in place, her eyes wide. What? The attendants looked hesitant. They insisted on seeing young Master Adam, their attitude very forceful. Sophia's gaze was icy, her pupils narrowing slightly. Adam sat on the grass with a paintbrush in hand, surrounded by two maids. It sounds so noisy outside. Are there guests? Heavy footsteps approached. Blades of grass were roughly trampled down as several tall, dark shadows that loomed over them. Adam looked up, his face instantly turning pale. His pupils trembled violently, and the crayon in his hand dropped into the grass. Tristan stood at the front with a smile on his lips, yet his eyes were exceptionally cold. Adam, so you're here. He opened his arms. Come, it's time to go home. The headline on the newspaper was clear. Thieves Guild wiped out. Imperial family praises Sophia, Medina's assistants. Catherine stared at the newspaper, her gaze dark and cold. Is that really so? Tristan picked up his teacup and took an elegant sip of black tea. Catherine grit her teeth and suddenly swung her arm, sending the teacup flying. This infuriates me. Tristan's gaze was indifferent. That spoiled brat couldn't possibly help anyone. Catherine bit her nails, her brow furrowed. No matter how you look at it, this makes no sense. How on earth did she do it? It must be Adam. She's using the power of the Grandcourt family. Tristan's brow creased slightly, using the poison star to catch criminals. Is she trying to restore her own reputation in social circles? What a roundabout way of doing things. He closed his eyes, his tone disdainful. If it were me, I would save the commoners directly and make them my allies. Regardless, we can never let her exploit our family's power. We must bring Adam back immediately. Tristan's lips curled upward. In that case, I will go fetch him personally. Adam's power should serve the interests of the Grandcourt family. Tristan opened his arms with a radiant smile. Adam, you've rested long enough, haven't you? It's time to end all this. Let's go home. Adam's shoulders jerked back, his pupils trembling violently. Tristan tilted his head slightly. Why don't you answer? He took a step forward. Are you so happy you're speechless? Well, it doesn't matter. His black leather shoe came down hard, crushing the blue crayon on the grass. Tristan stopped and looked down at his toe, his gaze instantly turning chilling. You've dirted my shoe. Adam kept his head low, his body shaking uncontrollably where he stood. A maid spread her arms to block the way, her expression frantic. Please wait. She stared at Tristan, her voice trembling yet firm. I heard that young Master Adam would be staying with the Medina family from now on. There was no mention of him returning. An attendant stepped forward. A mere servant dares to defy the Duke? A heavy palm struck the maid, causing her to lose her balance. She fell backward onto the grass with a muffled thud. Another maid cried out, Alice. Tristan leaned down, bringing his face close to the maid's, a mocking smile on his lips. Adam is the heir to the Grandcourt family. It's only natural for him to return to the family of his birth, isn't it? The maid held Adam tightly. We are servants of the Medina family. Since the young lady has given no such order, we cannot let you take him. Alice stood up and blocked Tristan's path to Adam, her expression stern. Tristan smiled again. Adam has always been a good, obedient boy, right? Adam's pupils shrank. Tristan leaned close to his ear, a cruel smile on his face. If you don't listen, do you know what will happen to the people around you? You should know very well. If I don't go back, will Mother and everyone else be in danger? Alice shouted, Please leave this place at once. Adam closed his eyes tight, tears sliding down his cheeks. The maid looked at him tenderly. Don't worry. You are free to decide where you want to stay. Adam took a step forward. I'm not going. He squeezed his eyes shut and screamed. You're mean. You hit her. I'm not going. Tristan's smile froze, his brow clouding over with darkness. Since when did you start daring to speak like that? Sophia stepped in front of Adam. Well said, Adam. That's my son. Adam looked up, staring blankly at her back, tears still clinging to the corners of his eyes. Tristan's lips curled up again. Oh, Sophia. Sophia met his gaze directly, her expression cold. Welcome, Lord Grand Cour. I'll take it from here. Sophia crossed her arms, her expression indifferent. Tristan spread his hands with a hypocritical smile. It's been a long time. You look like you're doing well. Sophia tilted her head slightly. I'm not here for small talk. Let's get straight to the point. Tristan's smile faded. Fine. I'm just here to pick up Adam. Sophia met his gaze, her voice firm. Adam said he doesn't want to leave. I have no intention of letting go, either. He'll be raised in the Medina household. You needn't worry about him anymore. Tristan raised a hand to his forehead, looking weary. I thought time would soften your attitude. Sophia replied, but you're still the same. At least Adam can speak for himself now. For that alone, thought saving him from that cage was worth it. Tristan lowered his head. I see. I understand. So, you're the one who corrupted Adam. Sophia's brow furrowed, her eyes cold. What nasty way to put it. Tristan gave a cold laugh. He's just a child. It's only natural for him to reflect his mother's selfishness. Sophia met his gaze, her tone mocking. Selfishness? How so? Tristan turned around. He has turned into a child who dares to defy his father. How disgraceful. I will never leave him in a place like this. Adam stood in the distance, his large blue eyes filled with terror. Tristan reached out with a fake smile. This is for your own good. Adam, come home with father. Sophia looked up, her gaze icy. Adam said he doesn't want to go with you. Tristan crossed his arms and laughed coldly. He's only 3. He can't possibly make his own decisions. This is just the parent's selfishness. Sophia's gaze was resolute. The point isn't about right or wrong. Adam has already made his choice. Is respecting a child's wishes truly selfishness? She reached out, and gently took Adam's small hand. No matter the outcome, isn't it a parent's responsibility to stay by their children's side and protect them? Adam looked up, staring blankly at Sophia as the fear in his eyes gradually dissipated. Tristan clenched his fists. If something happens, can you take responsibility? Sophia's expression remained calm. I am prepared. Tristan grit his teeth, his facial muscles twisting with rage. Sophia said, by the way, that the divorce agreement has already settled the custody issue. Don't forget what you did to the maid just now. If you don't want to be prosecuted, I suggest you leave immediately. Tristan abruptly turned and left. His attendants looked at each other and quickly followed. My lord, please wait for us. Tristan walked with long strides. It seems this will take more time. We'll talk another day. Sophia softly called out to Adam. Alice, Sierra, you were both so cool just now. The 3 of them blushed, their eyes becoming determined. Adam suddenly threw himself into Sophia's arms. Olivier rested his chin on his crossed hands, his expression dark. That bastard, to move while I wasn't around. Truly shameless. Should I arrange 20 guards to protect them? Sophia waved her hands, looking helpless. That would be suffocating. Please don't do that. Olivier looked at Leo beside him. Since you're staying in the territory, please stay by their side at all times. I hate to worry you, but this would truly put my mind at ease. Leo nodded slightly. Sophia sat on the sofa, holding Adam in her arms. To have the nerve to barge into the Medina house. Who knows what they'll do next? We must remain vigilant. Adam looked up at Sophia. Is there anything I can do? I'd be happy if I could do something to cheer everyone up. Sophia raised an index finger. How about writing a letter? You can thank Alice and the others for their help. Adam asked, do you think they'll be happy to receive a letter from me? Sophia smiled. Of course. Your grandfather might even dance with joy. Adam covered his cheeks, his face turning red. If I secretly write a letter to Mother, will she be surprised? Leo was standing behind them at some point, looking down at Adam. Adam suddenly turned around, his blue pupils trembling. Leo was expressionless, but a hint of confusion showed in his eyes. Leo sat at the round table, watching Adam opposite him. Why am I here again? Adam looked up. You said you'd stay by my side. Leo looked away, his brow furrowed. I didn't mean it like that. Never mind. He leaned over to look at the drawing paper in Adam's hand. What are you drawing? Adam held up the paper. Flowers and birds. Because Mother likes them. He pushed a piece of white paper toward Leo. Will Lord Leo join me? Leo was silent for a moment before picking up a brush. Adam leaned on the table, holding his breath as he watched. His pupils widened in surprise. Mariana pushed open the door, her expression anxious. Lord Tristan has arrived. Sophia lowered her eyes, her fingertip tracing the rim of her teacup. Oh, really? Sorry for the intrusion. She sat on a bench, surrounded by several maids. Mariana wondered, why now of all times? Sophia rested her cheek on one hand. Could it be he saw something in the newspaper and suddenly started missing the child? Mariana said, I saw it too. You caught the internal thieves, right? I wish I could have seen you in action up close. Sophia set down her teacup, a light smile on her lips. I was there, but it was Lord Leo who actually caught them. Mariana's expression became hesitant. Speaking of Lord Leo, is everything okay? Sophia tilted her head. What do you mean? Mariana lowered her voice. He's very handsome, but he's always so stern. I heard he's cold toward women and that many subordinates have run away out of fear. Sophia was stunned. He does look stern and distant, but it's not like he never smiles. Mariana covered her mouth, a blush spreading across her face. Sophia frowned. Wait, what's with that look? Don't get any weird ideas, okay? Mariana said, I just think your reaction is a bit strange. Sophia closed her eyes. Dealing with Tristan has already exhausted me. I'm in no mood for jokes. Besides, there's Leo. Leo stood by the door and tapped on the frame. Sorry for the intrusion. Mariana's eyes sparkled. He's so handsome. Sophia turned toward the door. Speak of the devil. Leo said, Adam has asked you to come to his room. Sophia's eyes widened slightly in confusion. Adam? Adam was standing by the wall, which was covered in colorful drawings. Sophia asked, what are these? Adam opened his arms. These are all letters from Mother. Sophia stood frozen. For me? Adam looked up with a bright smile. Thank you, Mother, for everything you've done for me. Sophia covered her reddening face, her pupils trembling. Adam pulled a drawing from his vest and handed it to Mariana. I prepared one for you, too. Sophia held Adam's hand and pointed at the drawings on the wall. You drew so many. Are these flowers? Adam stood on his tiptoes. Yes, and little birds. Sophia pointed at one drawing, her smile freezing. What is this one? In the center of the paper was a pitch-black scribble, the lines messy and chaotic, giving off an eerie vibe. Sophia leaned in to observe. A black creature? Mariana was equally puzzled. Or is it something like the night? Adam stood between them, looking a bit awkward. Leo spoke up, that's a crow. The three of them turned at once. Could it be? Adam looked up. I asked Lord Leo to draw one. Leo looked away, his finger touching his neck, looking slightly embarrassed. He said you like birds. As you can see, I'm not good at drawing. Sophia and Mariana froze, their pupils trembling slightly. Sophia covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking. Mariana whispered a reminder, Sophia, don't. Sophia said, I'm not laughing at the drawing. I just thought Lord Leo was omnipotent. Seeing that he has something he's bad at is just too funny. Leo's brow furrowed, his eyes showing a hint of embarrassment. You're laughing too much. On the paper was a yellow bird with wobbly lines and childish labels for chirping sounds. Leo leaned down. Aren't you the same? Sophia looked up, startled. Mariana sat next to Adam, and the three of them sat together, their laughter filling the room. Leo stood alone, watching the laughing group with a deep gaze. Sophia sat at the table. Messed up again. Alice walked in quickly. Miss, you're too careless. Sophia closed her eyes. The humidity is down, but summer is still very hot. I want to go somewhere with water, like a river or the sea. Olivier walked over slowly. Sophia, would you like to accompany me? Sophia turned her head. Father, where are you going? Olivier turned slightly. I'm going to the port to see a merchant ship that just returned. Sophia froze, her pupils widening slightly. The port? Her eyes sparkled. That's right, the sea. A giant ship with white sails and a mermaid figurehead was breaking through the waves. Sophia looked up. I've never seen such a large ship. Olivier stood aside, his voice tinged with pride. Impressive, isn't it? This is our country's finest vessel. It's said to be able to withstand any storm. Sophia held her hat. Once everything settles down, I want to bring Adam to see it. Adam sat alone on a high-backed chair, surrounded by sweets. Olivier walked toward the pier and waved to the returning sailors. I'm glad to see everyone back safely. The sailors ran over, sweat on their faces. My lord, you're here. They pointed toward Sophia. Who is this young lady? Olivier introduced her. This is my daughter, Sophia. She wanted to take a look. The sailors gathered around. My lord, we've brought back top-grade tea and these textiles this time. A brown-haired sailor laughed heartily. It's rare for a young lady to be willing to watch her father work these days. Sophia rested a hand on her chest and smiled. It was worth the trip. Father is truly well-loved. Olivier turned his face away, slightly red. Flattery won't work. Sophia smiled brightly. I'm serious. Olivier cleared his throat, his finger against his chin. Two young sailors approached, their eyes eager. Who would have thought the Duke had such a beautiful daughter? Miss, would you like to chat with us over there? Sophia stood frozen, looking awkward. Leo suddenly appeared behind her. Miss Sophia, what a coincidence. Sophia turned quickly. Lord Leo. Leo said, you look a bit tired. I'll accompany you to the cafe over there to rest. The two walked away, leaving two side-by-side silhouettes. The sailors stood stunned. Why is there a man with her? Olivier watched the two walk away, his expression dark. Sophia being approached. That was indeed troublesome. Sophia sat under a sunshade. Thank you for helping me. Why are you here? Leo turned his face, his gaze cold. I heard Lord Medina was at the port, so I came to guard him. Sophia bit her straw, her pupils widening slightly. I see. The Medina family is closely linked with the imperial family. She watched the bustle in the distance. Leo stood by the umbrella, looking toward the pier. Olivier was laughing with the sailors. The sound of laughter reached the shore. Leo withdrew his gaze and looked down at Sophia. Your relationship seems very good. Sophia looked up puzzled. With my father? Leo said, with Lord Olivier and your entire family. Sophia stood frozen. May I ask about your family, Lord Leo? Leo said, I have a father and a sister. As for my mother, she passed away after giving birth to me. The winters in Lorraine are long, and the environment is not peaceful. Border conflicts are constant. You must be strong to survive. My father and I were more like master and apprentice. We practiced swordsmanship from sunrise to sunset. If I didn't get his approval, I couldn't sleep. It was hard when I was young, but I understand he had to be strict in raising an heir. That's my family. So, the warmth of the Medina family surprised me. This kind of atmosphere is new to me. Sophia lowered her eyes. I used to think my father was terrifying. I even wondered how he would view a daughter who ran away and never contacted him again. But when I tried to communicate honestly, the result was what you see. I never realized how much my parents worried about me. If we don't express our feelings, our relationship won't be like this. Sometimes, communication brings understanding. While we are all still alive. Lao stared at her profile, his gaze deep. Is that true? Is it really possible? Sophia's eyes were bright. Yes, it truly is. The saintess stood before her manor, watching her parents. Her father smiled, his gaze tender. Are you really leaving? If you don't want to go, you can refuse. The saintess rested a hand on her chest, her lips curving up. Someone needs my power. I will do my best. She threw herself into her mother's arms. Her mother said, please take care of yourself. Come back anytime. A carriage stopped by the road. The saintess carried her suitcase. Thank you, father, mother. I'm off. The crowd waved. Good luck. Good luck, Lady Saintess. The coachman pulled the reins, the horses neighed, and the wheels began to turn. The Saintess sat inside the carriage, unfolding a letter. What is the capital like? Going to a strange place always makes one nervous. She looked out the window. But I can finally see you again, Leo. Sophia let out a long yawn. She turned her head toward the window, her expression a bit dazed. Clarice Bloom, that girl with special powers in Lorraine, destined to be summoned to the capital by the church. Clarice will be revered as the Saintess and will fight alongside the Knight Commander, Leo. They will team up to judge the villainess who started the Civil War, Sophia, and finally reach a happy ending. That is the script of this world. Sophia walked with long strides. Clarice was summoned in the summer. That means the time I have left. That is not much. The table was covered with exquisite sweets. Strawberry cake gave off an inviting aroma. Thick-cut toast was stacked high, garnished with blueberries and cream. Sophia picked up her teacup and took a sip of tea. Adam sat beside her, happily stuffing treats into his mouth. When Clarice arrives, she will stay in the dormitory of Artois Academy. That should be close to here. That's where the original novel's heroine spent her time. Sophia's cheeks flushed, and she couldn't stop her lips from curling up. To be honest, as a loyal fan of the original work, I really want to go see it. I wonder if I can see those cute uniforms. There's also the stage for the famous confession scene, right? Sophia raised a fist. I must go on a Holy Land pilgrimage. Her mother watched Sophia. Do you plan on going out today? Sophia's eyes shifted. I want to take a look around the Artois district. Olivier's gaze was sharp. Your goal is very clear. Sophia, straighten her back. Adam will have to go to school later, right? I'm just going ahead. That to inspect the environment. Adam's eyes sparkled. School? I want to see too. Sophia looked troubled. I want to take you, but she lowered her eyes. If Tristan hasn't given up, it will be dangerous outside. But if I keep him locked at home, history will just repeat itself. She raised an index finger, her expression serious. Promise me you won't run around. Can you guarantee you'll stay by my side? Adam nodded vigorously. I promise. Her mother blinked. If you're worried, why not find someone to go with you? Sophia stood stunned. Find who? Sophia crossed her arms, looking apologetic. Sorry to trouble you again. Leo's expression was cold. It is my duty. Please don't worry about it. Artois Academy was a magnificent building with white exterior walls that looked solemn in the sunlight. Sophia held Adam's hand as they stood before the school gate, looking up at the towering spires. The walls were so high they felt suffocating. Leo looked toward the main building. This is the largest academy in the capital. It accepts students from the age of 5. Sophia fell into a fantasy. In a few years, Adam might wear that uniform. He would look so cute in it. Leo said, however, it's not the only option. Sophia snapped out of it. Of course, I haven't made a final decision yet. Is something bothering you? Leo looked hesitant. While the academy's atmosphere is open and it accepts foreign students, it means the student body is complex. You might hear some bad rumors. That worries me. Adam blinked his large eyes, looking confused. Sophia pondered. Is he worried about Adam's ability? Leo lowered his gaze. I know I shouldn't interfere. Sophia shook her head gently. Not all. Thank you for the valuable information. We will decide carefully. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the distance. Watch where you're going, you bastard. Sophia protected Adam. Herr Bro Furovit. Is someone fighting? 2 students stood in the distance. The boy looked arrogant, while the girl looked uneasy. The saintess, Clarice, waved her hands frantically. I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking where I was going. The girl shouted, don't wander around like a country bumpkin. Sophia held Adam tight. Is this what Leo was worried about? There really are ill-mannered children everywhere. The boy held his arm. You bumped into my arm. It hurts like hell. How are you going to compensate me? Clarice cried out. You're hurt? Oh heavens, I'll treat you right away. The boy froze, his eyes filled with confusion. Treat me? Light burst from around Clarice, her skirt fluttering lightly. A gentle healing power instantly enveloped the injury. It's all better now. Does it still hurt anywhere? The boy stood stunned and stammered. I'm fine. A brilliant smile lit up Clarice's face. My name is Clarice. If you ever need help again, feel free to come find me. Sophia's pupils trembled with shock. Pink hair, gentle purple eyes, and that saintess power. There was no doubt this girl was. Leo walked in with steady steps, his leather boots clicking on the ground. He stopped behind Clarice, his brow slightly furrowed. What are you doing, Clarice? Clarice turned suddenly. Now, she threw herself into Leo's arms, her hands tight around his waist. Long time no see. Leo's brow furrowed. You're using your power recklessly again. I've told you repeatedly that the capital is completely different from Lorraine. Clarice looked up, her smile radiant. I know. Leo looked away, his voice cold. You don't understand. I still can't agree with this summons. Clarice looked confused. You said so in your letter, too. Why? Leo's eyes were filled with worry. The church is just exploiting your kindness. Clarice crossed her hands over her chest. Even so, as long as someone needs me, my coming to the capital has meaning. You haven't changed at all. Still such a worrywart, just like before. Sophia stood in the distance, her fingertips trembling. Am I dreaming? Clarice Bloom, the miracle girl from Lorraine. The church heard of her divine power and summoned her to the capital to grant her the title of saintess. She will fight alongside Knight Commander Leo. The Holy Land pilgrimage and meeting the saintess. Everything was going according to plan. Sophia lay on her bed with a towel on her forehead. Adam leaned against the bed. Mother, are you okay? Sophia smiled. I'm fine, don't worry. Thank you for your concern. Alice tidied the purple bedding. It's just overexhaustion. You'll recover quickly after some rest. The door closed softly. Sophia lay alone on the bed. Since her transmigration, the divorce agreement and the bandit attack had come one after another. Stress had built up without her noticing. Maybe I was just too excited to see the saintess. I was in such a hurry, I couldn't even say hello properly. All of this reminds me once again. I really have transmigrated. Sophia had come into the world of this novel. Sitting up from her bed, she stared at the empty water pitcher. Is anyone there? There was only silence. She pulled back the purple duvet. Stepping onto the carpet barefoot, she decided to get it herself. Sophia walked out of the room. Would she be scolded for walking around in her nightgown? She shook her head. It didn't matter. She would just go and come back quickly, humming a soft tune. Sophia turned the corner of the corridor. She bumped straight into someone. Looking at Leo, she asked, "Why are you back?" Leo raised his hand, pressing his fingers to his forehead, his expression exhausted. "I heard you weren't feeling well. What are you doing here?" Sophia gripped the pitcher tightly. "I just wanted to come out and get some water." Leo reached out to take the pitcher. "Go back and rest. I'll bring it to you." He handed her his cloak. "Running around in clothes like that. Isn't that a bit too casual?" Sophia lowered her head and wrapped the cloak around herself. "I'm sorry." She returned to her bed. Her fingers brushed against the warm cup. Lately, Lord Leo seemed to be looking after her exceptionally well. Leo sat by the bed, his fingers skillfully manipulating a folding knife as a red peel spiraled down from the blade. "Your bold actions occasionally surprise me." Sophia used a fork to pick up a small piece of apple, bringing it to her lips to bite into the crisp fruit. Leo watched her face. "The more I talk to you, the more I feel you're a completely different person from the rumors." Sophia tilted her head, her eyes showing confusion. Leo continued. "The Sophia in the rumors was selfish, cold, and lacked compassion. At least, that's what others said." A hint of softness flashed in his eyes. "But the real you is considerate, brave, and full of love. It's strange. I find myself unable to look away from you." He stood up abruptly, looking a bit flustered. "Sorry, I said something strange." Sophia hurriedly waved her hands. "Please don't mind it. There's no need to apologize." She lowered her head. "I've just never been praised like that before. It caught me off guard." Leo remained silent, and the room fell into stillness. Sophia looked up, a trace of daze in her eyes. Leo opened the door. "I'm in it." He stood in the long corridor, his feet frozen. Pressing his fingertips to his lips, his cheeks flushed. "What on earth am I saying? I should consider my position before speaking. I overstepped. Bandit attacks are frequent, and Tristan is nearby. Staying vigilant is the best course. Sending knights to assist is the most logical solution, but why? Why do I want to protect her with my own hands?" Sophia sat on the bed. "Those words just now, they really startled me. What did he mean? There's surely no deep meaning." "Yes, that must be it. I am just the eldest daughter of the family Leo is looking after. There is no other reason." "Is there really no other reason?" She shook her head vigorously, her hair swaying. "No, no, no. Leo already has Clarice by his side. I'm only being friendly to him to avoid being judged. That's all. I'm definitely not the kind of person who would have improper thoughts." Sophia held at him. "Is that an escort for Miss Clarice?" Leo was wearing a dark uniform, his gaze cold. "The Archbishop has summoned her." Sophia turned her face. The Saintess must have been working very hard lately. Leo lowered his eyes. "Lady Sophia is unwell. It is inappropriate to leave at a time like this." Sophia smiled, her gaze drifting to the maid behind her. "Please don't worry about us. You two are from the same hometown. You must have a lot to talk about. Just take your time." Leo was silent for a moment before nodding slightly. "I understand." Adam leaned against the window, looking up at the sky. "It looks like it's going to rain." Sophia stood behind him. "You're right." The cathedral spire pierced the clouds, which now shrouded the entire building. Clarice clasped her hands and closed her eyes in prayer. Lucas stared out the window. "It's raining." A smile played on Clarice's lips. "I'm glad you could come to pick me up in a carriage." Lucas said, "I can't let the Saintess get wet. I'll take you back. Don't worry." Leo's brow was furrowed, his eyes filled with gloom. Lucas patted his shoulder. "Don't make that face. Everything is going smoothly." Leo asked, "Can we really say everything is going smoothly?" Lucas gave a light laugh. "Being evaluated is only natural, including for ourselves. The weather is bad enough. Don't make such a somber face." A light flickered in Clarice's eyes. "I'm so glad Leo has Lucas with him. He's not very good at expressing his feelings, is he?" Lucas's eyes widened. "Is Leo only a little bad at it?" Clarice's lips curled up. "Knowing there's someone in the capital who gets along well with Leo makes me truly relieved." Leo turned his head. "He's not a child anymore. Besides, it's not just Lucas." Clarice nodded in agreement. "That's true. I met the ladies of the Medina family the other day." Thunder roared as blue lightning cut through the corridor. Clarice shrieked and threw herself into Leo's arms. "Sorry." Lucas looked out the window. "That startled me just now. The light was so bright." Leo remained silent, Sophia's silhouette appearing in his mind. Clarice looked up at Leo. "When all of this is over, can I live as I please? I want to find a quiet place to have a good talk." Leo turned to leave. "Sorry, I have things to handle. I must go back first." Lucas watched Leo's departing back. "You're going back? How?" Leo mounted his horse and pulled the reins tight. "Don't worry. I'll leave Clarice to you." Clarice and Lucas stood frozen in place. Leo spurred his horse into the curtain of rain. If I can get close to her, perhaps I can do something. I know I'm worrying too much. Leo stood to the side, handing his soaked coat to a maid. He looked at Sophia. How are you feeling? Sophia blinked. She raised her hand to show off her arm muscles. As you can see, I'm perfectly fine. Leo was silent as rain dripped down his face, soaking his white shirt. Sophia turned to the maid. Lord Leo might catch a cold. Go and prepare a hot bath quickly. Bring a change of clothes too. Leo stood in place, letting the water droplets fall to the floor. It'll dry even if left alone. Sophia stepped forward quickly and pushed his back with both hands. That won't do. Go quickly. Thunder rumbled, and Adam shrieked, hiding behind Sophia. The cathedral spire stood tall in the rain. Clarice, wearing round-rimmed glasses, clasped her hands to her chest and looked up at the dark clouds. A smile hung on Lucas's lips. What do you plan to do? If you want some tea, I can accompany you. Clarice lowered her lashes. I'm going back to the dormitory. Leo has been very busy lately, hasn't he? Lucas walked to her side. A lot has indeed happened recently. You've known him since you were kids, right? Clarice said, I think we met when we were 7. I have a lot I want to ask about life in the capital. Lucas looked at her. If there's anything I can answer. Clarice hesitated. Well, Lucas gave a bright smile. In the future, you'll have more opportunities to chat with Leo. Clarice forced a smile and nodded. Yes, that should be the case. Lucas's gaze turned sharp. It's best not to tell her that Leo is off duty after this. Clarice looked down at the ground with a lonely expression. Sophia raised one hand above her head, stretching her stiff body. Alice took a step forward. Lady Sophia, a red-haired maid, walked in quickly, her expression reserved. Sophia. Dot looked at the new face with a gentle smile. Is this a new member? Nice to meet you. The red-haired maid straightened her back. Yes, my name is Rita. I am taking over Miss Sierra's work today. Adam suddenly broke free from his mother's hand and ran happily into the depths of the garden. Rita cried out, Lord Adam, please wait. Sophia stood in place, watching the scene. Today, I'm going to play with Adam to his heart's content. Leo blocked the exit of the corridor, his gaze stern. Are you going out? Sophia stopped and looked up at him. I'm just taking Adam to the garden. Leo stepped aside. I'll go too. Sophia's pupils trembled slightly. Lord Leo, aren't you working right now? Leo said expressionlessly, I'm off today. A smile touched Sophia's lips. I see. Then please, make sure to rest well. Leo turned around, not stopping his pace. Adam was almost kidnapped in the garden before. Sophia froze in place, her hands unconsciously clenching. Leo stopped and placed his right hand over his chest. I'll just watch from a distance. Sophia lowered her head, her brow, not showing a touch of helplessness. Since you put it that way, I understand. Having Lord Leo, there is indeed reassuring. Leo said, thank you very much. Sophia shook her head. We're the ones who should be thanking you. This is your precious day off. Leo walked forward. Precisely because it's a precious day off. Sophia watched Leo's figure. Because it's a day off you want to follow? What does that mean? She knelt beside Adam, her fingers skillfully weaving a flower garland. Adam watched his mother's movements with wide eyes. Sophia sped up. She wove a circle of small, white flowers. Finished. She placed a flower crown on Adam's head. Wonderful. You're the flower prince. Adam touched the flower crown on his head, his eyes sparkling. If I'm a prince, is mother a princess? Sophia held up her index finger, a playful smile on her lips. If Adam is a prince, then I should be a queen or an empress. No princess. Adam puffed out his chest and took Sophia's hand. Then in the future, I'll make a crown fit for a queen. He pointed to the blooming flowers. Which flower does mother like? Sophia looked around. Let me think. My favorite is definitely. Adam tilted his head and asked, Sophia, right? That was the same as his mother's name. Sophia nodded with a smile. It was named to commemorate my birth. Adam squinted and laughed. It's as cute as mother. Sophia suddenly clutched her chest, leaning back, struck by the innocent praise. She steadied her breathing. Right? I baked the cookies you like. Let's eat them here while looking at the flowers. Adam cheered. Look at this. Sophia looked at Alice. I prepared a lot. Will Alice come too? Alice looked at the maid behind her. Rita, please take good care of Lord Adam. Rito noidit. Leave it to me. Adam knelt before the flower bed, his fingertips lightly touching a pink petal. I want to use this flower to make a crown for mother. Can I pick it? Rita pressed her finger to her lips, thinking for a moment. New buds will grow after it's picked, so she'll be fine, right? She leaned down and gave Adam an encouraging smile. Of course you can. Lady Sophia will surely be very happy. Adam clenched his fist, his eyes shining. Great. He took the scissors, aimed at the stem, and snipped hard. Adam looked at the finished flower crown. It's done. Rita clasped her hands together. Lord Adam is truly good at this. Sophia walked over with a basket, a curious smile on her face. What are you doing? Adam turned around. Mother, welcome back. He held up the pink flower crown, his cheeks flushed. Sophia stopped, her pupils shrinking. Alice reached out with a terrified expression. Lord Adam, that's... Sophia stopped Alice with a reassuring smile. It's okay. She looked at Adam, her eyes full of surprise. It's beautiful, Adam. Did you make this for me? Adam nodded vigorously, holding the crown above his head with both hands. Yes, Mother, for you. Sophia leaned down and closed her eyes, letting Adam place the heavy flower crown on her head, her lips curving into a happy arc. Thank you for making it with my favorite flower. I'm really happy. Leo stood at a distance, his gaze falling on the empty stem. Was that flower special? Alice said, actually, that was a new variety specially cultivated for Lady Sophia. It was the last seedling, and it only bloomed a few days ago. Lady Sophia has always been very concerned about it. Rita covered her mouth, her pupils trembling. What have I done? Alice held Rita's shoulder. I'm sorry, I failed to explain beforehand. Leo asked. It was a very precious variety, wasn't it? Alice whispered in response. I don't know if new buds will grow. We might never see that flower bloom again. Leo walked forward in silence. Sophia sat on the bench, looking up at the approaching figure. Leo leaned down and picked up a flower. If possible, could you share this flower with me? Sophia was slightly stunned, her pupils flickering. Leo pinched the stem and held it before his eyes. I want to try something. Sophia, wearing the flower crown, looked puzzled. No problem, but what do you want to try? Adam sudenli sinizit. Leo looked at Adam. The weather is getting cold. Let's go inside before I explain. The maid, Rita, stepped forward and gently put a coat on Adam. Leo turned toward the house. I heard that flower has special meaning to you. Sophia stopped. About that. Leo tilted his head slightly. I understand. Adam leaned over the table, watching the blue powder in the wooden box. Leo rolled up his sleeves and moved the powder with his fingertips. Flowers wither and die after they bloom, right? If you remove the moisture before they wither, you can keep them looking their best for a long time. Adam tilted his head, his eyes full of curiosity. Do we bury the flowers in this desiccant? Leo nodded slightly. Want to try? Sophia leaned down to stay close to Adam. Adam took a wooden spoon and covered the pink flowers with the blue powder. He snapped the lid of the wooden box shut. I did it. Leo watched his movements. Well done. Leave it like this for a week and the dried flowers will be finished. He held up a bunch of purple dried flowers. This is the finished product. Adam looked up, his eyes shining with admiration. Lord Leo really knows everything. Leo said, my hometown is very cold. It's hard for flowers to survive there. People came up with this method so they could enjoy them for a long time. Sophia held a purple petal, her eyes showing wonder. This is so simple even Adam could learn it. Leo turned his head. Indeed, but I used to fail at it all the time. Sophia covered her mouth. Is there a difficult step? Leo turned away, avoiding her gaze. Perhaps I took the flowers out too early. Or I used too much force when brushing off the desiccant. His brow furrowed slightly, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. In the end, the villagers even begged me, please don't help anymore. Sophia watched Leo's stern profile. Some people fail because they use too much force. It seemed he was one of them. She chuckled behind her hand, her expression full of tenderness. So there are things you're not good at. Leo reached out. Can I see that flower bed from earlier again? Sophia nodded. I don't mind, but the two stood side by side before the flower bed as the sunset dyed the sky red. Leo stared at the greenery. How about planting some flowers again? This time for Adam. Sophia turned her head sharply, her pupils trembling. Lord Leo, thank you. His lips curved up. Since we're planting them, I want to pick the flowers that suit Adam best. Leo said, please let me help with the selection. He avoided Sophia's gaze. Since it was my idea, it's only right that I assist. Sophia watched his profile. But I've been receiving your help all this time. Leo was silent for a moment, his Adam's apple bobbing. I also think Adam is very cute. You don't need to worry about that. Sophia laughed softly. Could it be that Lord Leo has also been captured by Adam's charm? Leo closed his eyes and was silent for a moment. Yes, I wasn't originally good with children, but Adam's sincere and pure admiration for me is truly hard to refuse. He reached out to touch a leaf, a faint smile on his lips. He is a child raised with the boundless love poured into him by Lady Sophia. Sophia's cheeks flushed. It was surprising to hear such words from Leo. She had always thought of him as the perfect hero from a novel, but now he was right in front of her, a living, breathing person. Sophia tilted her head with a smile. What kind of flower do you think suits Adam? Leo placed his fingers on his chin, lost in thought. Perhaps a sunflower. Sophia nodded. That sounds wonderful. It suits him perfectly. If Adam is a sunflower, then his mother would be a cosmos. Leo said, the flower language is harmony, humility, and maidenly purity. Sophia watched Leo with surprise in her eyes. You've even memorized the flower languages? Leo looked away. I'm good at memorizing. It's all stored in my head. Sophia's cheeks flushed. Lord Leo is truly knowledgeable. Leo covered his mouth and gave a soft cough. Sophia gazed at the sunset. It would be so beautiful if we could create a flower bed representing our family. The butler pushed open the heavy doors and bowed slightly. Clarice walked down the corridor, her hands folded in front of her. Leo has no intention of seeing me at all, even though I've come. Still, it's great to have a friend like Lucas. It's thanks to his mediation. She stopped abruptly and stared ahead. Leo was looking at Sophia. Next time, I'll take you to a shop called La Sasta. It's the best boutique in the capital. Sophia's lips curved with anticipation. I really want to see Adam's happy face soon. Clarice hid behind a pillar. That shop. Leo smiled. Then let's keep it a secret for now. Give him a surprise. Clarice stood under the grand archway, her head lowered. Is that woman the mistress of this house? The butler bowed slightly, his expression solemn. Lady Sophia is the daughter of our family. A maid leaned into Clarice's ear. I heard she's divorced and came back to her parents with her son. Clarice's profile was buried in shadow, so she came back to this home. The butler suddenly looked up, startled. What did you just say? Clarice turned around. Since Leo is taking care of her, it's only right that I pay a formal visit. I'll change tomorrow's plans. Can you help me notify the church? 2 days later, Lucas placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Saintus, I'm sorry for showing up so suddenly. Clarice stopped and looked at the man before her. Hello, Lucas. Lucas's eyes showed doubt. What wind blew you here? A smile hung on Clarice's lips. I heard Leo is off today. I'm hoping to see him. Lucas's brow furrowed slightly. Why not just tell him directly? Aren't you childhood friends? Clarice looked helpless. Even if I wanted to go, the people of the Medina family wouldn't let me in. She clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes full of pleading. So can you help me? I've just arrived in the capital. Lucas, you're the only one I can rely on. 2 guards exchanged looks, their expressions grave. Lucas watched her. All right, I'll accompany you to the Medina estate. Clarice clasped her hands, joy sparkling in her eyes. Lucas turned his face away with a trace of helplessness. Lucas stood at the estate entrance, looking flustered. He watched Clarice's departing back, his brow furrowed. It seems things are going to get troublesome. Sophia walked into the gorgeous boutique, her arm linked with Leo's. She looked around. This is such a charming place. I never imagined Leo would like a cozy little shop like this. Sophia stopped, her gaze locked on what was ahead. Clarice was talking to a shop assistant. Clarice turned around, her purple eyes shimmering. Lau, I'm so happy to run into you here. Leo's eyes widened, his expression full of bewilderment. Clarice, why are you here? Clarice clasped her hands, a smile on her lips. I've been thinking about you, Leo. This was the first place that came to mind. Do you remember when my shoes were worn out? You noticed and bought me a new pair from this shop. Leo had knelt on one knee to hold her ankle and put the lace-up shoes on her. I just thought they suited you, Clarice. Clarice lifted her skirt and looked down at her toes. I still treasure them to this day. Sophia stood to the side. Am I interrupting them? Leo's expression was cold. That did happen. Now, regarding today, Miss Clarice. Clarice let out a small cry. She walked over to Sophia. Miss Sophia, I'm sorry for only greeting you now. I hope Leo has been taking good care of you. Sophia watched her, her expression a bit stiff. It's nothing. Clarice said, I'd like to borrow Leo for a moment. I need him to help me pick out a dress. Sophia turned to look at the man beside her. If you don't mind, Lord Leo. Leo turned his face and looked at Sophia. That's not right. I came here to guide you. He looked at Clarice. Could you be considerate of me today? I don't think you need me to help you pick a dress. Clarice handed over a letter. Leo, you're as stubborn as ever. Look at this. Leo took the envelope, his fingertips trembling slightly. Why is father acting on his own? Clarice rested her chin on her hand, looking helpless. If Uncle makes a request, I really can't refuse. Sophia watched the two of them. If it's urgent, please go ahead and attend to it. Leo turned his head, his eyes complicated. Miss Sophia. Sophia smiled. I'm Fina. Introducing the shop to me was enough. Leo's expression was serious. I'll finish up as quickly as possible and come back. Clarice's eyes widened. What are you talking about? I was Got introduced as your candidate for fiancé. I want to take some time to pick a suitable dress. Leo turned away, his voice cold. You're only a candidate right now. Don't say things that cause misunderstandings. Clarice said, everyone seems so enthusiastic. I would be very happy if Leo could become my partner. Sophia pondered. Leo and Clarice are engaged. It's natural they'll marry in the future. Lucas's brow was furrowed as he watched the activity in the shop. I hope my premonition doesn't come true. Clarice looked at Sophia. Even though I think it's still too early, the people around us are pushing for the engagement. I don't want to force Leo. Sophia smiled. I understand. Clarice clasped her hands to her chest. I don't intend to give in to anyone. Sophia watched her with a smile. Yes, that's lovely. Clarice said, that's why seeing you rely on him so much. That makes me worried. Leo will eventually leave the Medina family, won't he? Relying on him too much isn't good for you, Miss Sophia, or your child. Sophia's eyes widened. Her expression was one of shock, but she quickly regained her composure. There's no need to worry about that. We have enough wealth. As long as my son is by my side, everything will be fine. She placed a hand over her chest, her gaze gentle yet firm. Even if I get hurt, as long as my son can be happy, that's all that matters. Clarice froze, her pupils trembling. Sophia turned her head to look at Clarice's face. You should be able to understand this feeling. After all, you're also a noble woman in love. Clarice lowered her head. Perhaps so. Sophia watched her. In that case, I will not only convey your feelings to him, but please also make sure to cherish his feelings. As his friend, I also sincerely hope Lord Leo can find happiness. Sophia looked up, her eyes shimmering. Yes. Lucas hid in the shadows. With arms crossed, he thought the difference between the rumored villainess and the real Miss Clarice is just too big. As expected, rumors and gossip can't be trusted. He raised his hand and ran his fingers through his hair, looking conflicted. If I try to approach her, will he get angry? Leo stared ahead, his pupils trembling slightly. The engagement ceremony will be held in a week? Aren't we still in the screening phase for candidates? This seems to be His Holiness the Pope's arrangement while I was summoned to the royal capital, Clarice said. Leo slumped onto a bench, covering his face with one hand. Why did it turn out like this? No one even bothered to ask for my opinion before it became a settled matter. Sophia stood by his side, her eyes filled with concern. Leo gripped the letter in his hand so tightly that his knuckles turned white. As I thought in my father's eyes, I'm nothing more than a tool. The gorgeous pinkish-purple dress stood quietly, its layered ruffles shimmering in the light. Clarice lightly stroked the ribbons on the dress, a smile playing on her lips. I need to make some preparations, so I'll head back to Lorraine first. Leo looked up abruptly, his gaze filled with determination. I'm going with you. He pondered for a moment. I don't want things to keep deteriorating while I'm away. Clarice showed a look of hesitation. But what about your work? Leo threw on a dark cloak and strode forward. I'll find a way to handle it. After all, this concerns my entire future. Clarice froze in place, her hands clenched tightly to her chest. I can't believe Leo cares about me this much. Leo turned his face and urged her, hurry up. Clarice lifted her skirt and followed quickly. Coming. Leo looked at Sophia, his eyes filled with apology. I'm sorry. Some urgent matters have come up. Can you head back to the Medina estate on your own first? Sophia smiled. It's fine. I have some things I want to take care of, so I'll stay here for a bit. Clarice stood by the carriage, waving her hands vigorously. Let's head out quickly. Leo placed a hand over his chest, his expression solemn. I'll make it up to you later. His eyes held a hint of disappointment at the outcome. In the end, I still couldn't give that to her, he thought as he turned to leave. When I get back, I must hand it to her personally. Sophia watched the carriage disappear into the distance. The story was progressing quite smoothly. She stood alone before a counter crowded with flowers, her eyes reflecting her hesitation. What should I do? A hand reached out. Are you looking for flowers? Sophia looked up sharply and recognized the man's face. Lucas? Why are you here? Lucas gave a slight bow. Because I saw a beautiful lady left all alone. Would you like me to accompany you on a stroll? Sophia's smile was polite but distant. No need, she said, turning her head to avoid his gaze. I already have an appointment with Leo. Lucas placed a hand over his heart, looking embarrassed. You're more sensible than I imagined. That makes sense, though. Sophia raised an eyebrow, her gaze scrutinizing. So what are you doing here? Lucas's smile faded as he looked into her eyes. I want to get to know the real you. Sophia was slightly taken aback and repeated his words. The real me? Lucas narrowed his eyes with a bright smile. The way you gently advise Clarice is completely different from the rumors. I want to know which one is the real you. Sophia remarked, eavesdropping is quite an interesting hobby, isn't it? Lucas rubbed the back of his head, looking awkward. Sorry, the atmosphere seemed tense, so I waited a bit. However, it seems my intervention wasn't needed, right? Sophia's eyes remained skeptical. So, you originally intended to act as a mediator? Should I thank you for that? Lucas leaned forward. No need, but please tell me one more thing. Why did you refuse me, yet let Leo accompany you on a stroll? Sophia lowered her gaze. Leo took my feelings into account when he brought me here. That thoughtfulness made me happy. Lucas stood up. Then let's make a bet. Sophia looked confused. Lucas turned his back. Please wait a moment. He walked over to a nearby attendant and spoke in a low voice, his posture composed. Sophia narrowed her eyes, her expression suspicious. What exactly is he doing? She looked away and focused on the flower clusters on the counter. She was planning to head home. She wondered if Adam would be feeling lonely. A smile touched her lips as Adam's face flashed in her mind. I should buy some gifts and head back quickly. And for everyone at the estate, I'll bring something back for them too. Lucas walked back slowly with a confident smile. The terms of the bet are, if I can see through your thoughts, Lady Sophia, then I win. Sophia looked puzzled. My thoughts? Lucas closed his eyes. Right now, you must be thinking about heading home quickly. Sophia was slightly startled. That's true. Lucas suddenly whipped off the white cloth covering a cart with a flourish. Arranged neatly on the cart were magnificent necklaces, exquisite hair ornaments, and a wooden horse toy. Lucas pointed at the cart full of gifts with a bright smile. And now, you must be thinking about buying souvenirs for your family and servants. I guessed right, didn't I? I picked out some excellent items. Sophia's mouth opened in surprise, her pupils trembling slightly. She leaned over to look at the cart. They're beautiful. She picked up the wooden rocking horse, her gaze softening. Adam will definitely love this. Lucas watched Sophia quietly, his gaze deep. Sophia looked up and met his eyes. That's impressive. How did you figure it out? Lucas crossed his arms, a smug smile on his face. I could tell just by observing your interaction with Clarice earlier. Sophia clutched the gift box in her hands, her expression one of surprise. You could see through everything from just that little bit of conversation. Your insight is truly sharp, Lucas. Lucas stepped closer, his smile growing even brighter. Then, as a reward, would you be willing to go on a date with me? Sophia's face went blank, her eyes cold. I'm not willing. Lucas's face instantly fell, looking embarrassed. Sophia said flatly, are you still planning to help me carry these things? Aren't you going to walk with me? Since you won the bet, let's go. Lucas suddenly pumped his fist and let out a cheer. Awesome. Sophia, watch his back. To think someone actually wants to date me. What a strange man. But I'm glad you're trying to understand the real me. Candlelight flickered in the hall. Clarice stopped and looked at the back of a clergyman. Is Lady Sophia really a bad person? The priest's voice was cold. Yes, this is information from her ex-husband. There is no mistake. Clarice's brow furrowed. But she has been supporting me and Leo, just like His Majesty, the Holy Emperor. The priest turned his face. You are too kind, and that is why these things trouble you. Pay no mind to those who call you a villainess. You are the pride of the church, the true saintess. Go now. Everything is just beginning, isn't it? Clarice bowed slightly and whispered yes. I'll be on my way. She turned and walked toward the end of the hall. As she pushed open the heavy wooden doors, the priest remained alone in the gloom. That girl might actually be quite useful. As long as we can get the strongest knight, Leo Lorraine, there's nothing to fear. Adam was kneeling on the floor, clutching a wooden puppet. Is Lord Leo not coming home today? Sophia leaned down. It seems so, but if you wait patiently, he'll be back soon. Adam held up a drawing with both hands. But I want to show this to Leo right now. Sophia remembered how Leo had praised Adam for being cute. She calmed her thoughts and suggested, then shall we mail it to him? Lord Leo will surely be very happy. Adam's eyes sparkled and his mouth curled into a wide grin. Sophia said if we send it now, it might arrive at the same time he does. Adam lay on the table, clutching a crayon and coloring seriously. A maid nearby handed him tools. Sophia pondered. Still, has this kind of situation ever appeared in the novel? The carriage sped through the forest, its wheels kicking up clouds of dust as they rolled over gravel. Clarice leaned against the window with an excited look. Leo sat inside, his expression grim. His gaze swept across the papers. Although I went to the capital to monitor the church, I didn't expect I'd have to go back to investigate that matter. I hope this doesn't affect the Lorraine territory. Clarice watched his profile, her pupils trembling slightly. Clarice ran toward the manor gates, her skirt fluttering in the wind. I'm back. Her mother opened her arms to welcome her daughter home. Welcome back. Leo took off his coat and handed it to the butler who came to meet him. Thank you. Where's my father? The butler replied, he's in his room. You should go and greet him first. We can discuss the engagement later. Leo walked through the gallery. I must confirm that man's connection to the church. The study was exquisitely furnished, with sunlight streaming through high windows onto a mahogany desk. Aldrov picked up a teacup. I've been waiting impatiently. Leo pushed the door open and stood before the desk. Sorry, I just arrived. Aldrov set down his teacup. Enough with the pleasantries. The guests have been waiting for a long time. Go to the drawing room. Leo spoke up. Please allow me to suspend the engagement with the Florio family. Aldrov lowered his eyes, which were filled with coldness. Are you saying you intend to defy my decision? Leo said, I only hope you will consider my opinion. Aldrov sighed. Then let's hear it. Leo watched his father. First, I want to know why this marriage was proposed. Aldrov replied, what use is it for you to know that? Leo's tone was firm. If I can understand the reason, I promise I will reconsider. Aldrov closed his eyes, his expression indifferent. Because Lady Clarice is a good fit for our family. You don't have anyone you've set your heart on, do you? If that's the case, there should be no problem with this marriage. Leo turned his head away. As I thought, he's hiding something. Previously, there had been several marriage proposals. For diplomatic interests, his father had favored a lady from a neighboring country. Why the sudden change of heart? Leo said, you never used to think this way. I always thought you would respect my wishes. Is there another reason? Aldrov leaned back against his chair. I have never been a competent father. Even so, I truly wish for your happiness. I don't ask you to believe me, but please remain silent and accept all of this. Leo whispered, Father, I had hoped you would trust me and tell me the truth. He hung his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. In the end, does my opinion not matter at all? Aldrov stood by the desk. Correct. Leo nodded. I understand, Father. Clarice poked half her head out from the doorway. Are you two finished talking? Aldrov looked toward the door. Yes, we just finished. Clarice clasped her hands over her chest. I have something I want to discuss with Leo privately. Leo walked straight toward the end of the gallery. Clarice froze, then suddenly snapped out of it. Leo, wait. Aldrov stood by the desk with a deep, pensive look. Clarice caught up with Leo in the hallway. She grabbed his sleeve, panting for breath. Leo, you've looked like you've been deep in thought for a long time. Could it be that you don't want to marry me? Leo looked back with a cold expression. It's not like that. Clarice reached out and placed her hand over the back of Leo's. I hope you don't overthink it. This is just a political marriage. You're the head of a ducal family. To continue the family bloodline, marriage is essential. For the future of the Lorraine territory, you must choose a partner with superior qualifications. From that perspective, I know Lorraine well. Our family backgrounds are also a perfect match. Moreover, the Pope supports us. Leo said, was this engagement proposed by the Pope? Clarice's eyes showed a hint of panic. It's not like that. He is simply praying for our happiness. Leo pushed Clarice's hand away. I see. Clarice looked up, her pupils shrinking slightly. A person stood alone on the high balcony, looking down at the two of them with a mocking smile. Things are getting interesting. He crossed his arms over his chest. How about I lend a hand as well? Clarice stood by the door, watching Leo's departing back. She began to walk, her shoulders brushing against the wall. She accidentally bumped into an oncoming servant, and letters scattered all over the floor. The servant hurriedly said, I am so sorry. Clarice apologized in a low voice. I didn't notice either. Her gaze locked onto one of the letters, to Leo. The sender was Sophia Medina. Clarice clutched the envelope. She turned abruptly, avoiding the servant's gaze. A silver-haired woman watched everything in silence. At the Lorraine training grounds, a stone tower loomed high. Leo stepped through the gates. Young soldiers swarmed around him with excited expressions. Welcome back, Lord Leo. Leo stopped and turned his head to look at the soldiers behind him. Has nothing changed? A soldier with short, light blue hair stood at attention and saluted. All is normal. No problems at all. The young soldiers crowded closer, looking awkward. We've been flooded with all kinds of questions. Everyone is asking if the captain's engagement is true. Leo adjusted his collar, looking elsewhere. Sorry, that matter is temporarily on hold. He turned around. The engagement will likely be canceled. Until then, please maintain a vague attitude. The soldier looked confused. Why? I thought you were really getting married. Leo took off his heavy uniform coat, leaving only a white shirt. I never intended to mislead anyone, but I'm sorry for failing to meet everyone's expectations. It's been a while since I've been back. I want to move my body a bit. The blade cut through the air with a crisp sound. Leo gripped the hilt and locked his gaze on the soldiers in front of him. Want to spar with me? The soldiers looked at each other, then erupted in excited cheers. The captain is going to give us personal instruction before long. The soldiers were slumped on the ground, panting heavily. Leo's gaze was cold. Can you still continue? Attack me seriously. The soldiers looked devastated. We've already given it our all. A silver-haired woman approached, her skirt fluttering slightly in the wind. It's about time to stop, isn't it? The soldiers looked up, hope rekindled in their eyes. It's Lady Lizette. We're saved. Lizette walked in slowly with a gentle smile. Welcome back, Leo. Leo sheathed his sword. His expression was slightly surprised. Sister. He placed a hand over his chest and bowed slightly. Sorry for not going to greet you sooner. Lizette took a bottle of wine from her person. I thought it had been a long time since we had a drink together, so I grabbed the most expensive bottle. You'll be my accomplice, right? Leo stared at the crest on the bottle. Isn't that father's private stock? The soldiers quickly brought over a table and chairs and laid out a white tablecloth. Lizette pointed toward the edge of the training grounds. Let's drink over there. The soldiers saluted in unison and retreated into the distance. Then we shall take our leave. Glasses clinked and amber liquid swirled. Cheers, Lizette said. She took a sip of wine and closed her eyes in satisfaction. Delicious. After all, this wine is very expensive. Leo sat on a wooden chair. Sister, you came here to talk business, didn't you? Lizette leaned against the table, tracing the rim of her glass. If you look closely, everything is too obvious. Why do you men always take the long way around? Leo turned his head. What do you mean? Lizette swirled her wine. Regarding the engagement with Clarice, don't you want to ask Father if the church said something? Isn't that what you want to know? Leo lowered his eyes. Father thinks my opinion isn't important, probably because, as the heir, that I'm still not mature enough. That's why I want to resolve this on my own. Lizette gave a helpless smile. You're truly hopeless. Both of you are the same. Father always used to say that Leo's marriage would be decided by himself, but then he suddenly changed his tune and ordered you to marry Clarice. No matter how much I asked back then, he wouldn't say a word. I went to investigate and found that Father had secretly met someone during that time. Leo's expression turned grave. Someone from the church. Lizette rested her chin on her hand. I don't know the specific details, but it's certain that some kind of deal was struck between them. Leo nodded. As I thought. Sister, I owe you one. Lizette rested her cheek on her hand, a mischievous curve to her lips. Then drink this glass for me. Leo stared at the glass in front of him, looking slightly hesitant. He picked up the glass and drained it. The spicy liquid slid down his throat. It tastes good. Lizette let out a light laugh, her brow showing her pride. Right? Now you're my accomplice. Take the punishment from Father for me. That's the favor you're returning. Leo closed his eyes and let out a helpless sigh. Understood. He stood up, feeling the breeze brush past his hair. I really can never win against her. Lizette walked to his side. Go protect Lorraine's future. And your own future. Use your own hands. To achieve it. She turned her face with a smile. You are my brother, after all. Leo lowered his eyes, his expression softening. Yes. Lizette took a letter from her person and held it out to him. Also, this was sent to the wrong address. I'm returning it to its rightful owner now. Leo reached out to take the envelope, his pupils trembling slightly. From Lord Adam. Leo opened the envelope, and childish handwriting came into view. I learned how to make dried flowers. As a thank you gift, I'm sending you a pressed flower. He pulled a bookmark from the envelope. A small purple flower had been pressed flat and fixed on a white cardstock. Leo stared at the dried flower in his hand, his lips curling up unconsciously. That's impressive. The letter says Adam put a lot of thought into it. Remember to praise him when you get home. Leo gripped the letter, his fingertips trembling slightly. When I get home, Lizette watched his profile. To think you could make an expression like that now. Leo touched his chin with his fingers. Is something wrong? Lizette said, it's a wonderful expression. I'm really curious what kind of person changed you. Leo handed the letter to Lizette. Have I changed? Lizette smiled. It seems so. Perhaps I should also pay a visit to the Medina family. Leo placed a hand over his chest. I see. He turned to leave. I'm heading back to the capital tomorrow. Clarice sat before her vanity mirror, letting her maids arrange her gorgeous gown. When she was young, she had curled up under a tree, tears wetting her round-framed glasses. Leo had walked up to her. Why are you crying? Clarice looked up. Everyone says I look weird in glasses. Leo leaned down close to her. Isn't that? Actually, they really suit you. Clarice's pupils trembled slightly. Really? Clarice took off her glasses, her fingertips touching the cold frames. I don't need these anymore. Her gaze became confident and firm. I want to become a woman worthy of being the Duchess. She lifted her skirt and walked toward the brightly lit banquet hall. Leo is waiting for me. Building blocks were scattered everywhere. Sophia hurriedly said, I'm sorry for breaking your creation. Adam stood frozen, staring at the scattered blocks. He spoke up, I'll rebuild it. Servants were busy carrying boxes. Adam looked back. Is grandfather going out? Sophia followed his gaze. We're going to attend the Queen's birthday ball. Adam Bilinkit. A ball? Sophia flipped through the picture book in her hand. That's right. Everyone will wear gorgeous clothes and gather to dance. Adam leaned closer to the book. So that's how it is. That was a plot point in the novel. Leo and Clarice would have their first dance at the ball. Sophia pondered. I really want to witness that pure moment with my own eyes. Adam looked up. Is Mother not going? Sophia lowered her eyes. I'm not going. The butler pushed open the door in a hurry. Lady Sophia, the master is calling for you. Sophia looked back. What does he want? Adam opened his arms and lunged into her embrace. Olivier spoke up. Sophia, can you attend the ball in my place tonight? Sophia held Adam, her eyes wide with surprise. But so sudden. Olivier looked serious. Important figures from the Strain Federation have arrived unexpectedly. We must go see them immediately. But someone from the Medina family must attend the ball. The butler bowed. Master, time is short. Olivier and his wife walked toward the main door. We'll leave the rest to you. Sophia reached out, her fingertips stopping in midair. Wait, father. She stood dazed in the empty hall, holding Adam. She fell into silence. I have no choice but to attend. Sophia looked at the servants beside her. There isn't much time left before the ball starts. Start preparations immediately. The servants bowed and scurried through the corridors. Sophia set Adam down. I'm sorry. Something sudden came up. I have to go to the ball to fulfill my duty, so Adam, can you help me fix the castle I just broke? Wait for me here like a good boy. Adam clenched his fists, his eyes bright. I'll build a super cool one. Sophia smiled. I'm looking forward to it. The palace hall was brilliantly lit, with massive crystal chandeliers casting a radiant glow. Nobles moved slowly across the dance floor in pairs. Highborn ladies whispered among themselves, their eyes following Sophia. Sophia gave a cold laugh. Instead of whispering, why don't you just tell me to my face? She stopped and looked around. Everywhere she looked, there was green. Marian looked panicked. Sophia. She grabbed Sophia's arm. You should know the dress code for tonight, right? Sophia suddenly realized. I see. It seems someone spread false information. The most likely culprit was. Tristan had a mocking smile on his lips. Beside him, Catherine hid a snicker behind her hand, her eyes full of contempt. Sophia turned her head, her gaze sweeping behind her like an icy blade. Marian stayed close to her side, looking restless and uneasy. Sophia's expression was cold. It's fine. Back then, we couldn't speak our true feelings, but it's different now. That kind of thing won't happen again. Catherine waved her folding fan, a sneer on her lips. Oh my, isn't this Sophia? This is truly impolite. Not only do you not have a male companion, but you haven't even followed the dress code. Severing ties was indeed the right decision. As expected of my son, whispers broke out. It really is very rude. It seems Sophia has been abandoned after all. Marian shouted, it's not like that. Sophia turned her face. It's fine. Let me handle this. She lifted her skirt and stepped forward with an elegant posture. It's been a long time. Even though ties have been severed, I still thank you for your concern. In fact, I was suddenly appointed to represent my father. There was simply no time to find a companion. So, she clasped her hands over her chest with a bright smile. This is indeed very much like your style, Miss Catherine. Thank you for giving me the chance to explain. The crowd murmured, oh, is that so? That's quite admirable. Catherine turned around. Even if it was sudden, do you not even know the most basic dress code? She raised a finger and lightly touched the green gem at her ear. The rule for tonight is to wear a gown that matches the color of the Queen's eyes. Sophia recalled that the invitation clearly stated the Queen's birthstone color, sapphire. Had it been swapped out at some point, if this continued, the Medina family would suffer disgrace. Catherine chuckled behind her hand, a mocking smile on her lips. How strange. The Queen's eyes are clearly emerald. She turned back to look at Tristan behind her. Am I right? Tristan stepped forward slowly. Indeed, the queen's eyes are very beautiful. He raised his right hand, a green ring held between his fingers, just like this emerald. Sophia held her breath, her pupils trembling slightly. Tristan leaned close to her ear. My mother has always been hostile toward you. I apologize to you. A chill rose in Sophia's heart. What? This feeling wasn't right. Tristan had a gentle smile on his face. As compensation, now please accept this. He suddenly leaned down. In exchange, if you wear our family's wealth, I want you to return to this house. Of course, Adam will come back with you. Sophia froze in place. Since he couldn't take Adam, did he intend to reclaim me as well? She lowered her eyes, masking the disgust deep within. A typical tactic. Violating the dress code at a festival was indeed an irredeemable disgrace. My current situation seemed to leave no room for refusal. Tristan let go. He roughly grabbed Sophia's wrist. The heavy doors were pushed open. Her Majesty, Queen Beatrice, has arrived. Sophia snapped her head around, her pupils shrinking in shock. The queen entered the hall dressed in dark green finery, her expression majestic and cold. She surveyed the room, hands folded in front of her. Please carry on. I thank you all for gathering here tonight. Enjoy the feast to your heart's content. Tristan turned his face away, a mocking, triumphant smirk on his lips. As a ducal family, we must go forward and greet her immediately. He tightened his grip. An occasion like this requires a dance partner, does it not? Sophia pushed him away. I refuse. Ensuring I follow the dress code is my personal responsibility. I cannot impose such a burden on an unrelated person like you. She straightened her back, her gaze cold and resolute. I will never hand Adam over to a despicable man like you. A shadow of malice flashed in Tristan's eyes. Your stubbornness is truly impressive, Sophia. You brought this all on yourself. Catherine took Tristan's arm, rejecting the offer of goodwill. You should go seek forgiveness from the strict queen instead. Sophia walked through the grand hall alone, heading toward the dais under the watchful eyes of the crowd. She lifted her skirt and curtsied. Sophia Medina greets Her Majesty the Queen. The queen tilted her head slightly, her gaze landing on Sophia's dress. So you're a member of that infamous Medina family. What happened? Did you not have enough time to prepare? Sophia lowered her eyes, avoiding the sharp gaze. The queen was known for her wisdom. Perfunctory excuses would only backfire. Rather than hiding it, it was better to be completely honest about what had happened, even if it meant exposing the Medina family's shame. At the entrance of the hall, the sound of faint whispering broke out. Sophia followed the gazes and looked back. Her pupils suddenly contracted. The crowd automatically parted to both sides. Steady footsteps approached from afar. Leo appeared, wearing a white robe embroidered with gold. He walked slowly into the venue. Sophia held her breath and whispered, Lord Leo. Lao. He stopped beside Sophia, his gaze sweeping over her blue dress. He placed one hand over his chest and bowed slightly. Your Majesty, please forgive my tardiness. Leo Lauren offers his greetings. The queen's gaze lingered on Leo. Leo, it has been a long time. Did Lizette not accompany you? Leo spoke, my partner for tonight. He extended his arm towards Sophia. That is this lady. He turned his head to look at Sophia, a gentle smile on his lips, his eyes deep and focused. Sophia froze. She stared at Leo, her mind going blank. Me? Leo said, we kept missing each other due to urgent business, but she promised to wear the accessory I gifted her to meet tonight's dress code. It is a testament to our partnership. Sophia lifted her face, her pupils trembling with shock as she stared at the man beside her. Tristan spread his palms, a hypocritical smile on his face. Lord Leo, have you been deceived? She just said herself that she was completely unaware of the dress code. Are you trying to say that Lady Sophia is lying? Whispers broke out in the surroundings. As expected of a wicked woman, actually taking advantage of Lord Leo's lack of guard against women. Leo looked straight ahead, his expression cold and majestic. Sophia would never deceive anyone. If she did, it must be because she is currently in danger. For instance, someone is threatening her. Leo's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing Tristan's face. The other man's face turned pale instantly, and cold sweat broke out on his brow. Leo faced the dais and bowed. Your Majesty, please allow me to fulfill my promise here. The queen nodded slightly, her expression calm and profound. Permission granted. Proceed. Sophia watched Leo. There was no benefit for him in protecting her. Why was he going to such lengths? I can trust him. This intuition had never been so strong. Leo opened the jewelry box in his hand, a green gemstone brooch shimmering as he held it out to Sophia. Sophia took the jewelry box, her cheeks flushing. Thank you. She pinned the brooch to her collar. Leo's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Just as I thought, it suits you well. Sophia took Leo's arm and stepped into the center of the dance floor. Mariana stood at a distance, her eyes filled with relief. Tristan clenched his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging as he glared at Leo's back. That guy. Catherine pressed down on his arm and lowered her voice. Enough. There are eyes everywhere here. Let's leave first. Lucas strode over, hands on his hips, his expression frivolous and confident. I've become completely captivated by you. Leo's tone was flat. Lucas, you're on duty. Go back to your post. Lucas said, my post is right here. Seeing that poor lady, I really couldn't rest easy. Thanks to you. Her smile. That has finally returned. Leo said, that is also thanks to the information you shared. It was a great help. Lucas crossed his arms over his chest. Do you like her? Leo remained silent, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes before returning to their icy state. If you're just teasing me. But I'm leaving now. Lucas let out a soft snort, watching Leo's retreating back. He pointed toward the center of the dance floor. The first dance seems to have ended. Don't you plan to go dance? Leo walked toward Sophia and led her to the center of the hall. Lucas remained alone, watching the figures on the dance floor. This is the last time I'll step back. Leo placed his hand on Sophia's waist, slowly spinning in the middle of the dance floor. Sophia looked up at him. By the way, this brooch doesn't belong to our family, does it? Leo tightened his arm. It's a gift for you. Sophia's pupils trembled slightly. Leo lowered his eyelids, his expression cold and focused. Yes, I saw in the shop I introduced to you before and thought it suited you perfectly. Though I bought it on impulse, I'm glad it came in handy. Sophia said, suits me? Leo nodded slightly. Adam was born in May, and you were born in April, right? Sophia held her breath. That's my birthstone. This is the best gift. Thank you. The clamor of the banquet gradually faded as the carriage drove toward the brightly lit manor. Sophia's foot slipped, and she lost her balance with a cry of surprise. Leo quickly reached out, steadily supporting her back and pulling her into his arms. Sophia spoke. I've really been taken care of by Lord Leo tonight. Leo watched her, his gaze deep and focused. Please rely on me anytime. I am no hero. Sophia turned around, her skirt tracing an arc on the ground. It's fine. Thank you so much for today. Good night. She sat in her room, letting her thoughts swirl. I must be careful not to misjudge the distance between us. How did things turn out like this? Adam stood between the two of them, holding Leo and Sophia's hands respectively, his steps light and cheerful. Adam lay on the bed, his eyes tightly closed. He fell into a deep sleep. Sophia sat by the bed, the letter held between her fingertips, her gaze heavy. The invitation to the ball was indeed a fake. She sat opposite Leo, hands folded on her lap. I see. It was a servant at home who swapped it. Leo nodded slightly, his expression cold and solemn. Yes. Using his mind-reading ability, Adam discovered a suspicious person. He told me immediately as soon as I returned. But by then, you had already left. Sophia straightened her back, a hint of relief in her expression. Fortunately, it didn't lead to a greater disaster. So, who is the culprit? Leo watched her eyes, his voice low and firm. We have narrowed down the target. According to Adam's testimony, that person is likely. Sophia reached out and gently stroked Adam's hair. Only her family and Leo knew the secret of his mind reading. Once exposed, he would be in danger. They had to find irrefutable evidence. Adam let out a faint murmur, his eyelids fluttering as he slowly opened his eyes. Mom, good morning. He sat at the dining table, staring at the red tomatoes on his plate, his brow furrowing slightly. Sophia turned to look at him. Do you not like tomatoes? They're delicious. Adam's pupils flickered. I hate tomatoes. Mom thinks they're delicious. He immediately put on a smile and used his fork to lift a tomato, holding it out to Sophia's mouth. Then I'll get my portion to Mom, too. Sophia opened her mouth and accepted the food from Adam, looking helpless. The maid, carrying a teapot, turned to Sophia. There seems to be a harvest festival in town today. Sophia wiped her lips. Is that so? Adam tilted his head. Harvest? Sophia explained. It's a festival to give thanks for the crops and pray for a smooth year ahead. Adam gripped the chair with both hands, his eyes sparkling. I want to go. Sophia lowered her eyes. If we go out, we need a guard. But it's hard to ask Lord Leo right now. Adam lifted his face and stared into Sophia's eyes. Did you have a fight with Lord Leo? Sophia waved her hands repeatedly. Of course not. You must be busy with other work. Today, we'll ask another older brother to accompany us. The door was pushed open. Leo stepped into the hall, his cloak billowing with his movement. Adam jumped off his chair and rushed to the door. Lord Leo. He looked up and cheered. I'm going to the Harvest Festival with Mom. Leo stopped in his tracks. The Harvest Festival? I will accompany you. Sophia turned abruptly. No need. I already planned to ask the Medina family guards. Leo tilted his head slightly, his gaze cold. Is that guard stronger than me? Sophia was at a loss for words, her gaze wavering. Well, Leo spread his palm. Then I am the best choice. Sophia's eyes widened. But it's just a festival. And, don't you hate crowded places? Leo's expression was flat. It's precisely because there are many people that I am needed. Adam will be safer with someone he knows. Sophia's brow was knit with conflict. I can't keep taking Clarice's place. A flash of confusion appeared in Leo's eyes. Why are you suddenly rejecting me? Did I do something to upset you? Adam looked up with a bright smile. He reached out both hands, grabbing Leo and Sophia's palms respectively. Let's all go together. The streets were hung with colorful flags. Vendors shouted loudly behind their stalls, and the crowd flowed slowly over the stone pavement. The three of them walked through the noisy market. Sophia turned her head, her expression one of helplessness. How did it come to this? She had originally intended to keep her distance. Adam looked at the steaming thick soup, his eyes sparkling. It smells so good. Sophia leaned down. It's hot. Be careful to hold it steady. Adam sat obediently. Sophia lifted a wooden spoon and blew on it gently. Then she held it to Adam's mouth. Adam's cheeks puffed out as he showed a satisfied smile. It's delicious. Sophia's eyes crinkled. There's plenty more. Adam looked up at Leo. Mom, aren't you going to feed Lord Leo? Sophia froze, her pupils contracting. Leo turned his head abruptly, his expression showing a hint of shock. She waved her hands frantically. Her cheeks flushed. No need. Adam lowered his eyes, his expression becoming lonely. Is it because of me? Is it because of me that Mom doesn't want to bring Lord Leo out? Sophia spoke urgently. It's absolutely not like that. Adam lifted his reddened face, his eyes full of expectation. Then can you feed him? Sophia closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Lord Leo. Leo was actually startled. Sophia lifted the wooden spoon, her fingertips trembling slightly. The spoon held food as she held it to Leo's lips. Leo's gaze wavered in panic. But Sophia held the wooden spoon, her expression stiff. Adam poked his head out from behind her. With an expectant smile, Leo slowly leaned down and took the spoon in his mouth. Adam watched him swallow the food. Is it good? Leo raised a hand to cover his mouth. It's good. Adam clapped his hands cheerfully. See? You're friends now. Sophia looked at Adam's joyful figure, a smile appearing on her lips. He looks very happy now. She turned to look at Leo. Their eyes met. The crisp sound of a bell rang in the distance. Adam suddenly turned his head toward the noisy square. What's that? Sophia followed his gaze. It's a puppet show. A simple stage had been set up in the center of the square. A musician beat a red drum. Two performers pulled the strings, and the puppets danced amidst a miniature forest. Adam looked up, his eyes full of expectation. Can I go watch? Sophia leaned down. You can, but you must promise to watch quietly until the end. Adam nodded vigorously. Okay. He sat on a bench with a maid sitting beside him. Leo and Sophia stood at a distance, watching the stage. Sophia mused that the performance seemed like it would last a long time. Leo turned. Lady Sophia, may I now fulfill my promise to Master Adam and go pick out some flowers? Sophia folded her hands, her expression gentle. We still have time. Let's do that then. The two entered a flower shop, the shelves filled with various potted plants. Leo said, "This is the shop I mentioned before." Sophia looked around. Lord Leo knows a lot about flowers. Leo lowered his eyes, his fingertips brushing against a petal. It's because my sister loves them. Sophia tilted her head slightly. Are you and your sister close? Leo's expression was flat. She's always dragging me to do all sorts of things. Sophia recalled. If she remembered correctly, his mother had already passed away. She asked softly, was Lord Leo's father the one who raised you siblings alone? He must be that remarkable person. A flicker of gloom passed through Leo's eyes. Sophia's tone was hesitant. Did something happen at home? Leo's voice was low. There are some disagreements between my father and me. He once left the engagement for me to handle, but then pushed it forward on his own without consulting me. What's worse, he even changed the person I was to marry. Sophia asked softly, "It was Miss Clarice, right?" Leo replied, "Yes." Sophia lowered her eyes, lost in thought. No wonder he acted that way, having an engagement ceremony arranged without his knowledge. It was indeed unfair. She looked up at Leo's lonely back, a ripple of emotion in her heart. Leo continued. Even though I asked for an explanation, he never gave a convincing reason. In the end, he just told me to stay silent and accept it. Sophia's eyes showed her confusion. "Do you know why he did that?" Leo said, "I suspect there's another reason behind it. Sorry, this topic is too depressing." Sophia shook her head gently. "Not at all. But even if there is a reason, I think your father must have had his own difficulties." Leo's expression froze. His difficulties? Sophia's finger brushed a purple petal. "This is just my guess. Like, to protect you." Leo froze in place. "To protect me?" Sophia suddenly leaned closer. "We must continue to be friends, okay?" She blinked. "Otherwise, Adam will be sad." Leo lowered his eyes, resting his finger against his chin. "All right, I understand." Sophia suddenly discovered something. "Lord Leo, how about this pot?" Leo looked at the cluster of flowers she was pointing at. "I think it's great. Its flower language is." Sophia said, "I'll take this pot." Leo walked down the busy street, holding Adam's hand, with Sophia following closely behind. "Adam, don't let go of my hand, or you'll get lost." Adam looked up with a bright smile. "Okay." Sophia closed her eyes, feeling the breeze. "This is a great chance to change my mood." A passerby came toward her and bumped hard into her shoulder. "Sorry." A brown cloth bag fell to the ground with a dull thud. The passerby ran off without looking back. Sophia stood frozen, looking at the bag on the ground. "Wait a moment." She let go of Adam's hand and ran back. Adam stopped abruptly. Leo noticed something was wrong. "What is it, Adam?" Adam stood frozen, his pupils trembling. Sophia's figure had disappeared. Alice looked around the noisy street. "Lady Sophia, where are you?" Adam gripped Leo's hand tightly, his voice trembling. "Mom is gone." Sophia quickly caught up to the passerby. "Please wait. You dropped something?" The passerby took the bag, pulling his hat brim down hurriedly. "Thank you very much." Sophia smiled and waved goodbye. She turned around, and her smile instantly froze. "Which way did I just come from?" Alice's expression was one of helplessness. "Actually, my lady has absolutely no sense of direction. I'll go look for her. Can you take care of Master Adam?" Leo nodded in agreement. "All right." Alice turned and ran down the street, her purple skirt swaying in the crowd before disappearing in the distance. Leo stood in the noisy square, looking down at Adam. Adam's eyes were red, and tears were welling up. "Mom." Leo watched Adam's trembling shoulders. He must be feeling anxious about being away from his mother. How could he cheer him up? Ahead, a father let his child ride on his shoulders. The two were laughing while looking into the distance. Leo thought for a moment, then leaned down to look Adam in the eye. "You can see better from up high. Want to look for her together?" He reached out his hands, steadily supporting Adam and lifting him up. Adam, perched on Leo's shoulders, let out a cry of wonder. "I'm the tallest." Leo steadied himself, scanning the area ahead. "That's right. Can you see your mother?" Adam straightened his back, trying to look into the distance. "There are too many people. I don't know where she is." Adam watched the back of a family of 3 in the distance, his eyes filled with longing. "I want a gentle father, too." Leo's expression changed slightly. The father he spoke of must be Lord Tristan. Was he not gentle? Adam lowered his head, his voice barely audible. "He wasn't gentle. He was always bullying Mom. I was too afraid of being scolded, so I couldn't help her." Leo listened in silence, his eyes showing his gravity. So that was it. One cannot choose their parents. Adam leaned on his head. "Why?" Leo closed his eyes. "Who knows?" He set Adam on the ground. "But you can choose how to live. Just like how Lady Sophia returned to your side and returned to the Medina family." Adam stood frozen, the light returning to his eyes. "I really like my home now. Mom is always smiling, and that makes me very happy." Leo's eyes were filled with tenderness. "Yes, your smile is the answer. Lady Sophia made these decisions precisely for your happiness." Adam closed his eyes and laughed, his cheeks flushing. "I love Mom the most." He looked at the bustling street in the distance, his figure appearing small. "Will Mom come back?" Leo's expression was firm. "She will definitely come back." Adam looked up, staring at the blue sky. "Really?" Leo responded softly. "Yes." Adam recalled, "I didn't used to like tomatoes, so I wasn't a good boy. Is that why Mom left me?" He lifted his hand to rub his eyes, tears streaming down. Leo reached out and stroked his face. "That's not true. To Lady Sophia, you are the most precious treasure." Adam tilted his head. "How do you know?" Leo held out his pinky finger. It's a secret for now, but I promise Master Adam will understand very soon. Adam rubbed his swollen eyes, a smile finally appearing on his lips. Leo stood up. Not liking tomatoes doesn't make you a bad boy. He picked up a bag of dried fruit and held it out to Adam. But eating more types of food is good for your body. Want to try? Adam took one and put it in his mouth, his eyes lighting up instantly. It's delicious. Leo looked at his joyful appearance, a hint of gratification in his brow. That's good. Sophia ran over, panting. I finally found you. Adam's eyes shone. Mom. He dove into Sophia's arms. The setting sun dyed the street golden red. Sophia took Adam's hand, her face full of apology. I'm sorry I got lost. Adam shook his head. It's okay. Lord Leo was with me the whole time. Sophia looked at Leo. Thank you very much. Leo's expression was indifferent. It's fine. I enjoy myself too. A gray-haired clergyman passed by carrying a bucket, his expression cold. Sophia suddenly stopped and turned to look at Leo. If it's possible, maybe we could. Leo stepped in front of Sophia. Water splashed in the air, soaking his back. Sophia looked puzzled. What? This is terrible. Leo turned his head and glared coldly at the person behind him. The clergyman stood frozen in place. I'm very sorry. Leo looked down to check on Sophia. Are you wet? Sophia looked up, still shaken. Thanks to you. I'm fine. Clarice stood by a high window, looking down at the street. Leo looked up, his brow furrowed. Leo held a metal seal. He pressed it onto purple wax and leaned back in his chair. It's done. Leo turned his head, his gaze landing on the dried flowers. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Not bad. His gaze stopped on a photo of the clergyman. Devout believers had gathered in the church for Saint Clarice. Leo flipped through the report, his brow knit. They even spontaneously formed a personal guard. And this man is Clarice's closest follower. He apologized for the splashing incident, saying his hand slipped. But that bucket of water looked more like it was aimed at Sophia. Leo looked down at the desk, his finger tracing the paper. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Inside the cathedral, it was grand and solemn. Clarice had her hands folded and eyes closed in devout prayer, a faint light surrounding her. The gray-haired clergyman approached and bowed slightly. Lady Clarice, please rest for a moment. A gentle smile played on Clarice's lips. I'm fine. I can feel my power. Restoring whenever I pray. The clergymen looked at each other, their expressions complex as they lowered their heads. Clarice stared into the distance, a hint of deeper meaning flashing in her eyes. 3 days before the engagement ceremony, Leo lowered his head in apology, his eyes cold. I am very sorry. He stood in the center of the hall, facing Clarice's family, his tone brooking no argument. Please allow me to postpone the engagement ceremony. Clarice's father was shocked. What does this mean? Everything is ready, and now you want to postpone? Are you trampling on my daughter's feelings? Leo kept his head down, his voice low. I'm sorry. Clarice's father swung his arm, pointing at Leo and shouting. An apology isn't enough. Clarice reached out and pulled her father's sleeve, a gentle smile on her face. Father, please calm down. I am okay. She tilted her head and looked at Leo. It's just a postponement, not a cancellation, right? I can wait. The discussion ends here. Since the person involved says it's okay, then so be it. Clarice pushed her parents out the door. Isn't Mother going to the Queen's Ball? You should go prepare. Father, go help her. She waved at Leo. It's okay. I'll handle my parents. Leo stood under the porch, his expression cold. I've caused you trouble. Clarice stepped in front of him. If you really feel sorry, shouldn't you comfort my wounded heart? Later, I have official duties at the church as the Lord. Will you accompany me? In a magnificent cathedral, sunlight spilled across the pews. Clarice moved among the believers. A soft light overflowed from her fingertips. She lightly touched the arm of a wounded person. The look of pain vanished instantly. The believer was full of gratitude. Thank you. Clarice assisted a frail, elderly person, a glow enveloping their surroundings. She looked at Leo. Thank you. As long as you are by my side, I can keep going. Leo's gaze was cold. The one who should be grateful is me. Many in my territory have been saved by you. Clara said, regarding what happened just now, I simply didn't want things to get awkward between you and my family. After all, we still have a long way to go together, don't we? Leo remained silent. Clarice called his name softly. Leo. An elderly clergyman walked in. Lady Clarice, thank you for your devotion today. Clarice replied, it is merely my duty. The clergyman placed a hand over his heart. I heard your wedding date is approaching. As long as the two of you are stable, Lorraine will be at peace. Clarice nodded. Yes, we will work hard together. As the saintess, I have the power to make everyone happy. Her eyes shone with confidence. That's right, Leo. I have nothing to worry about. I am very certain of that. An attendant hurried into the cathedral. Pardon me, Lord Leo. He presented a letter with both hands. An urgent message for you. Leo opened the envelope, his eyes scanning the page. His expression grew colder. It seems the Medina family will be quite busy lately. As long as Lady Sophia is there, it should be fine. Clarice looked worried. But that person. Leo closed the letter. Clarice interrupted him. There's still many people waiting for treatment. As a lord, it's natural for you to be worried. I will keep going until the last person is healed. So, please keep your eyes on me. Leo let out a soft sigh. Lizette appeared, wearing a gorgeous gown, a playful smile on her lips. Can that role be entrusted to me? Clarice froze, her pupils trembling. Miss Lizette. Lizette gave a slight nod. As a member of the Lorraine family, I sincerely thank you for your hard work. She turned and walked toward the cheering crowd. I'd also love to catch up with everyone. The commoners waved their hands. Lady Lizette. Lizette looked back at Clarice. After all, we might become family in the future. I want to deepen the bond between us. Then, lowering her voice with a teasing tone, she added, what did Leo say after reading that letter? Don't you want to know? Clarice stood frozen, her eyes filled with agitation and unease. Lizette said, if I hadn't discovered that letter, what were you planning to do? Clarice's pupils shook, her face turning pale instantly. Lizette said to Leo, why are you still hesitating? Go. Leo turned and ran toward the door, his boots thudding against the red carpet. Clarice sat on a bench. Miss Lizette. Lizette stopped and turned her head to look at Clarice. There's no need to look so worried. It's all right. Her lips curled up slightly. I haven't told Leo yet that you tried to hide that letter. Clarice snapped her head up. Why? Lizette closed her eyes, her expression calm. You aren't the type of person to do such a thing without a reason. I'm sure you had your reasons. Clarice's expression suddenly became animated. Yes, that's right. I just happened to find Leo's letter. I thought it might be too much trouble for him if I went out of my way to return it. Lizette touched her lower lip with a fingertip, her eyes full of amusement. So you really thought it would be a trouble? Clarice froze, her smile stiffening. Cold sweat trickled from her temple. Lizette said, that boy showed a rare look of joy after reading the letter. There must be someone he cherishes in the Medina family. Clarice lowered her eyes. With Leo's personality, he would never just sit by and do nothing. She turned her head toward Lizette with a faint smile. That's just who he is. He never overlooks those who have helped him. That is Leo's best quality. Lizette looked back. I understand how you feel. Clarice looked delighted, her eyes sparkling. But Lizette suddenly asked, but what does Leo think? Clarice froze, her smile instantly vanishing. What? Since he has already gone this far. Lizette interrupted her. Since you understand that much, then who is the person Leo truly has in his heart? Do you still understand? Clarice hung her head. From the time I was a child, my eyes have always followed Leo. Clarice sat at a desk piled with books, burying herself in the affairs of the territory. After awakening her power as the saintess, she prayed for the prosperity of the land. My achievements were recognized. I was even summoned to the royal palace because of it. All of this was for Leo. An unfathomable smile played on Lizette's lips. Everyone knows of your hard work. The people of the territory are grateful. But what you really want is Leo's heart, isn't it? In this world, there are always things that don't go as planned. Isn't your heart the same? However, the one who can save you from your pain is not Leo. Lizette leaned close to Clarice's ear. Leo has finally found the person he truly desires. Clarice lowered her head. What exactly did that person do for Leo? On the day Leo went to the council, neither she nor Lizette were present. She had been worried about who his partner would be, but it turned out to be Sophia. I have never been protected by him like that. Clarice stood in the center of the cathedral, surrounded by voices of praise. Thank you for your hard work. Your power grows stronger every day. Truly the greatest saintess in history. Clarice gave a polite smile. It is all thanks to everyone's efforts that I am who I am today. Two clergymen remarked with sincere admiration. She's a wonderful person. She truly treats us like friends. Clarice's pupils suddenly contracted. Does Sophia call Leo a friend? Has Leo's affection been unrequited all this time? What if that person rejects him? Would Leo's feelings change then? Adam picked up a cherry tomato and smiled with satisfaction. It's delicious. Lizette wiped his mouth. It seems you've completely overcome your picky eating. That's wonderful. Before she knew it, Adam had become so close to Leo. Pushing Leo away for her own convenience might have been a mistake. Sophia crossed her arms and closed her eyes in thought. He had helped her at the ball. Having a reliable ally was a good thing after all. Since things had come this far, she snapped her eyes open. Reality would never unfold exactly like a novel. He surely wouldn't reject her. To be safe, she needed to confirm the current progress of the story. She rested her chin on her hand with a smile. By the way, when is Miss Claire's coming back? I heard the engagement ceremony was postponed, but Leo turned his face away and remained silent. Sophia was slightly taken aback. If the story followed the novel, then next. Leo suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist firmly. Excuse me. Sophia was stunned. What? Leo, turn around. I have something to discuss. Can you come with me for a moment? The maids exchanged excited glances. Lord Adam, would you like some dessert after your meal? We've prepared your favorite jelly. Sophia was led into an empty drawing room. Lord Leo, what is this about? Leo suddenly pushed her toward the corner, bracing one hand against the wall. Sophia's back hit the cold wall, and her breath hitched. Leo spoke. Miss Sophia. Sophia looked flustered. What is going on? Sophia pressed her hands against his chest. Wait, Leo. Leo looked down at her, his gaze unyieldingly firm. I can't wait. You need to explain everything slowly. About this bruise. Sophia was suddenly stunned. What bruise? Leo held Sophia's slender wrist. On her fair skin, a red mark was clearly imprinted. Sophia hunched her shoulders, her eyes darting away. I just called his name. It's too easy to misunderstand. Leo stared at the mark, his eyes turning cold. Who did this? Sophia suddenly pulled away. Leo said, if it's hard to talk about, don't force yourself. Sophia lowered her eyes. It was my ex-husband at the ball. He threatened that I must obey him, saying it was to protect my reputation. That's why he grabbed me so hard then. Leo's lowered fist clenched. I see, Sophia added, but he's not a problem anymore. Leo's gaze was icy. He is a man unworthy of being called a gentleman. Sophia hung her head. He seems to want to take both Adam and me back. Leo asked, does Tristan know about Adam's ability? Sophia shook her head. It hadn't awakened yet when he was still around. He shouldn't know. Leo's gaze sharpened. But what if he got information from elsewhere and already knows? They won't give up easily until they achieve their goal. A knock came at the door. Miss Sophia. Sophia turned her head. Come. The butler entered in a hurry. Sophia asked what happened. The butler said, a monk claiming to be from St. Esclaris's guard is asking for an audience. He specifically asked to see Lord Leo. Sophia's heart tightened. Could it be that organization from the novel? What do they want with Leo? Leo stepped forward, shielding Sophia. I'll handle this. The butler bowed slightly. Also, Miss Sophia, another batch of plants has arrived. They're the flowers for Lord Adam. Sophia and Leo locked eyes, a faint smile on her lips. Sunlight flooded the courtyard. Sophia crouched by the soil, watching Adam plant seedlings with his own hands. The gardener stood behind them with a simple, honest smile. Leo walked over slowly. I'm late. Sophia turned back with a bright smile. What do the people from the church want? Leo's tone was flat. It was nothing major. Adam crouched before the dirt and pointed at a sprout. Look, I did it. Leo looked at Adam. You're very capable. Sophia looked at the seedling. What a lovely little life. Just like Adam. Adam then pointed to another upright green plant. And is this one strong and handsome? Sophia closed her eyes with a radiant smile. That's right. Strong and handsome. Just like Lord Leo. Leo brushed his cheek with a finger, looking away with a slightly awkward expression. Adam suddenly froze. What's this? Sophia leaned in a look. I don't know. I wonder what kind of flowers these will bloom into. Leo explained, I happened to notice them and had them sent over. Plant these as well. Adam raised his gloved right hand. Okay. He pressed the seeds into the moist earth. What kind of flowers will they be? Leo said, who knows? When they grow up and you find the answer, remember to tell me. Adam looked up, his eyes full of anticipation. He held out his small hand. It's a promise. Leo leaned down, and they hooked their pinky fingers together. Adam ran lightly around the flower bed with a small watering can. Sophia asked Leo, what kind of seeds are those? Leo sat down beside Sophia. It's a secret. Sophia rested her chin on her hands. Can't you tell just me? Leo turned his head, his gaze deep. I can, but in exchange. He stared into Sophia's eyes, his expression becoming serious. If anything happens in the future, you must rely on me. You haven't told anyone else about that bruise, have you? Sophia lowered her eyes, a trace of bitterness on her lips. That was my own problem. I didn't want to worry everyone. Getting an injury like that through my own carelessness is really pathetic. Leo thought for a moment. Are you afraid of others seeing through your weakness? He took Sophia's hand. You aren't alone. I want you to rely on me. Sophia's pupils trembled slightly. Leo gazed into her eyes solemnly. Please don't forget that. A blush crept onto Sophia's cheeks. Her eyes were frantic. I understand. She quickly steadied her breathing and put on a masking smile. We have a promise. You'll tell me what those seeds are, right? Leo leaned close to her ear. Then, quietly, Sophia hastily pulled away. Never mind. She straightened up. I'm looking forward to growing with Adam. A smile touched Leo's lips. I see. The sunset dyed the corridor red as fallen leaves swirled in the wind. Sophia walked forward. The things Leo said always brought peace of mind. Can we stay together for more than half a year? Leo suddenly spoke. Miss Sophia. Sophia, turn back. Leo stood where light and shadow met. I will be leaving here soon. Sophia froze. Leo continued. Regarding the clergyman I mentioned earlier, the church has decided to form a Holy Night Order. The clergyman's tone had been earnest. We hope you will serve as the commander of the Holy Night Order. Leo's expression was cold. The church had been quietly gathering strength, and now that they were finally taking action, the confrontation with the royal family seemed to be escalating rapidly. The clergyman handed over an official document. This is the appointment letter issued by the Pope himself. Joining a night order directly under the church meant turning one's back on the royal family and siding with the church. Such a betrayal went against the code of chivalry. Leo pushed the document back. I'm sorry, I cannot accept. The clergyman frowned, looking puzzled. I don't think Lady Clarice that would be happy either. Leo's gaze was cold, his tone unquestionable. My mind is made up. He was determined. The culprit who swapped the invitation was still in this mansion. To protect Lady Sophia and everyone else, he couldn't leave yet. The clergyman sighed. It seems you made up your mind. I understand. Leo said, if you'll excuse me. The clergyman suddenly spoke up. It seems Lady Sophia's divorce is going to be canceled. Leo stopped in his tracks. He turned his head. What are you talking about? The clergyman said. Tristan, as Sophia's ex-husband, claims he signed the divorce agreement by mistake and is demanding to withdraw the application. Leo clenched his fist, his eyes growing colder. The institution of marriage was entirely under the jurisdiction of the church. Even the royal family could not interfere. If the Pope approved, the divorce agreement would become void. If that's the case, Leo looked directly at the clergyman, his gaze like a blade. Such a one-sided claim will never be accepted. A smile played on the clergyman's lips. Indeed, if you're willing to become the commander of the Holy Night Order, then this matter. Leo took a step forward, his eyes icy. Are you threatening me? Intimidated by his aura, the clergyman leaned back, waving his hands frantically. This is just the Pope's instruction. The Saintess's noble thoughts are far beyond my understanding. Leo suppressed his killing intent. I understand. I will go and ask personally. Sophia stood in the shadow of the trees, looking worried. Lord Leo. Leo snapped out of it. I have to move out for a new job. He thought to himself that wanting to stay here was entirely his own selfishness. As long as their lives were protected, that was all he needed. Sophia recalled the novel's plot. Leo was supposed to become a holy knight and develop feelings for Clarice. But was there a deviation now? She hesitated. I want to know, are you really okay with this? Leo nodded. Yes. Sophia breathed a sigh of relief. That's good then. She turned toward the distance. Leo and the heroine would surely be fine, just like in the novel. Adam would probably be lonely, though. Adam ran quickly to Sophia. Mama, I did it. He pointed to the white flower pot on the ground. I watered them. Sophia leaned down and lightly stroked the top of Adam's head. Wonderful. You must take care of them like this every day from now on. Adam nodded vigorously, his eyes bright. Okay. He turned to Leo and raised his hands. Lord Leo, do the lift me high again. Leo leaned down and picked up Adam, letting him sit on his shoulders. Of course, Sophia watched the scene. If Leo left, would she ever see a sight like this again? Leo hadn't believed the rumors. He had chosen to believe in her. That gave her peace of mind. There was a time when just surviving took all her effort, and that sense of happiness felt so far away. It wasn't until recently that she finally had the energy to enjoy life. Because he was by her side, the days had become stable. Sophia made up her mind. To protect Adam and everyone in the Medina family, she had to become stronger. She walked toward two maids. Do you two have a moment? She leaned close to their ears, a hint of mischief in her expression. There's something I need you to help me prepare. Sophia carried a bamboo basket down the long gallery, watching the attendant carrying a tray ahead. That was Leo's servant. She hurried to catch up. Are those for Lord Leo? The attendant stopped, looking a bit flustered. Lady Sophia. Sophia reached out and took the tray with a smile. I'll take them since I'm heading that way anyway. The attendant stood frozen. Sophia walked away with the tray. It's fine. I can do this myself. The attendant stood alone in the hallway, sweating. Sophia came to the heavy wooden door and raised her hand to knock. Leo opened the door, his shirt collar open and his hair slightly disheveled. Thank you. His gaze changed when he saw who it was. Lady Sophia, why are you here? Sophia looked down. Lord Leo. I was once reminded that my attire was too improper. Now, I'm returning those words to you exactly as they were. Lao let out a soft chuckle. You're right. It seems I've become too relaxed because this room is just so comfortable. Sophia watched his smile. I have something to discuss. Can I come in? Leo stepped aside. Coincidentally, I have something for you too. The attendant, hiding nearby, watched with wide eyes. Leo held the door frame as Sophia walked in. The door slowly closed under the attendant's horrified gaze. Sophia sat on a red sofa and raised her hand. Thank you for the medicine you sent. Leo said, the efficacy is very good. My subordinates often ignore small injuries, so that I always carry it with me. Sophia thought to herself, so it was medicine prepared for his subordinates. She spoke up, you're a good boss. Leo looked lonely. Am I? Sophia looked at his face. Leo seemed lonely, but he actually cherished the people around him. It was probably the same for them. Leo lowered his gaze. Lady Sophia, there's something I want to discuss regarding Adam. He had once sobbed with his head down, afraid of being scolded for not being able to save his mother. Sophia said, but he actually said those words to you? Leo spread his hands. Please don't worry too much. Some things are better left unknown. Sophia tilted her head. Are you insulting me? Leo raised a hand to the back of his neck. I'm just stating facts. Sophia smiled. It's good that you worry about us, but there's no need for excessive concern. More than that, I want to hear the details. You plan to become a holy knight, right? Leo looked up, their eyes meeting. In that moment, the atmosphere froze. The Medina family was loyal to the royal family faction, while Leo, about to become a holy knight, belonged to the church. Sophia watched Leo. Lord Leo, you will be standing on the opposite side of us, won't you? Leo looked down, avoiding her gaze. Yes, I will become a hostile force threatening the Medina family. Sophia's pupils trembled slightly. Can you tell me the reason? Leo said, to protect Clarice with all my heart. As the saintess, she possesses great power and is currently being eyed by neighboring countries. Sophia pressed further. So you decided to become a holy knight to protect her with your own hands, right? Leo rested his hands on his knees, his fingertips trembling slightly. Yes. Sophia lowered her eyes. Even if she wasn't a villainess, if she was destined to be enemies with Leo and the others, the future of execution might truly happen. She looked up with a smile. Since this is the path you've chosen to protect someone important to you, then I will support you. Leo froze, his expression gradually softening into a gentle smile. I will do my best. Lucas had his arms crossed, suddenly becoming a holy knight. What on earth does that mean? Are you going to infiltrate the church to do some kind of spy work? Leo turned his face away, his gaze cold. They were the ones who sought me out. I will make full use of that. Lucas sighed. Do you really think it's okay to betray us after all this time? The person who proposed such an absurd suggestion. It was for someone's sake, wasn't it? Leo closed his eyes. It wasn't. Lucas put his hands on his hips. If we can find another way without relying on the church, that would be great. If it really doesn't work out, I'll go and be a holy knight with you. Leo turned to leave. No need. This has nothing to do with you. Lucas's outstretched hand froze in midair, his fingertips trembling. Now, Leo stopped. Let's be clear. You're just a burden. Lucas stood frozen, his pupils contracting. Is that really what you think? Leo nodded. Yes, I'm stronger than you anyway. Lucas suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Leo by the collar. His eyes were full of anger. Leo let him pull at him. Lucas, thank you for your support all this time. That's why I can never let you become a holy knight. Lucas lowered his head. What is this even? He let go of his grip and let out a scoff. Forget it. Just forget the whole thing. He gritted his teeth and turned toward the exit. Since I'm a burden, I'll disappear. Pope Marco walked into the room. I've been waiting for you. Please, speak freely. Leo bowed slightly. Pardon the intrusion. He straightened up, his gaze sweeping over the Pope's kindly face. Pope Marco appeared to be just a highly respected clergyman. In reality, he was a calculating politician. Leo had to handle him with care. He sat on a wooden chair. Let's get straight to the point. Regarding the position of Holy Knight Commander mentioned the other day, Pope Marco clasped his hands, a smile on his lips. You'll accept it, won't you? Leo lowered his eyes, his expression cold. I solemnly refuse the appointment of Holy Knight Commander. Pope Marco Nadif. I see. Speaking of which, I heard you've put your engagement to the saintess on hold. Leo's brow furrowed, his eyes full of wariness. Why bring that up now? Pope Marcos Maiv. I just wanted to ask personally. To establish a connection with the saintess is a supreme honor. Why would you refuse? He spread his hands, his tone calm. Your father, back then, not readily agreed to it. Leo's gaze was icy. So the Pope was indeed involved in the engagement. Had his father also faced some kind of threat just like him? Pope Marco watched Leo. Do you understand? This means your father was also a true friend of the church. I have prepared the highest position for you. Do you intend to ignore my kindness? Leo sat straight in the wooden chair. I desire a position higher than that of Holy Knight Commander. He looked straight ahead, his expression cold and determined. Saintess Claris, please make me her exclusive guardian. Pope Marco was stunned for a moment, then covered his mouth and nose with his hand. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. Very well. I'm very satisfied. For a knight, that is indeed a supreme honor. He let out a low laugh. Haha, yes. Indeed. Leo gripped the armrest of the chair, his gaze sharp. One more thing regarding that news. Please promise me that you will not make any outrageous moves. For example, destroying the Grand Court family's divorce papers. Pope Marco crossed his hands, a smile on his lips. Of course. As long as you fulfill your duties as a holy knight, your wish will come true. Leo walked out of the magnificent cathedral. The Pope is indeed a difficult character to deal with, but if it's to protect what's important, I'm more than willing to play the part of the traitor. He walked alone toward the end of the corridor, his back straight and solitary. Lucas swung his long sword, the blade drawing an arc in the air. His eyes reflected his frustration. What burden? You didn't mean that, did you? Am I really that unreliable? To think you'd cast me aside for the sake of the church. He clenched his teeth, his gaze burning with anger. Is it because I'm weaker than Leo? Of course it is. How could I ever beat that perfect man? Lucas suddenly exerted force, pinning down his opponent's longsword. With a roar, he swung his blade down. Leo, you big idiot. His opponent slumped to the ground, dropping his sword and raising his hands. I surrender. Lucas stood in the clearing, his chest heaving. I really am a fool. He lowered his eyes, looking lonely. Yesterday, he was definitely acting strange. Even though I knew he was deliberately provoking me, I still lost. The sparring knight stood aside, hands on hips, looking down. What are you talking about? You clearly won. Lucas kept his head low, his hair obscuring his eyes. You don't understand. He sat on the ground and looked up at the sky. There's no helping it then. He ruffled his hair and stood up. Looks like I have to go help my best friend. Mariana opened her arms. Sophia, with a radiant smile, she lunged forward. I missed you so much. Sophia hugged her back, a smile playing on her lips. Did you miss me that much? Mariana nodded vigorously. Of course. To think you actually won over that stiff Leo. I've been dying to hear the details since the ball ended. Sophia fell into thought. So that's how it is, she said. Unfortunately, my relationship with Lord Leo isn't like that. He was just doing me a favor that day. Mariana looked puzzled. Then what about that rumor I heard? Sophia picked up her teacup and took a sip of black tea. What rumor? Mariana cupped her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That you and Lord Leo spent the night together. Sophia's smile froze instantly. What did you say? She looked flustered. I didn't know such thing. Mariana leaned in close to her face with a mischievous grin. There's no need to be shy, you know. Sophia replied, you've simply misunderstood. She lowered her head and began to explain the events of that night. Mariana looked disappointed. What a shame. I was hoping to talk about romantic topics today. She took a sip of her tea. Sophia was confused. You haven't touched any of this food. Did something happen? You usually love sweets. Mariana's expression turned serious. Actually, she raised her hand to signal the maid to take away the desserts on the table. Before we begin, could you take these away? Sophia's eyes were filled with confusion. Mariana explained, my aunt sent me a surprise dress, but it was made according to my old measurements. Since I can't fit into it now, well, that's why. Even though you went to the trouble of preparing these for me, I have to ask you to take them away. I am truly sorry. I just have to endure a bit longer. I can't let my previous efforts go to waste. Sophia tilted her head. If that's the case, why not just have the size altered? Mariana sighed helplessly. If I did that, it wouldn't be ready in time for our wedding anniversary. She clasped her hands together, her eyes shining. My husband loves that dress. He said he wanted me to wear it for our anniversary. She recalled the disastrous fitting. The maid had been pulling hard on the back of the red dress. Madam, this is the limit of the waistline. Mariana had screamed. She hadn't expected her waistline to be so ill-fitting. She slumped over the table, looking dejected. Rejecting the things I like is so hard. I want to eat sweets so badly, but I want to lose weight even more. Sophia turned her head and gently patted her back. I love sweets too, so I completely understand the struggle. If I remember correctly, she suddenly straightened her back. I have it. You can make desserts that are okay to eat even while dieting. You just have to change the ingredients. Mariana tilted her head, her eyes full of curiosity. She asked, Sophia, you seem very skilled. Do you cook often? Sophia replied, I make things occasionally. Mariana gripped a whisk. Is there anything I can do to help? Sophia pointed to the ingredients with a smile. Of course, you're in charge of the cream. We'll reduce the amount of high-calorie sugar and flour. We'll swap the milk for plant-based milk and add nut flour. That way, we keep the texture while controlling the calories. Mariana looked excited. Watch this. The two were busy in the kitchen, which was filled with a wonderful aroma. Adam peeked out from behind the door, watching them. Mariana and Adam stared at the freshly baked treats, their eyes wide. Sophia stood behind them, hands on her hips with satisfaction. Mariana clasped her hands, her eyes full of wonder. You actually made cream puffs by hand. Adam picked up a round puff, his eyes sparkling. So cute. Sophia had a confident smile on her face. And they're very healthy. Give them a try. Mariana picked up a fork, looking a bit hesitant. I saw with my own eyes that she only put in a tiny bit of sugar. She put a small piece of the puff into her mouth, and her eyes instantly widened. This is delicious. Sophia sat to the side, quietly watching the joyful Mariana with a gentle gaze. I'm glad to see your smile is back. Sunlight spilled over the tea table as the three enjoyed their peaceful afternoon dessert. Mariana took a long breath, feeling satisfied for the first time in a while. Sophia, holding a plate of treats, asked, Aren't you being a bit too hard on yourself? Mariana fell silent. Sophia looked her straight in the eye and said firmly, Instead of blindly starving yourself, why not try a healthy way of eating? She showed her the box in her hand with an encouraging smile. A weight loss method that doesn't require hunger. Mariana froze, her eyes trembling slightly. No hunger? Sophia stepped forward and suggested softly, Go and have an honest conversation with your husband. It's also a good idea to have the dress remade to fit your current figure. She handed the food container to Mariana. I believe he loves you just the way you are now. Mariana's tone became light. Thank you. I'll try a more sensible approach. Then, I'll take these with me to enjoy. A few days later, a letter arrived for Sophia. To Sophia, thank you so much for your help that day. Because you're cooking. That was so outstanding. I tried to imitate you by making diet meals, but I failed miserably. My husband found out, so I had to confess everything to him. He told me with tears in his eyes, I love you just the way you are. So we decided to have a new dress made, just as you suggested. I will come to visit you again soon. Sophia sat on the terrace bench, reading the letter, a gratified smile on her face. If I can provide even a little help like this, it makes me feel like the things I desperately learned in my past life weren't in vain. A figure appeared at the entrance to the terrace. Is something troubling you? Sophia looked up sharply, her eyes wide. Lord Lucas. She looked at him, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. This feeling, that is so familiar. Lucas rested his chin on one hand and blinked. Is there anything I can help with? Sophia waved her hand. I appreciate the thought, but she suddenly remembered something, then lowered her eyes and chuckled behind her hand. In that case, I won't be formal. She reached out. Would you mind sitting with me for a while? Lucas had a playful smile on his face. Really? Sophia turned her head with a clever look in her eyes. About that promise. If I won the bet, we'd go shopping together. Lucas gazed at her, his expression softening. Of course, I will accompany you. He walked slowly to Sophia and bowed slightly with elegant movements. Adam sat on a cushion, his eyes full of curiosity. Why isn't Lord Leo with you today? Lucas sat opposite them on the sofa, looking composed. Sophia explained, Lord Leo is busy with official business. He can't always. I'll be by your side. Adam lowered his eyes, disappointment visible in them. We were always together. A flicker of worry crossed Sophia's brow. What should I do? She leaned closer to Adam with a probing smile. Could it be that Adam has become dependent on Lord Leo? Adam suddenly looked up, his eyes firm. After all, he is both strong, and handsome. Sophia said, that's true. So it's not just Adam. Everyone needs Lord Leo. Adam clenched his small hands, looking serious. I understand. Wanting him all to myself is wrong. Sophia thought to herself, so Adam likes him so much he wants to monopolize him? Lucas cleared his throat and straightened his back. Sitting on the sofa, he said confidently, I am Leo's best friend, after all. Adam blinked, his eyes full of confusion. Best friend? Lucas crossed his arms and lowered his eyes. We've worked together for many years. We've long since established a bond where we can talk about anything. He thought to himself, though we did go our separate ways after a fight recently. Adam looked up at him with intense focus. Do you really treat Lord Leo like an idol? Lucas's lips curled up, his eyes full of amusement. That's right. Leo and I are protecting this country together. He held out his palm with a smile. Since I'm off duty today, I'll be the one to protect you. Adam hugged Sophia's arm. Mother, that I will protect you. Lucas scratched his head awkwardly, an apologetic look on his face. I am truly sorry. Sophia waved it off. Please don't take it to heart. The carriage stopped in front of the castle. Lucas stepped down from the carriage with agile movements. Adam suddenly pushed past Lucas and ran out. Sophia's eyes were filled with confusion. Adam, what's wrong? Adam reached out a small hand with a bright smile. Mother, let me help you. Sophia lifted her skirt with a gentle smile. Thank you. She looked up at Lucas, her expression turning serious. Lucas gave a light chuckle. What an intuitive child. Sophia took Adam's hand. They walked slowly into a magnificent toy store. Adam ran excitedly toward the shelves. I'm going to find a toy for the big brother. This place looks the most interesting. He stopped in front of a model train, his finger lightly touching a carriage, his eyes full of curiosity. Sophia leaned in beside him, looking a bit puzzled. But the recipient is a girl. Adam looked confused. Did I get it wrong? Lucas pointed to a doll nearby. If it's for a girl, perhaps this would be more suitable. Sophia looked at the wide array of goods. This piece looks safe, but considering her age, I'm not entirely sure. Lucas asked, may I ask who this gift is for? Sophia replied, I'm visiting the Foster family soon, so I want to prepare a greeting gift. Lucas rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The Foster family. The Viscount and his wife passed away from illness a few years ago, didn't they? The eldest son, Lord Franz, inherited the title. Sophia nodded slightly, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. That's right. The late Viscountess was a friend of my mother's. The eldest daughter, Kate, is currently working as a maid at the Medina house. That Kate might be the culprit who swapped the ball invitations. Lucas took a book from the shelf with a composed smile. Since it's a gift for the Foster family, I recommend giving this to their daughter. Besides Miss Kate, Lord Franz has another sister. This book is for the second daughter, Miss Lena. I heard that she can't leave the house due to illness, so she loves adventure novels. Sophia looked pleasantly surprised. You've been a huge help. I was worried because I couldn't find any information about Miss Lena. You know so much. Lucas turned his head. Not necessarily. I just didn't know the Medina family conducted home visits for their maids. Sophia's expression became serious. Information is a valuable asset to you, isn't it? Is it really okay to tell me so easily? Lucas leaned close to her ear, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Of course it's fine. After all, I have my own objectives. Sophia nodded slightly, her eyes full of gratitude. If this gift helps, then I will thank you properly. Lucas held up an index finger. If I may, I'd like to make a private request. Please take me with you when you visit the Fosters. Sophia's eyes were filled with scrutiny. What benefit do you get from me agreeing to this? Lucas placed one hand on his chest and bowed slightly, his eyes full of tenderness. Having more time to spend with Miss Sophia is the greatest benefit. Sophia laughed behind her hand, her brow showing her amusement. Adam blinked, his eyes wide with surprise. Lucas looked determined. To achieve one's goal, acting together is the best strategy. Adam's eyes were full of pleading. Mother, I want to go too. Lucas leaned down. In that case, why don't we all go together? Escorting is my specialty. Sophia looked at him. Since you put it that way, I'll accept your offer. Lucas took Sophia's hand, looking pleased. It's my honor. Adam stood where he was, his hands clenched into fists, staring intensely at Lucas. A few days later, at the Foster estate, Kate folded her hands in front of her with a gentle smile. Miss Sophia, Lord Adam, She stood in front of two attendants with a sincere expression. "Thank you so much for all these gifts and for everyone's kindness." Adam's large eyes peered over Kate's shoulder toward the depths of the corridor. Lena was hiding behind a pillar, showing only half her face, her eyes full of wariness. She and Adam made eye contact. She then picked up her skirt and ran quickly down the corridor, disappearing around the corner. Adam turned his head to look at the empty corridor, his eyes full of curiosity. Sophia picked up her teacup and took a sip. "Won't Miss Lena sit with us? Adam is here too. I thought they might enjoy a chat." Kate's folded hands trembled slightly. "My sister is introverted and is reluctant to leave her room." Sophia set down her teacup, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. "Is that so?" Adam pointed to the snacks on the table. "Mother, can I eat this?" Sophia turned her head with a gentle smile. "Go ahead." Kate watched Adam, her expression softening. Adam took a cookie and stuffed it into his mouth, his cheeks bulging as he showed a satisfied smile. Kate held out a plate of snacks to Adam. "If you like them, please have these as well." Adam's eyes lit up and he nodded heavily. "Thank you very much." Sophia took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the corner of Adam's mouth, her eyes full of affection. Kate watched this scene, her eyes trembling slightly. Her expression fell into a trance. She was holding a handkerchief, approaching Lena. "Your mouth is dirty." Lena suddenly swung her hand and pushed her away. "Don't touch me." Lucas set down his teacup and watched the dazed Kate. "What is it?" Kate snapped out of it, her eyes full of panic. "It's nothing." Lucas rested his chin on his hand. "It's quite a harmonious relationship, isn't it?" Kate said, "I heard from the servants that Miss Sophia has changed, but I only remember her when she was called the villainess. The current her. Dot is like a completely different person." Lucas picked up his teacup. "Have you not had any contact with her until now?" Kate lowered her eyes, her fingers twisting together. "No." "Also, about the rumors regarding Lord Adam, though I heard he might have some difficulties." Lucas leaned back in his chair. "In that case, you should ask the person involved directly." He pointed forward with a composed movement. "After all, they are right in front of you." Kate looked up sharply, her eyes trembling, her expression showing struggle. She took a deep breath. "Miss Sophia, I heard that Lord Adam seems to have some areas that are difficult to manage in noble life. Even so, how do you manage to show that kind of smile?" Adam lowered his eyes, looking a bit uneasy. Sophia reached out and gently stroked the top of Adam's head. Adam looked up, his eyes full of reliance, a pure smile spreading across his face. Kate froze, watching the mother and son, lost in thought. Sophia turned to look at Lucas opposite her. "Lord Lucas, could you please do me a favor and take Adam aside for a moment? I have some private matters I'd like to discuss alone." Lucas stood up and walked toward Adam. He took Adam through the corridor, and they disappeared behind a door. Sophia picked up her teacup and took a sip. "The reason why that I can smile when I'm with Adam is simple. His very existence makes me happy." Kate's expression was grave. "Though he currently has the protection of a lord's family, if he has problems himself, Lord Adam's future situation will be very difficult." Sophia lowered her eyes slightly. "Thank you for your concern, but this is ultimately our own family matter. Perhaps you're seeing the shadow of your sister, Lena, in Adam?" Kate suddenly straightened her back, her pupils contracting sharply. She pressed her hands hard against her knees, her face full of shock. "I apologize for my rudeness." Sophia touched her chest, her eyes firm. "I can stand here because everyone supporting the Medina family is behind me. So in the future, I want to rely on my own strength to protect everything." Kate stared at Sophia, looking stunned. Sophia added, "Of course, that includes you and the foster family. If you have any difficulties, try telling me. I will definitely be on your side." Kate looked up. "Miss Sophia, from now on, will you always stay with the Medina family?" Sophia smiled, her tone beyond doubt. "Naturally, because the Medina family is my home." Kate clenched her hands. "Will you not return to the Grand Court family?" Sophia's gaze turned cold. "I don't know who you've been listening to or what you've been asked, but that is absolutely impossible." Kate's eyes widened in shock, and cold sweat slid down her cheek. "Miss Sophia, has she already realized what I've done?" She stood up abruptly, looking flustered. "Miss Sophia, I'm very sorry. I'll go get another serving of snacks." Sophia sat there watching the back of the woman, fleeing in a panic. "Something has definitely happened, but I can't try to handle everything alone." A sharp scream echoed in the hall. "Go away." Lucas and Adam stood in the middle of the corridor. Adam hunched his shoulders, his eyes full of unease. A maid stood in front of a room door, leaning forward slightly, looking helpless. Adam picked up 2 stuffed bears. He peeked his head out. Another roar came from inside the room. Go away. I said go away. Lena sat in the middle of the room, her eyes full of resistance and anger. Adam hugged the dolls. Sorry, I just wanted these children. Thought to come in and keep you company. Lena's arms were covered in red marks. Her skin looked shocking under the light. Adam froze, his mouth slightly open. Lena suddenly lowered her body, her fingers digging into her clothes. She looked completely on guard. What is it? Are you dissatisfied with me? What exactly do you want? If you think I'm dirty, don't come near me. Adam stepped forward quickly and handed a heavy book to Lena. For you. I really want to know what happens next in the story. Lena froze, staring at the book as the hostility in her eyes gradually dissipated. Doesn't he feel disgusted seeing me like this? Lucas bowed slightly, his expression gentle. Pardon the sudden intrusion, Miss Lena. I am Lucas. This is Adam. We are here to visit with Miss Sophia. Adam held up the 2 stuffed animals, his eyes shining with expectation. Lena turned her head. I don't need those anymore. I'm filthy and covered in scars. Cute gifts like that never belonged to me. Someone like me. Adam looked at the dolls in his arms, his expression a bit hesitant. They were well cared for. I thought they were important to you. Lena turned her face away, her tone becoming cold. They're not important at all. Adam took a step forward and placed the dolls on the bedside. Lena stared with wide, shocked eyes. What are you doing? The 2 dolls were neatly arranged. Adam opened his arms with a bright smile. Found it. This is their home, isn't it? Lena froze, staring at the dolls. Her eyes trembled slightly. She lowered her gaze, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Thank you. She watched Adam. The people who take care of me must think these scars are terrifying. But Adam doesn't seem to care at all. Adam leaned closer to Lena, his eyes sparkling. This dress is so cute. Lena looked into Adam's eyes. Thank you. I made it myself. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, her eyes reflecting tenderness. How long had it been since she had looked into someone's eyes while talking? She cupped the heavy book in her hands, her fingers touching the cover. Haven't you finished reading this yet? Adam shook his head. No. Lena hugged the book tightly. I haven't finished it either. If you'd like. Adam said, I can't read. People used to read to me before. Lena was stunned. She stood up. Then I'll read it to you. Lucas leaned against the doorframe, watching the 2 children in the room with a gratified smile. Lena held the heavy book. The dragon rode the wind and landed by the window, handing over an old piece of paper. Adam leaned in toward the pages. What does by the window mean? Lena explained. In our house, it means right next to the window. Adam suddenly turned around and pointed to the windowsill behind them. So the dragon landed right there. Lena's lips curled up, her eyes full of warmth. That's right. Then he said, this is the adventure map. Now, let the adventure begin. Adam ran quickly to the window and pressed his hand against the glass. His gaze fell on a corner of the windowsill. What's that? Lena froze, letting out a confused sound. He opened the window, and a yellowed piece of paper blew into the room. Adam bent down to pick it up, his eyes wide. He held the paper high with a radiant smile. Lena, it's a treasure map. Let's go on an adventure. Lena froze, staring at the boy before her, her cheeks turning red. She slowly lowered her eyes. But my sister told me I must never leave my room. Adam tilted his head, looking completely confused. Even though this is your house. Lena stood by the window, her fingers tightly clutching her sleeves. She said I shouldn't bother the guests. Adam pointed to himself, looking innocent. Am I that guest? I don't feel bothered at all, you know. Lena twisted her fingers quickly, her face flushing. Since you say so, it should be okay, right? Adam held up the treasure map with a bright smile. Great. Then our adventure officially begins. The 2 burst into the spacious kitchen. The 2 head chefs stopped their work and stared in surprise at the uninvited guests. Adam said, since we're going on an adventure, we need to gather food and supplies. The older head chef couldn't help but chuckle, a gentle smile on his face. You certainly know a lot of sophisticated words. He bent down and handed a basket full of treats to Adam. Please take good care of Miss Lena. Lena stood there, her eyes trembling slightly. They walked down the corridor, and 2 maids approaching them bowed respectfully. Mississippi Lena stopped, a flash of panic in her eyes. She held up the treasure map to hide her face. Adam was rummaging through the basket for something. He handed over a delicate cloth bundle. Please accept this. Adam put an index finger to his lips with a bright smile. Since we are adventurers on a journey, everything that happens here must be a secret. The 2 maids looked at each other and smiled warmly. Understood. This will be our little secret. Lena watched this, her eyes trembling as a wave of warmth surged in her heart. She clutched the map tightly. Adam followed close behind, carrying the basket. They wove through the depths of the garden. Lena said, "I think we should go this way." Adam sat down against a thick tree trunk, panting heavily. "I'm a little tired." He suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze falling below as his pupils contracted. A wooden treasure chest was half buried in the dirt, emitting a faint glow. Kate suddenly appeared. She looked at the two under the tree, her brow slightly furrowed. Kate stepped forward, her eyes filled with both sternness and concern. "What are you doing here?" Lena suddenly straightened her back, her hands clenched tightly against her chest. "Sister." Kate looked down at the girl, her expression cold. "I told you, when guests are present, you must stay in your room." Lena stood in the shadow of the trees, her pupils trembling with fear. Adam reached out, his fingertips lightly touching her back. "It's okay." His eyes were full of innocence, and his smile was bright. "You're not a bother at all." Lena stood up abruptly, her fingertips tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. "I know I'm only in the way here," Lena said. Kate replied, "You don't understand. The one who always gets hurt is you." Lena interrupted her. "Stop making decisions for me. I've had enough of always worrying about how others see us. You're always like this, sister, saying it's to protect me. You used to talk to me so much. Why did you change?" Kate lowered her eyes, her expression full of loneliness. "I haven't changed." Lena straightened her back and gathered her courage to question her. "Then why did you throw away our parents' mementos?" Kate froze in place, staring at the girl. "You actually still remember that time? You were so small then," Lena said. "You told me never to mention it again because you disposed of those things yourself. How could you throw away something so precious so easily?" The gentle sister I knew seemed to change overnight. Kate was stunned. "I didn't know you thought that way, Lena." She lowered her eyes as a tear escaped. "I'm sorry." Lena suddenly froze. Adam approached, holding up a heavy wooden box. "Lena, is this the same thing you were talking about?" Lena stared at the box, her breath catching. The lid of the wooden box slowly opened to reveal two rings resting on a velvet cushion, next to a yellowed photograph. Lena leaned down, her gaze locked on the contents. "Those are fathers and mothers." Kate raised her hand to cover her face, her shoulders trembling slightly. Tears slid through her fingers. "Those are their wedding rings. On the inside, that our names are engraved." Lena picked up one of the rings and looked at it closely. "It's true. My name is on it, too." Kate's voice was low and raspy. "I didn't throw them away. I just hid them. I hid everything here, along with my own fragile feelings." Tears streamed down her cheeks. Kate said, "I never thought it would hurt you. I'm so sorry. I'm such a failure as an older sister." Sophia walked in from behind. "That's not true." Kate turned her head sharply. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting." Sophia said, "It's all right. I heard everything just now." Lena looked at the wooden box. "Where did you find it?" Adam pointed to the bushes behind them, right under the tree. Sophia gazed at Kate with insight in her eyes. "Your parents passed away when you were 14, didn't they? Since then, you've been living as Lena's guardian." Kate said, "Yes. My brother works for the local government and hardly ever comes home. I decided that to take over our parents' responsibility of caring for Lena." Sophia leaned closer to Kate. "But that burden is too heavy. You can put down now." Kate froze, her pupils dilating slightly. "What?" Sophia placed a hand on her shoulder, her expression serious. "Kate, listen carefully. Raising Lena is an adult's responsibility. This isn't a burden you must carry alone." Kate was shocked, but Lena was only 4 then. "I'm her sister." I felt I had to step up. Sophia smiled. "In my eyes, you were the same. You were still just a child yourself. For the sake of your family, you tried to become an adult too quickly." Kate stood frozen, her breath hitching. Sophia placed a hand over her heart with a bright smile. "But from now on, I will support you." Kate's eyes welled up again. "No one has ever said that to me. Everyone said it was only natural because I'm the older sister. They all thought so." Lena stood behind her, clutching the heavy wooden box tightly. Her fingertips pressed hard. Sophia took Adam's hand. "Me too." "And Adam, we aren't the kind of people you think we are." Kate suddenly remembered something. I said very rude things to Lady Sophia and Lord Adam." Sophia tilted her head slightly, her gaze tender. "I've already forgotten all about that. Right, Adam?" Adam narrowed his eyes and gave a brilliant smile. "Yes, it's fine now." Kate covered her mouth, tears swirling in her eyes. Her expression was one of complete relief. A breeze swept across the lawn, and petals danced in the wind. Adam and Lena sat side by side on the picnic mat, holding snacks and smiling at each other. Kate said to Sophia, "Would you be willing to hear my story?" Sophia nodded. "Of course. That is exactly why I came here today." Kate turned her face away. "Recently, I was the one who swapped the invitations for the royal ball. Someone approached me. They offered me a deal." Kate continued, "The person who proposed the deal. That was Lord Tristan. I couldn't refuse him because I was worried about Lena's medical expenses." Sophia asked, "But hasn't our family always been supporting you?" Kate folded her hands in front of her and replied in a low voice, "Yes. But lately, the medical fees have soared, and I could no longer afford them." Sophia frowned slightly. "You should have told me directly." Kate said, "The Medina family took me in and provided for my life. I already owed a great debt of gratitude. I truly couldn't bring myself to ask for more." Sophia rested her chin on her hand. "Tristan exploited that guilt, didn't he?" Kate lowered her head abruptly, tears brimming in her eyes. "I'm sorry. I just followed all of Lord Tristan's instructions. I thought as long as I obeyed him, everything would be okay. You must have been in so much pain then." Sophia rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. "Followed all of Tristan's instructions. Kate held the map. She said to Adam, "That box is indeed a treasure, but it doesn't match the location on the map." Adam's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is the treasure somewhere else?" He reached out to Lena. "Let's go find it." Kate watched their figures walk away, a smile playing on her lips. Sophia's expression became serious. "Regarding what happens next, you must still accept your due punishment." Kate bowed her head. "I understand." She stared at the ground, her fingertips trembling slightly. "I'll be dismissed, won't I? I might even be sent to prison. Given the gravity of what I did, it's only fair. But I'm still afraid." Sophia turned around, a smile on her face. "You will no longer serve as my mother's maid. Will you come and be my maid instead?" Kate looked up sharply, her pupils trembling. "What?" Sophia pointed a finger at the tip of Kate's nose. "You're a bit reckless, so I'll have to keep an eye on you myself. You'll never have to worry about Lena's medical bills again. But you must promise me absolutely no more deals with Tristan." Kate covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes instantly filling with tears. "Lady Sophia." Lena held the map, crouching before a flower bed. She tilted her head in confusion. "Is this the treasure?" she thought. "It's actually just a map for the garter's work. But in my eyes, it's still a treasure." A young man stood by the gate with a travel bag over his shoulder, a gentle smile on his face. "Kate, Lena." Kate and Lena cried out in unison, "Brother!" Franz Foster opened his arms, his eyes full of affection. "You two have grown so much. I'm sorry. I've been away from home for too long." Kate looked at her brother. "It couldn't be helped since it was for work." Franz scratched the back of his head, looking a bit embarrassed. "If I really want to come back, I actually could have. How should I put this?" Kate stared at Franz with suspicion. "Did you mess something up again?" Franz recoiled, looking awkward. "Don't say things like that in front of everyone. This time, I really didn't do anything. I was sent to a region advanced in herbal research. It was very convenient there, so I stayed a bit longer." He gazed at the flowers blooming in the garden. "These are all herbs I collected and planted myself. I've been searching for a herb that can cure Lena's illness. I finally found it, so I came back." He took a green plant from his coat and rubbed the stem with his fingertips. "This is the herb." Lena rushed closer, her eyes shining. "Really?" Kate looked at her brother's profile with a complicated expression. "Why did you go to such lengths?" "Fant smedet." "Because Lena's illness created a rift between you two. I thought the only way, that was to find a cure." Kate said, "Brother, you noticed the tension between us, didn't you?" Franz puffed out his chest. "Of course. We're family." Kate looked at Lena beside her, her gaze tender. "Actually, Lena and I have already made up, though the reason wasn't entirely because of her illness." Franz leaned in, looking shocked. "What? It wasn't because of the illness? Then what was it?" Kate lowered her eyes. "Well," Sophia walked over from the shade of the trees and waved to everyone. "The problem was that everyone was worried, but the direction of their efforts was different." Franz scratched his head, looking embarrassed. "It seems I overthought things. I'm sorry." A smile appeared on Kate's lips. "But thanks to you, brother, Lena's illness can really be cured now, right?" Lena's cheeks flushed, her eyes full of hope. "If I can really recover, I'll be so happy." Sophia watched the reunited siblings, her expression softening. It seems their hearts were always together. "Everything is fine now." Adam held up the map. "Lena's treasure. I'm so glad we found it." Lena looked at Adam, her cheeks turning rosy. A few days later, at the Medina estate. Sophia sat on a purple bench. Kate, I heard you're leaving this house. Do you still not want to be my maid? Kate folded her hands. I want to atone for the sins I've committed. Please allow me to resign. Sophia closed her eyes with a faint smile of gratification. Since that is your decision. Adam looked up at Kate, his eyes full of reluctance. Are you resigning? Does that mean I won't see you anymore? Kate bent down and looked into Adam's eyes. Even though I'm resigning, you're still Lena's good friend. Please be sure to come and play again. Adam raised his right hand and waved, shouting back, I will. Leo stood at the end of the corridor. Has Sophia settled everything? Thinking I could protect them was just an arrogant fantasy after all. Lucas leaned down and reached out to Adam. Sophia turned her head, her expression bright with a smile. Leo's eyes were dim. Don't deceive yourself. I never belonged here from the start. He turned abruptly, his cloak cutting an arc through the air as he walked alone down the dark corridor with resolute steps. Adam sat on the floor alone, his hands tightly clutching a toy sword. His fingertips were white from the strain. Sophia walked up slowly and reached out her right hand. It's time to say goodbye to Lord Leo. Let's go see him off. Adam jerked his head away, avoiding her hand. I'm not going. Sophia bent down to look at his face. Are you sure? Adam whispered, yes. Sophia gently patted the top of his head. All right, if you change your mind, come over. Adam buried his face in his knees, his eyes cold and silent. Leo stood in the snow carrying a heavy suitcase. The cold wind ruffled the fur on his collar, and his eyes were full of loneliness. I received so much kindness, yet in the end, I've become an ungrateful person. He lowered his eyes. The people in this family are all too kind. Sophia stood at the door of the manor, followed by the servants. Lord Leo. Leo stopped and turned back to look at the crowd on the steps. Lady Sophia. Why? Sophia had a smile on her lips. Even if our status changes, our bond won't be broken, right? Adam was too sad, so he locked himself in his room and refused to come out. A flash of loneliness crossed Leo's eyes, but his lips curled into a bitter smile. Sophia handed him a bamboo basket. There's a bit of food here. If you get hungry on the way, take it out and eat. Leo said to the head chef, the food at the Medina house is truly delicious. Thank you. The chef stood aside and bowed. It is my honor to receive your praise. However, this portion was made by Lady Sophia herself. Leo's pupils trembled. Lady Sophia made this herself? Sophia nodded and smiled. You helped me so much. This is to express my gratitude. I guarantee it will taste good. Leo looked down at the gift. Thank you very much. I will eat all of it. Sophia stood in the snow, waving goodbye. Adam suddenly pushed open the door and rushed out of the manor. Has Lord Leo already left? He stopped, his eyes filled with tears, gasping for breath. Sophia looked at Adam with a smile. Yes, but I'm sure we'll meet again. Adam Sudendi threw himself into Sophia's arms and burst into tears. Sophia knelt in the snow, tightly embracing the trembling Adam. The servants stood behind them, watching the mother and son. Leo sat in the jolting carriage, the bamboo basket beside him. The wheels made a dull thud as they rolled over the snow. The carriage suddenly stopped, and the driver whispered outside the window, Lord Leo, the road seems to be blocked. Should we take a detour? Leo said, then take a detour. The carriage slowly turned onto another road. Leo looked out the window. He stared at a tower, and waves of emotion rose in his eyes. This was the place where the harvest festival was once held. In his memory, Sophia smiled and handed him food. To be honest, I couldn't even taste the food then. He had picked flowers here for Adam. He had long talks with Lord Adam here. He had even reached the point where he no longer hated tomatoes. Leo looked down at the bamboo basket. He reached out to uncover the cloth. I can't let this go to waste. I'll eat it now. Feeling a bit hungry, he picked up a sandwich and took a bite, chewing slowly. It tastes good. Leo took a letter from the basket, his fingertips trembling slightly. What is this? He opened the envelope. The handwriting on the paper was elegant. I pray for your happiness. It was signed with Sophia's name. There was also a brooch set with a blue gemstone. Leo's eyes reddened. He raised his hand to cover his face as tears fell silently. The driver apologized quietly outside. Sorry, the road is too bumpy. Does the scenery outside make you uncomfortable? Leo took a deep breath to steady his broken breathing. It's just too bright. People exclaimed, look, it's Lord Leo. Leo walked through the academy courtyard, his paladin uniform crisp. Whispers continued. The saintess is so cute. I heard Lord Leo insisted on being her guard. It's so envious. Clarice's foot slipped and her body lurched forward. Leo reached out to catch her. Careful. Clarice steadied herself and looked up at Leo, her eyes full of smiles. Leo let go, his tone flat. Watch the road. Clarice said, thank you. But even if I fall 1,000 times, you'll catch me, right? Leo looked down at her. My duty is to protect your safety. Clarice smiled brilliantly. Then I'm counting on you, Lord Leo. She suddenly remembered something. On the next day off, I want to go to the city. Will you come with me? Leo was silent for a moment before lowering his eyes slightly. All right, Clarice cheered. I'm so looking forward to it. Her eyes sparkled. After all, Leo came back to my side for my sake. Leo stood before the mirror, adjusting his collar, his gaze sharp and calm. He pushed open the door and stepped into the corridor. 2 guards watched him. Leo's expression was solemn. No matter where you are, you must never let your guard down. Clarice had a smile on her face. It's been a long time since I went out with Leo. I'm really looking forward to it. He pushed open the door and looked inside the room. What are you girls talking about? The girls turned around abruptly, looking flustered. Lady Clarice. One of them opened her palm to show 2 pink shells. Clarice tilted her head, her eyes curious. Are those matching shells? The girl nodded, holding the shells. Yes, this is a gift from my fiancé. Clarice clasped her hands together, her eyes shining. How beautiful. The girl leaned into her ear. Lady Clarice, you and Lord Leo also. Clarice froze, her cheeks instantly turning bright red. Leo walked in, his expression cold. Clarice, you always make me wait in the room. The girls giggled behind their hands. Clarice turned around in a panic. She pushed Leo's back, hurrying him out the door. Leo was confused. Is something wrong? Clarice shook her head. It's nothing. Let's go quickly. Flowers lined the streets, and pink buildings shimmered in the sunlight. Clarice gazed at the buildings. I've always wanted to come here. Leo stood beside her, his expression grim. Clarice looked up, her gaze clear. Becoming a paladin must have changed a lot. And that you look very tired. Leo avoided her gaze, a hint of unease between his brows. I appreciate your concern, but Clarice pulled his hand. Let's go inside. She sat at the table and picked up a piece of strawberry cake, her eyes full of satisfaction. Leo looked around. Clarice, do you like this kind of place? Clarice nodded. I heard the desserts here are famous. Leo said they are indeed delicious. Clarice narrowed her eyes. I'm glad you like them. Leo pointed to the corner of his mouth. You have something here. Clarice reached up to wipe it. Is it here? Leo shook his head. On the other side. Clarice stopped and stared into his eyes. I can't see it. Can you help me get off? Leo took out a white handkerchief and leaned in. He used his fingertips to wipe her lip through the handkerchief. Clarice froze, a blush creeping over her cheeks. Thank you. Her pupils trembled slightly. Sophia stood outside the window, her skirts layered like waves. Clarice clenched her hands. Why? She suddenly stood up, pushing back her chair. Are we leaving? There's one more place I want to go. Leo watched her, his gaze deep. Understood. He stood up and walked toward the door. Sophia walked away behind him. Clarice cautiously pushed open the door. The street was empty. Waves crashed against the rocks. White foam splashed up. Clarice sighed. The sea in winter is so beautiful. Leo's expression was cold. Yes. He stared at the distant pier with a stern look. Clarice hunched her shoulders. The seaside is colder than I thought. I just brought him here on a whim. A large, dark coat settled on her shoulders. Clarice froze, feeling the sudden weight. Leo looked at her. Clarice, you're always so sensitive to the cold. Clarice wrapped the coat tightly around her, touching the thick fabric. Yes. She suddenly turned and knelt on the sand. Leo, look. She held up a pink shell in both hands, her eyes sparkling. This isn't just an ordinary shell. It's on a matching pair. Leo looked down at the object in her hand. A shell? Clarice said seriously, legend has it that if 2 people each hold one, they'll be together forever. Even if it's just a superstition, don't you think it's romantic? Leo was silent for a moment, his gaze softening. Indeed. Clarice held the shell out to him. Leo, this is for you. Leo said, you were the one who found it, Clarice. Clarice stubbornly grabbed his hand and pressed the shell into his palm. Take it. When you meet your destined person in the future, give them the other half. Keep it safe. She stared at Leo's profile, her pupils trembling. Because the person who will stay by Leo's side forever can only be me. I believe you will definitely return to my side. Leo reached out and grabbed Clarice's wrist, pulling her forward. Clarice looked startled. What? Leo's expression was grave. I hope I'm wrong. Come with me for a moment. Adam was curled up behind a rock, peeking out with fear in his eyes. Clarice covered her mouth, her pupils trembling violently. Leo frowned. Adam. Why are you here? Adam said, I thought I saw Lord Leo, so I followed. I just wanted to say goodbye, but he looked down at his knees. His fair skin was covered in red scrapes. Leo's expression was icy. This is no place for a child to play. Adam froze, his pupils dilating with fear. Leo turned around, his back resolute. Go back to the manor immediately. Sophia rushed over. I finally found you, Adam. You ran off so suddenly. I thought something had happened. Lucas knelt on one knee to clean Adam's wound. Sophia turned. Lord Leo. Leo's voice was cold. It's good I ran into you. I have something to say. Sophia tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her expression grave. Leo's voice was flat. I want you all to disappear from my life completely. Sophia froze. What? Adam's eyes were full of confusion. Leo took Clarice's hand and strode away, his expression cold. Leo stood at the end of the corridor. Let's call it a day. Clarice smiled, a lightness in her expression. See you tomorrow. Leo spoke up. Please wait. Clarice looked at him. What is it? Leo reached out his hand. In his palm were the pair of pink shells. I still cannot accept this. Clarice was confused. Why won't you accept it? Leo placed the shells back into her hand. This item should be kept by someone more important to Lady Clarice. Clarice lowered her eyes. Fine. She used her strength to pull the shells apart. Leo watched her, confusion in his eyes. Clarice reached out. Leo, you might not know this, but when you receive a matching shell that carries another's feelings, you only return the other half when your hearts are in sync. So I want you to keep it. Leo was stunned, his pupils trembling. What? Clarice looked into his eyes, her expression firm. Leo, I like you. I want to be with you forever. The setting sun shone through the corridor arches, stretching their shadows long. Leo said, I understand. I will remember your feelings for me, but I cannot accept them. Lady Clarice, to me, you are like a younger sister, but I cannot accept them. Lady Clarice, to me, you're like a younger sister. Clarice looked up, her pupils trembling. Then until when? When will you see me as a woman? I will wait, no matter how long it takes. Leo closed his eyes, his brow furrowed. Don't wait for me. You should spend your time on more meaningful things. Clarice's body trembled slightly. Leo, turn around. Tomorrow is the day you perform your duties as a priestess, isn't it? I have to see the Pope. Someone else will accompany you in the morning. He walked toward the end of the corridor. Get some rest. Clarice watched his back, her hair messy in the wind. Why? Sunlight pierced through the high spires. Clarice stood before the grand chapel. Focus. I must do this. Her body suddenly leaned back, losing balance. She fell toward the ground. A long-haired man reached out and caught Clarice's falling body firmly. He carried the unconscious Clarice toward the altar where the holy light converged. Clarice lay on a soft couch, her eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. The long-haired man leaned down and looked at her. Lady Saintess, are you awake? Clarice propped herself up, looking a bit dazed. Lord Sean. Sean had a gentle smile on his lips. You fainted while praying. Please rest a while longer. Clarice lowered her head. But this is all I have, Sean. That isn't true for us. Your very existence is a light. More importantly, is something bothering you? I was rejected by the person I like, Sean. Lord Leo really is a heartbreaker, isn't he? Clarice says, Leo finally left Sophia and returned to my side, so I thought he had chosen me. Tears well up in her eyes and slide down her cheeks. Sean uses the back of his hand to wipe the corners of Clarice's eyes. It's all right. Lord Leo will discover your charm one day. Clarice looks up. Her voice trembles. But he rejected me so bluntly. Sean stands up. To him now, the Saintess is his most authentic person. Isn't that a form of love? He turns his back to Clarice, hands folded behind him. It's too early to give up now. He turns his face slightly, the corner of his mouth curving upward. Let me guide you. Clarice looks up, gazing at the hand extended toward her with confusion in her eyes. Sean's expression is gentle. Everything will be all right. Leo stops, his gaze falling on a young girl not far away. Miss Kate Foster. Kate stands under the academy's colonnade, hands clasped in front of her. Leo watches her. So, you return to the academy. Kate nods slightly with a smile. Yes, thanks to Lady Sophia's kindness. Well, I told her I didn't want to be a maid anymore. She said I could return as long as I continue my studies. Leo rests his chin on the back of his hand, a gentle look in his eyes. That is indeed like her. Kate stands still, her eyes reflecting complex emotions. She watches Leo's departing back. I really hope the rumors about Lady Sophia and Lord Leo are true. I wonder who is by Lady Sophia's side now. Tristan sits on a wooden crate, draped in a black cloak. I see. So that's why you came back to repay the money. De Morin says, yes. I thought it best not to get involved any deeper. Tristan looks up. By the way, can you bring the two of them over? De Morin says, you won't have to wait long. Besides Lady Sophia, Lord Adam is slowly opening up to me. Tristan's eyes are cold. Sophia is a difficult woman, but as long as we have Adam. De Morin says, after all, Lord Adam possesses a special power. Tristan stands abruptly, his pupils shrinking. How do you know about that? A curve appears at the corner of De Morin's mouth. I won't tell anyone. If I anger you and lose the chance to get what I want, that would be a real problem. By the way, I've been selected as a participant for the friendly match between the Holy Knights and the Royal Guard. Tristan rests his chin on one hand, a flash of surprise in his eyes. De Morin bows. Though I stand with the church's team, and the Grand Corps family is close to the church. He places a hand on his chest and bows slightly. I can still act as your hands and feet. A mocking smile hangs on Tristan's lips. Will you even betray your allies for the sake of your own desires? He stands up. Fine, I'll consider it. Until then, don't let our little friendship be exposed. Make sure you fulfill your duties. Lucas. The firelight reflects Lucas's confident smile. The morning chirping of birds breaks the silence. A bird lands on a withered branch, making a faint sound. Adam sits on the stone steps, tightly clutching his sketchbook. Sophia walks over to him. How is the drawing going today? Adam looks up, confusion in his eyes. What was that called again? A smile hangs on Lucas's lips. There are no flower buds yet. Adam's eyes widen suddenly, his pupils trembling. No flower buds? Sophia leans toward the sketchbook, watching the innocent brushstrokes. You're really good at this. She takes the sketchbook. Looking closely, her finger stops on the last page, and her pupils suddenly contract. On the paper are 3 crudely drawn figures. Sophia closes the sketchbook, recalling the scene by the sea. Adam might have sensed something. Adam reaches out his small hand, longing in his eyes. Mama, I want to draw. Mr. Lucas, give me that. Sophia sighs helplessly. All right. Lucas stands behind Adam with a relaxed expression. Sophia turns her head to look at Lucas's profile. Mr. Lucas, I'm truly grateful to you for staying with Adam every day. Lucas smiles slightly, his gaze gentle. It's my honor. Sophia asks, are you free now? Lucas raises a hand to scratch the back of his head. Well, I'm not exactly free. I've been training intensely lately for the friendly match, so I've just squeezed out a little time. After all, that match is basically prepared for you. Sophia is puzzled. Is Mr. Lucas participating as well? Lucas nods. Yes. Adam blinks, curiosity in his eyes. What kind of match is it? Lucas holds up 3 fingers. It's a championship held once every 3 years. Knights compete in front of the king. This year, it's the Royal Guard against the newly established Holy Order of Knights. Sophia stands to the side. It's just like what I read in novels. Lucas crosses his arms, looking confident. In that case, I'm naturally aiming for victory. Sophia repeats the word victory. Lucas adds, but if the opponent is someone like Leo, it will likely be very difficult. Sophia extends her index finger, a mischievous look in her eyes. That depends on how you fight, right? If you need help, shall I lend a hand? A smile hangs on Sophia's lips. If you want to win, shall we cooperate? Lucas watches her, his pupils shrinking slightly, his expression showing surprise. Sophia is about to speak, but Lucas raises a palm between them. I refuse. He points his thumb at himself, looking confident. I'll show you that I can win the match on my own. Please wait and see. Sophia ponders, rejected, huh? To avoid the worst-case scenario, she might still need his cooperation. She rests her chin on her hand, worry in her eyes. I must come up with a foolproof plan before the championship begins. Adam closes his eyes, his cheek pressed against his mother's shoulder, breathing evenly. Sophia carries Adam through the corridor. Speaking of which, when will father and mother be back? It's already the social season. She gently places Adam on the soft bed and pulls up the covers. Sophia stands up, her eyes widening slightly as they fall on an envelope on the table. Speak of the devil. Is this from mother? She opens the envelope, her expression gradually becoming solemn. The letter says they cannot return for the time being. Sophia ponders. Do they want me to attend the salon in their place? She looks at the sleeping Adam on the bed. I want to cherish the time spent with him, but for this child's future, I must establish a firm footing in social circles. Brilliant chandeliers shed light. Inside the salon, skirts sway as noble women gather in small groups, talking in low voices. Sophia lifts her red skirt and walks into the center of the hall, a proper smile on her face. Thank you for the invitation today. I am deeply honored. Margaret Du Bois walks over. You must be Miss Sophia. Welcome. She turns and gestures toward the inner hall. Please, this way. Sophia watches the unfamiliar faces around her. So this is a literary salon? I'm not well versed in the literature of this world. I wonder if I can manage. The voices of noble women drift over. This reminds me of Adelie's Love. Have you read it? In social circles, that story. That is the talk of the town. Adelie is a noble woman of status and honor. Yet despite the vast difference in class, she fell in love with Sauveur. Two young women huddle together, hands cupping their flushed cheeks, looking entranced. Sophia watches this. So noble ladies read romance novels too. The lady in green continues, but Sauveur is uncultured and fickle. His flamboyant lifestyle leaves his flaws with nowhere to hide. Even so, why was Adelie still charmed by him? The lady in blue fixes her gaze on Sophia. Miss Sophia, what do you think? Sophia tilts her head slightly. Let me think. If you view a person's flaws as a part of their complete personality, perhaps those flaws can become endearing. The surrounding noble women gather and burst into laughter. What a lovely idea. A cold voice cuts through the laughter. I disagree. Everyone looks toward the source. A woman in a purple gown walks over slowly, hands folded, her expression stern. Sophia's pupils tremble. Deborah? What's she doing here? Deborah stops and tilts her chin up slightly, mockery in her eyes. The novel also says his countless flaws only brought her more pain. Silently enduring a partner's infidelity. Can that really be called love? The noble women that whisper among themselves. There is some truth to that. Sophia remarks. Different interpretations are quite interesting. Deborah walks up to Sophia. Even those who marry for love sometimes that divorce easily. Isn't it absurd for such people to talk about love? Sophia says, you have the right to your opinion, but words intended to hurt are uncalled for. Once married, circumstances change. Even if the environment stays the same, human feelings fluctuate. The form of marriage is not immutable. Divorce is simply one of many possibilities. Deborah's expression shows a hint of shock. Sophia's gaze is steady. Just as there are many kinds of love, aren't there many forms for people? Right, Lisette? Lisette enters the hall, her light blue hair cascading down like a waterfall, a confident smile on her lips. Indeed, interfering in others' emotional lives is crude, after all. Only the parties involved can truly understand the feeling. The young girls around her have stars in their eyes, looking at her with admiration. Miss Lisette, the lady in green whispers in Sophia's ear. Is this your first time meeting her? She is Lord Leo's older sister. Sophia realizes. I see. Lisette. Dot points ahead, her tone light. The reason the novel depicts Adelie and Sauveur is that there is a purity there that doesn't exist in reality. It all started when Sauveur saved Adelie from attackers. That scene was wonderful. He has other charming qualities too. Sophia leans close to Deborah's ear. It's not bad to forget reality for a while, is it? After all, this is a place for discussing literature. Deborah clenches her teeth, her brow furrowed. She turns abruptly and leaves with a cold snort of displeasure. Lisette watches Sophia with a faint smile. Such a calm response. One can feel the thoughtfulness in her speech. If it's her, perhaps. I could try talking to her about that. Two wine glasses clink under the moonlight with a crisp sound, bubbles rising in the golden liquid. Lisette rests her chin on her hand, watching Sophia beside her. Even though it's our first meeting, I feel like I've known you for a long time. Perhaps because I often hear Leo mention you. Sophia grips her glass. Is that why you were willing to help me just now? Lisette lightly swirls the wine, her eyes full of tenderness, saying that people who divorce aren't qualified to talk about love. Those words were far too harsh. Sophia lowers her eyes. In a noble society where political marriages are common, someone like me who has strayed off course must seem very selfish. I was already prepared to face criticism, choosing my own life and taking full responsibility for it. That is the way I want to live. Lisette looks up at the starry sky, her long hair fluttering in the wind. What a cool way to live. I want to live like that too. She watches Sophia, her expression serious. There's something I want to consult you about. Sophia sits on the sofa. Miss Lisette has become suspicious of Leo's behavior and asks for my help to clear those doubts. But that our current relationship hasn't reached the point where he's willing to bare his heart to me. Can I really do it? Adam suddenly turns his head, looking toward the door. The Duchess walks in with a bright smile. Sophia runs forward. Father, Mother, welcome back. You were gone for so long. Olivier holds Adam. We're back, Sophia remarks. It's all thanks to that friendly match, Olivier says. Foreign guests want to visit, so we came back to show them around. The Duchess's eyes sparkle. It's so nostalgic. Your father used to participate in matches all the time. He was very handsome back then. Sophia tilts her head, curiosity in her expression. Is father also skilled with a sword? Olivier lifts Adam with one hand, a confident smile on his face. At least in moments of need, I have enough strength to protect you all. The Duchess takes out a heavy photo album, her tone light. We even have photos from that time. Sophia leans toward the album, her gaze falling on the yellowed pages. In the picture, a young Olivier holds a sword, his gaze sharp and steady. Adam points at the photo and exclaims, "Grandpa looks so cool." Sophia asks, "Are there any photos of father and mother together?" The Duchess says, "Your father was really popular back then. I could only watch him silently from afar." Olivier says, "I had to put in quite a bit of effort to get your mother to notice me." The two embrace tightly. Sophia watches the loving couple, the corners of her mouth turning up slightly. You two really are an ideal pair. The fire in the fireplace crackles. The Duchess sits on the sofa. Sophia, Mrs. Du Bois, praise your performance at the salon. I knew you could do it. Sophia is stunned. I'm really selfish. I wasn't good at socializing before. Didn't you think I might fail? The Duchess opens her eyes wide in surprise. I never felt you were selfish. You can always express your thoughts clearly without hurting others, even if you are misunderstood at first. She presses her forehead against Sophia's. Once they know the real you, everyone will understand. Sophia thinks to herself that mother is indeed Sophia's most steadfast ally, always protecting her so she can live authentically. The Duchess releases her, a hint of worry in her voice. The Grandcourt family is very conservative. Naturally, I was worried, especially after you married and we lost contact. That made me even more concerned. So when you came back with Adam and chose to rely on us, I was truly very happy. In that unfamiliar environment, you must have suffered a lot. You've done exceptionally well. She reaches out and gently strokes Sophia's cheek. Sophia whispers, "Mother." The reason I, who returned home, can be accepted so warmly is because of my parents' unwavering love. I'm so lucky that I feel asking for more would be greedy. But why do I feel so lonely? A dim yellow light hangs over the bar, illuminating the neatly arranged glasses. The room is empty and quiet. Sophia sits alone on a high stool, swirling the purple liquor with her fingertip, drinking alone. Is this too indulgent? The corners of her mouth turn up slightly. This feeling is strange, like being on a secret mission. This outfit should be a perfect disguise. A man sits down beside her and taps his knuckles on the table. "I'll have the same, please." Sophia's hand freezes in midair. She turns to look at the newcomer, a flash of shock in her eyes. Lucas turns his face. "What a coincidence, Miss Sophia." He leans in with a playful smile. "May I sit here?" Sophia asks. "How did you recognize me?" Lucas rests his chin on his hand. "Your aura and figure are too easy to identify. Besides, the Medina family carriage and servants are parked nearby." Sophia's cheeks flush. "A mistake. I forgot to hide the carriage." Lucas picks up his glass and drinks. "It is indeed rare." Sophia says, "I was kicked out of the house." The Duchess had raised an index finger, her eyes curving. "Even a mother needs leisure. Leave Adam to us and go enjoy yourself." The corners of Sophia's mouth twitch upward involuntarily. "I am truly lucky." Leo's figure floats into her mind. Sophia lowers her eyes and lets out a soft sigh. She tilts her head back and drains her glass. Lucas, sitting beside her, lets out a gasp of surprise. Colorful drinks are neatly arranged on the bar. Sophia's cheeks are flushed, her eyes staring blurrily at the empty glass. "I should go." She pushes against the table to stand up, her body swaying slightly. Lucas leans back in his chair, swirling his glass. "Can't you stay a bit longer?" Sophia freezes in place, blinking blankly. Lucas rests his chin on his hand. Miss Sophia always worries about others, but never leaves time to reflect on herself. "Perhaps that's the reason you were kicked out tonight." Sophia puts her hands on her hips. "That's not true. I was in deep thought until you interrupted me." She points at the tip of Lucas's nose, displeasure in her eyes. "Until you showed up." Lucas looks relaxed. "My apologies. As compensation, may I hear what you were thinking about?" A flash of inspiration hits Sophia. Actually, I have something to ask you too. She suddenly leans in close. You're hiding something from me, aren't you? Lucas instinctively leans back, a drop of cold sweat on his temple. Sophia points her finger directly at Lucas's nose. The way you talk in circles shows you don't trust me at all. Was meeting here today really just a coincidence? Lucas lowers his eyes, his expression becoming serious. It's not like that. I didn't mean it that way. Sophia says, if you're in trouble, I want to help. But if you won't say anything, I'm powerless. She looks at Lucas. Tell me, what must I do to win your trust? Lucas gazes at her, his pupils trembling slightly. First, please step back a bit. You're too close. Sophia's cheeks turn bright red as she suddenly raises her voice. No. Lucas says, isn't it a case of not being able to speak because I don't want to involve you in trouble? Sophia's eyes show hesitation. Are you like that too? Lucas is momentarily stunned, his expression softening. Exactly. Sophia rests her head on one hand, her fingertips lightly touching her temple. Someone like me with a notorious reputation in social circles shouldn't be prying into your private affairs. Lucas turns his head to watch her. Actually, it's not like that. Fighting spirit ignites in Sophia's eyes. I've decided, from now on, I'm going to completely turn my bad reputation around. So, when you feel you can tell me about your situation. She leans closer to Lucas, a brilliant smile blooming on her face. Please be sure to tell me. A smile hangs on Lucas's lips. Understood. Sophia reaches out and presses the table, her fingertips sliding over a few coins. She turns around and waves her hand at Lucas, her expression light. Until then, I forbid you from entering the Medina estate. Lucas freezes in place, his body stiff. Sophia pushes open the wooden door of the tavern. It's a fact that you're very gentle with Adam, so I won't press you further until you speak up on your own. She walks alone on the street. Leo's performance last time was indeed strange, a gloomy expression, constantly alert to his surroundings. If there really is a reason behind that abnormal behavior, now, it's my turn to help. Lucas sits alone at the bar. The person reflected in her eyes isn't me, but him. That kind of look makes me extremely. Is this what they call feelings? He stands up. I should forget these unnecessary thoughts until I achieve my goal. He sweeps his hand across the table, leaving a few coins. The day of the royal tournament. Sunlight bathes the entire arena. Flags flutter loudly in the wind. Lucas turns and extends his arm, pointing toward the ornate seats in the center of the stands. I've prepared the best seats so you can witness my glory with your own eyes. Adam's eyes sparkle as he stares at the desserts on the table. There are snacks too. Can I eat them? Lucas leans down with a smile. Of course. Sophia gazes at the VIP seats. These seats are even better than Father's. She takes a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Now is not the time to be excited. In the original story, Leo would win this royal tournament. That victory would accelerate the conflict between the royal family and the church because, in the finals, Leo would kill Lucas with his own hands. Lucas picks up the teapot, gracefully pouring tea for Miss Sophia. In the original novel, Leo and Lucas clashed over the Saintess Clarice. Lucas was consumed by jealousy and hated Leo, planning to kill him during the match. Lucas lunged with his sword, but lost in the exchange. Instead, he was killed by Leo. Blood splattered in the arena. Sophia ponders. Lucas seems to have no interest in Clarice. This should have made her feel safe. But what if I'm wrong? Perhaps friction will arise between them for completely different reasons. She thought they could become friends instead of enemies, but was still rejected. This invisible force, that pulling events back to the correct track, is like some kind of narrative compulsion. If that's the case, the only one who can change all this is myself, who knows the contents of the novel. Sophia looks up, her gaze becoming determined. I must be the one to break these chains. Adam leans over the table. Where did Grandpa and the others go? He blinks his big eyes, looking around. The arena is bustling with the sounds of people. Countless figures cross in the light and shadow. Leo's back is reflected in Adam's pupils. Lord Leo. He pulls back his gaze and turns to his mother beside him. Can I go look over there? Sophia says, then I'll go with you. It's too dangerous alone. She takes Adam's hand and bows slightly to Lucas. Thank you for leading the way, Lord Lucas. I wish you success in the match. Lucas says, I'll accompany you as well, lest we get separated in the crowd. Adam weaves through the moving crowd. You should be right around here. Sophia follows closely. What are you looking for? Adam stops, confusion on his face. He was just here, then he suddenly disappeared. Lord Leo. Sophia says perhaps he went back to work. Since we're here, let's keep looking. Lucas suddenly looks back. A massive roar tears through the sky. Sophia covers her ears, her body swaying from the impact. Fireballs explode in the sky, their scorching red light swallowing the clouds. To celebrate the opening of the tournament, the Grandcourt family presents a surprise fireworks show. Adam huddles behind a stone pillar, his pupils trembling with fear. Two men in cloaks walk quickly toward him. A hand reaches out from the shadows, tightly covering his mouth and nose. His attempt to call for help is completely stifled. Sophia pushes through the chaotic crowd, her breathing becoming rapid. Where did Adam go? Lucas's gaze locks onto a figure in the distance. He suddenly turns and rushes toward the depths of the corridor. I'll go check. Miss Sophia, please return to your seat and wait. Two men in black carry the unconscious Adam quickly into a room. Lucas pushes open the heavy wooden door, his gloved hand pressing against the frame. Didn't we agree that I would handle this matter entirely? Lord Grandcourt. Tristan turns around, a cold curve on his lips. The goal has been achieved. You are no longer needed. Withdraw. Adam is wrapped in a large gray cloak, his eyes tightly shut, his head hanging limply to one side. Lucas's eyes are filled with gloom. But this will bring suspicion upon you. I can help reclaim Lord Adam through legal means. Tristan furrows his brow. What are you saying? Lucas says the Pope is hesitating over whether to annul this marriage because of Leo's existence. I will eliminate Leo. Tristan is puzzled. Eliminate Lord Leo? Lucas raises a hand, a smile on his lips. That way we can legally take Adam without resorting to force. Tristan ponders. If he can also handle the divorce agreement, it would be for the best. He speaks. Since you insist, I'll leave it to you. Your opponent is the one hailed as the strongest knight. Can you really do it? Lucas's expression shows confidence. I know his weaknesses better than anyone. Tristan says, suit yourself. Just don't lose your life in the process. Lucas bows slightly and exits the room. Sophia stands at the edge of the terrace. Lord Lucas, where is Adam? Lucas turns his head slightly, a reassuring smile on his lips. He's safe. I know where he is. Sophia asks, since you know where he is, why didn't you bring him back? What on earth is going on? He suddenly remembered something, and his eyes turned cold. Tristan, so it was him? I knew he would use hardline tactics sooner or later. Lucas smiled. I've already prepared a way to bring him back. So don't worry. Just leave everything to me. Sophia's eyes were filled with doubt. Wait, did you negotiate with Tristan? You don't understand our situation at all. How could you take it upon yourself to do that? Lord Lucas, did you? Lucas lowered his head. I never intended for that child to end up like this. Though saying this now is useless. Sophia raised her right hand, pointing her index finger forward. Tristan has something on you, doesn't he? Lucas froze in place. What? Sophia folded her hands in front of her, her gaze steady. You would never involve yourself in such dealings without a reason. Lucas suddenly hung his head and let out a long sigh. Am I hiding something? You look quite silly right now. Though it's a bit late, are you willing to hear the whole story? Sophia said, I see. Lord Leo was threatened by the Pope and forced to become a holy knight. Even if my divorce agreement is voided, Leo has nothing to do with it. Yet, he sacrificed himself for Adam and said he never wanted anything to do with me again. She looked up at Lucas, her eyes filled with confusion. But weren't you a bit too reckless? Siding with Tristan just to help Lord Leo? Lucas replied, infiltration and negotiation are my specialties. I intended to test Leo's intentions and make Tristan back down, but this time, I failed completely. You were just caught up in our mess. Sophia waved her hands hurriedly. This isn't your fault. Leave the rest to me. I will bring Adam back. I want you to cut all ties with Tristan right now. Conflict filled Lucas's eyes. I can't do that. Sophia looked him straight in the eye. Then how do you plan to resolve this? Lucas looked away, stammering. Well, in the worst case scenario, perhaps we could only drug Leo and fake his death. Sophia covered the corner of her mouth and gave a polite smile. I thought the simplest way would be for you to ask your father for help and have him pressure Leo, but you wouldn't actually want to do that, would you? Lucas's eyes were filled with defeat. He has never relied on me, so I can't count on him now. Sophia closed her eyes, her expression softening. I know you are capable and someone I can trust. She pressed her hand to her chest, her gaze firm. But as Adam's mother, I want to do everything I can. Can you leave this to me? Lucas stood stunned. I understand. Then please take this, though I don't know if it will be of any use. Sophia reached out with both hands to catch it. Lucas said, it should serve as insurance for an emergency. Sophia, turn around. I will make good use of it. Don't worry about this side. Go and make up with him. Lucas leaned against the door, watching her disappear from sight. His expression was helpless. Tristan said, a sudden request for a meeting. How unexpected. Have you finally realized how much you miss me? Sophia said yes. Tristan turned his head sharply, his pupils shrinking in shock. Sophia rested her chin on one hand. That's right, Tristan. She pulled back her smile, her gaze becoming cold and sharp. The most important point, I want to know where my son is right now. Tristan spread his hands, a mocking smirk on his lips. What do you mean by that? Don't tell me Adam has gone missing. He stepped closer. Are you trying to pin the responsibility for poor supervision on me? Sophia's gaze was icy. Release Adam immediately. If you do, I can let this matter go. Tristan gritted his teeth and clicked his tongue. What are you talking about? Our positions have reversed. He stepped forward, his leather shoes clicking against the floor. Tristan pointed his index finger at Sophia's face, his expression arrogant. You should be kneeling on the ground, bowing your head and begging me. Please help me find Adam. Sophia rested her cheek on her hand, a composed smile on her lips. It seems my offer to let things go was indeed unnecessary. She spread her hands, her expression turning bright. Even if you tear up the divorce agreement, Adam will never return to the Glanker family. Tristan froze, his finger hanging in midair. What? Under the clear sky, the arena was bustling with people. The voice from the loudspeaker echoed. The final battle is about to begin. Holy Knight Leo. Versus Orangar Knight Lucas. Begin. Lucas unsheathed his sword. The blades clashed in midair, sending out brilliant sparks. Leo stepped aside to parry, and the two faced off at close range. Leo stared at his opponent. So it really is you, Lucas. Lucas swept his sword across in a fluid motion. How many years do you think we've worked together? I know everything about you. He withdrew his sword and backed away to create distance. I even know exactly why you became a holy knight. His expression turned serious. It was for Lady Sophia and Adam, wasn't it? Leo remained silent, his eyes cold. Lucas gripped his sword hilt tightly. You think you can protect them by sacrificing yourself? But you've made a massive mistake. He suddenly swung his sword down. The sword aura tore through the air. Leo tilted his head to dodge. What? Lucas lowered his center of gravity, his blade locked firmly against the other's. Tristan took hardline measures and kidnapped Adam. Leo's pupils shrank. What did you say? Is Lord Adam safe? If you already knew, why are you still here? Lucas's gaze was firm. That has nothing to do with you. Leo roared in anger. Since you were by their side, how could this happen? I thought you would protect them. That's why Lucas gritted his teeth as he bore the impact. I did want to protect the two people you were desperately trying to shield. But in the end, you have to be the one to go yourself. Leo froze, a look of confusion in his eyes. Lucas recalled, Adam drew in his diary every day just to show it to you. Sophia has also been worrying, fearing you would never be willing to open your heart to her. She even thought it was because she wasn't good enough that she couldn't earn your trust. Leo retorted loudly, it's absolutely not like that. Lucas sighed. If these words aren't conveyed to them, but then they have no meaning. His eyes were filled with helplessness. Your way of protecting them is completely wrong. He turned his head, a mischievous smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. If you really don't plan on coming back, I might just marry Lady Sophia myself and support her. Lucas rested his chin on his hand, lost in self-indulgence. That was my original plan. A cold aura emanated from Leo, his pupils flashing with a chilling light. The sword in his hand trembled violently, letting out a low hum. Leo growled in a low voice, "Shut up." Sophia's expression was solemn. Adam has been officially registered as the heir of the Medina family. His Majesty the King has already approved it. Tristan was full of shock. What did you say? The Queen stepped into the hall, her hands folded in front of her, her expression solemn and majestic. Tristan turned pale, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Your Majesty, why are you here? The Queen spoke. I came to see Adam and confirm his own wishes. Adam is still young. Adults should not force a child to ignore their own will for their own convenience, let alone kidnap them. There was a chill in the Queen's eyes. This is absolutely unacceptable. If you know where he is, release him immediately. Tristan's body trembled as he gave orders to the attendants behind him. Bring him here. The door opened, and Adam rushed out of the room, his eyes red. Mother! Sophia opened her arms and held Adam tightly in her embrace. Thank heaven. Tristan's voice was weak. I was only worried that Sophia hadn't fulfilled her duties as a mother. The queen interrupted coldly. I understand your meaning perfectly. She raised her hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. Now, let's hear what the child thinks. Tristan reached out, his fingertips trembling. Please, wait a moment. The queen looked down and asked Adam softly, Adam, do you want to live with your father? Adam suddenly looked up, his gaze stubborn. No. He hugged Sophia tightly and declared loudly, I will be with my mother forever. The queen looked directly at Tristan, her tone icy. Did you hear that, Duke Glanker? Tristan lowered his head, his facial muscles twitching. He gritted his teeth. Yes. He turned and walked toward the door, his back stiff. The attendants quickly followed. Lord Tristan, Sophia held Adam's hand and bowed to the queen. Thank you very much. The queen watched Sophia. The reason I acted was entirely because of that. That is a proof that can only be used in times of crisis. Lucas has been living while hiding his royal identity. I never thought he would use this badge, let alone give it to someone else. The queen looked at Sophia. Is it because of your influence that he changed? Sophia said, he surely did it to save Adam. He is a very responsible and kind person. The queen closed her eyes, a slight smile appearing on her lips. I see. Please continue to look after him, from now on as well. Sophia curtsied slightly, and Adam stood obediently by her side. The queen and her attendants turned and left, their figures disappearing at the end of the corridor. Sophia lightly touched her chest. Thanks to Lord Lucas, I was able to speak with Her Majesty smoothly. He really was a huge help. Adam's eyes sparkled. Mother, I want to go cheer for Lord Leo and Lord Lucas. Sophia smiled down at him. Of course. The match has just begun. If we head over now, we'll still make it. Lord Lucas looks refreshed, so he should be fine. I hope both of them will be safe. Overwhelming cheers erupted from the arena. Sophia's pupils suddenly constricted. Adam's mouth dropped open in surprise.